Chapter 51. Job Change. Outside the bar, you walked along the street, then went into the towering Career Center building. Welcome. I'm the receptionist Xiao Mei. You have reached level 10 and have met the requirement for the first job change. May I ask what kind of job do you want to change to? You had just entered the Career Center when a woman who looks very beautiful in professional uniforms walked toward him with a smile and said, You looked at Xiao Mei and lightly said, Please give me the list of jobs that I can change to. Okay. Xiao Mei smiled, pointed in the air, and a white light flashed. Afterwards, a three-dimensional projection appeared in Yu's eyes. The job list flashing in that three-dimensional projection made you dizzy. Doctor, soldier, assassin, maintenance worker, blacksmith, lawyer, translator, warrior, mage, warlock, summoner, beast tamer, and hunter. All sorts of jobs in the real world and fantasy world was listed, an all-compassing list. You pointed at the doctor job. The three-dimensional projection changed, and an introduction of the doctor profession quickly emerged. Doctor description. Doctor is a job that a team should not lack. Priest can quickly cure a variety of injuries by magic. Doctors use conventional methods of healing, and recovery speed is not as fast as priests. However, doctors are able to use drugs to treat viral diseases, developed a variety of new drugs, and to achieve the scope of injuries and diseases. After changing the job to doctor, will obtain the skill, common medical skill. You pointed at the soldier job. The three-dimensional projection changed, and an introduction of the soldier profession quickly emerged. Soldier description. Soldiers are basic combat profession. Close combat is not weak, but they are not good at close combat as warriors. However, they are well-versed in using firearms. After a successful job change, will obtain the skill, General Firearms Control. Yu's eyes lit up. General Firearms Control is very good for him. He did not go through any training, so his marksmanship is extremely poor. With this skill, his strength would greatly improve. You did not rush to change job, and just flipped through the job's description. Each job after a successful job change will get a job skill, allowing you to go from an ordinary person to be a part of that field. You skipped all the support jobs and directly looked at the combat jobs. Support jobs had many uses, such as maintenance worker can repair cars. Blacksmith job can create enchanted weapons. Doctors can cure the diseases and develop new drugs. They play a great role on the team, but these job skills cannot compare to combat job skills. You viewed many combat jobs, but felt that they were paled in comparison to the soldier's skills. Firearms control allowed the Stinger pistol he has to have greater destructive power. And compared to the magical world of warriors, warlocks, and mages, soldiers' profession are better able to survive in this real world. The mage's casting speed is too slow. They haven't even finished casting before getting killed. As for close combat ability, warriors was definitely superior to soldiers. But a rocket launcher would take care of a warrior. Well, this is. You, after scrolling through the second page, saw a job in dark light flashing. He pointed at it, and soon the job appeared from the hidden black light. Hidden job, Dark Night. A night that controls the violent darkness power. Once the job change is successful, will obtain the skills. Art of Fear, Night Enhancement. You had a look at the Dark Knight's job description, and decisively made a choice. I choose to change job to Dark Knight. It was an extremely important selection for you. A black light surrounded his feet from a magical array. He soon disappeared from the place, and the next moment appeared in a temple full of magical atmosphere. The dark light from the magical array under his feet started to flow up and into his body, condensing into two mysterious runes inside his sea of knowledge. Level 2 skill, Art of Fear. Active skill. Activating the skill will make biological creatures lose 5 points of spirit and put fear in their heart, shaking their will to fight. People with low spirit are more susceptible. This skill can be used with a single target within a distance of 200 meters, but within 20 square meters will affect all targets. Consumed 3 MP each time. Level 2 skill, Night Enhancement. Passive skills. After learning the skill, user will have night vision and sees farther than the daytime. At night, your senses will be greatly enhanced, and more sensitive to premonition of danger. After the job change is completed, the dark power lingering beside you also vanished. You had his head down while thinking about the application of the skills, and then marched toward the center of the temple. At the center of the temple was a man wearing a mysterious runes engraved, all black, exotic shiny body armor. The Dark Knight was standing there like a pole. He just stood still, giving off a feeling of suffocating oppression. You walked in front of the Dark Knight standing there and said, "I am new Dark Knight that just went through the job change. Sir, I want to buy the job skills." The cold Dark Knight looked at you and pointed at the air. Another three-dimensional projection appeared and a list of Dark Knight skills appeared before Yu's eyes. There were a total of 9 skills in the three-dimensional projection. 3 level 1 skills and 6 level 2 skills. You quietly browsed the 9 skills and thought, so expensive. Level 1 skills each cost $300 survival coin, while the level 2 skills each cost $1,000 survival coins. You browsed the 6 level 2 skills. His eyes flashed with desire. Summon Skeleton Beast, Beast Tamer, Shadow Step. All of these skills are great. Each of the 6 level 2 skills are extremely rare. You could get another ability if he obtain it. When you saw the 6 level 2 skills, his eyes lit up. He quickly pointed at a skill and paid $1,000 survival coins. The black projected skill turned into a black light and flew into Yu's sea of knowledge, condensing into a black rune. Level 2 skill, encompassing body armor. Able to summon an undying creature body. The undying creature appeared as an armor to protect the castor. Activating the skill cost 10 SP and 10 MP duration of 15 minutes. Chapter 52. Stinger Model 2. You suddenly walked in front of the Dark Knight and asked, "Senior, may I ask if you have any advice for me?" The Dark Knight quietly looked at you and coldly said, "Must be ruthless. Your heart is not ruthless. It will be very difficult to survive." After saying those words, the Dark Knight closed his mouth, as if he was a statue, standing still in the temple's center, without a word. You was silent, and courteously thanked the Dark Knight while facing him, then went back to the magical array. With a flash of light, you quickly disappeared from the temple. The Dark Knight quietly stared at you as he disappeared, a different light flashing in his eyes, not saying anything. After leaving the temple, you went directly to the equipment upgrade store. In the equipment store was a bearded man holding a bottle. He was sitting there bare-chested, with traces of burnt mark on his body. Seeing you come in, that weapon upgrade master lightly said one sentence, "Come to upgrade weapons?" You nodded and asked, "How many survival coins do I need to upgrade third-degree weapons?" The weapon upgrade master lightly said, $500 survival coins and a magic gem. After hearing this, you was slightly relieved. Not counting the $1,000 survival coins from the quest bonus. He had only $600 survival coins after purchasing the encompassing body armor skill. You pulled out $500 survival coins, a magic gem, and the Stinger pistol. Then handed them to the weapon upgrade master and said, "Help me to upgrade." The Stinger pistol, great item. Youngster, you have some skill and luck to get this kind of equipment nowadays. The weapon upgrade master looked at the Stinger pistol, then pointed at the air. The Stinger pistol flew in front of him and suspended in the air. He casually pointed at the air and an enchantment spell burst out of thin air. The magic gem flew into that enchantment spell, blooming into a dazzling light. In the next moment, the Stinger pistol also flew into the enchantment spell and instantly disintegrated. A thin ray of light began to sculpt out the Stinger pistol in that enchantment spell, reconstructing the Stinger pistol once again, eventually forming a silver handle, 6 rounds, 20mm caliber revolver. Translator note: a pistol is just a handgun, while a revolver is a type of pistol with cylindrical chamber for the rounds. So in this case, it is now a 6-chamber revolver. The silver revolver immediately fell into Yu's hand. 4th-degree weapon. Stinger Model 2. This version has a higher destructive force. The revolver will never break unless destroyed by external force. It automatically generates 2 rounds a day. If ammunition is sufficient, you can use it to shoot tanks. Of course, the condition is that your shooting skill must be adequate. You looked at the Stinger Model 2 in his hand, his eyes full of joy. After upgrading the Stinger to Model 2, not only is it more powerful, but it can also automatically generate 2 rounds per day, which greatly increased the value of the Stinger revolver. You said his thanks to the weapon upgrade master and left. Thank you very much. After leaving the weapon upgrade store, you turned and went into the equipment store. Seeing you enter, an attendant who looked quite pretty smiled and said, "Welcome." You toward the pretty attendant said, "I want to see the equipment list." "Yes." The attendant pointed at the air, and a list of the various types of equipments appeared. You carefully viewed the equipment list. Contrary to his expectations, the equipment list was empty, meaning there was not even a first-degree protective garment. Stinger 2 special bullet price, $50 survival coins per round. At the bottom of the equipment list, you saw equipment that he could use. So expensive. You looked at the Stinger bullet with a wry smile. The Stinger bullet was so expensive that he could not afford it. You turned to the next page and immediately brightened up. On the second page was a wide variety of medical drugs. One which allowed a person to regenerated limbs, another one which can quickly restore stamina, and another one that can cure various kinds of poisons. However, at the end of that last page was 6th-degree medicine G drug. Can treat viral infections that have infected the body. Price, $50,000 survival coins each. Translator note: search for the G virus on Google. You looked at the G drug enviously. It's too expensive. I'm really poor. If you had enough money, he would buy the G drug as a backup. After all, who knows what enemies he would encounter in the future. After a few pages, you found that besides the medicines, there were no powerful equipments on the list. You closed the list and asked the attendant, "These are the only equipments?" The attendant politely said, "Yes. Besides the medicines, you can only buy equipments from the system when others have sold it to the system." "Thank you." You nodded, then turned around and left. After leaving the equipment store, you entered the mission building. A very pretty attendant smiled and went up to you, then pointed at the air. A huge mission list appeared in front of you. Welcome to the mission hall. You are welcome to accept a variety of missions posted here. Recapture the fallen city of Beijing. In order to complete the mission, you must clear up all the zombies within the 5th ring. Time limit of 1 year. Time starts when mission is accepted. After the recapture of Beijing City, the faction leader will receive a 5th-degree protective garment, $50,000 survival coins, plus 5 levels, plus 2 skill points, Beijing Conqueror title. No penalty if mission failed. Translator note: Beijing have these roads that encircle the city. Basically clear all the zombies within the 5th ring. Also, the title is Beijing Recoverer, but Conqueror sounds better. Recapture the fallen city of Nanjing. The mission list was full of recapturing of major and minor cities in China. You looked at the mission, eyes filled with shock. Beijing has fallen? If that is so, then the government chain of command is incapacitated. Like a dragon without a head, without the guidance of the central government, you could not imagine what the local governments would be like in this post-apocalyptic world. He could see that, in the future, warlords will fiercely compete for power and fighting over land in China. You looked at the huge mission list, as if a large rock was pressing down on him. This is terrible. Recapture the fallen city of Nanning. In order to complete the mission, you cleared up 100 zombie chiefs within the city. Time limit of 1 year. Time starts when mission is accepted. After the recapture of Nanning City, the faction leader will receive a 4th-degree protective garment, $10,000 survival coins, plus 3 levels, plus 1 skill points, Nanning Conqueror title. Translator note: I'm pretty sure it's 100 zombies since it said 100 zombies head, but feel free to correct me. Note 2. He has been using that word to refer to zombie head, but maybe it means zombie chief instead. Nanning City has fallen too? Yu's heart fell into a pit seeing that piece of news. His parents lived in Nanning City. Seeing the news that Nanning City has fallen, if only he could grow wings and fly back home immediately. Chapter 53. accepting the missions. Yu kept his worries under control and asked the attendant, "If I do not accept the mission and take people to recover the city, will I still get the reward?" The attendant smiled towards Yu and explained, "You will not. If you don't accept the mission, even if you complete any of the missions, you still will not receive the rewards." After hearing that, Yu continued to quietly thumb through the mission list looking for a good mission. In the mission list, besides recapturing the major cities in China, there were also other missions to recapture major foreign cities. New York, London, Tokyo, Berlin, Moscow, and major cities in the US have completely fallen. Besides the recapturing of major cities, there were no other missions. Yu asked, "After I accepted the task, will there be a penalty if I don't complete it? This is something you must ask." The attendant maintained a sweet smile and said, "No. Even if you accepted the mission and do not complete it, there will not be any penalty." You smiled and accepted all the missions on that mission list. In this mysterious region, in addition to Job Change Temple, Mission Temple, Equipment Shop, and Equipment Upgrade Shop, there were also other shops where you can purchase survival supplies. A survival coin can purchase a kilo of rice. There was also a strengthening temple. That strengthening temple will increase one stats for 1,000 survival coins. In that strengthening temple, you increased 1 point of agility. Besides these 5 shops, the rest of the places were covered with a mysterious glow. As you got near that mysterious glow, he immediately bounced off the glow and a statement appeared in his mind. "Your level is insufficient. You do not have permission to enter the area." You walked around in a circle and discovered that he could not enter anywhere covered with that mysterious glow. He then turned around and walked to the magical array in the square. With a flash of light, you soon appeared outside the red gate on Lei Jiang Bridge. "Are you okay?" As soon as you appeared, Qidian came over and asked you with an anxious look. You laughed and said, "Relax, it's nothing." Luan came running up and said, "Big brother Yu, where have you been?" "I've been worried sick. If you didn't come out, I was going to go in and find you." You watched as the others came over, then smiled at Luan and said, "I'm all right." You looked at the others and said, "This is the novice village. Inside you can change jobs, accept missions, purchase equipments, upgrade equipments, and buy survival supplies. After you change job, you can acquire additional skills by purchasing them. All of you should take a look inside." Ji Qingwu's eyes lit up, and then she walked toward the gate. However, as soon as she got near the gate, she was sent flying back several meters. Seeing Ji Qingwu get pushed back several meters by the gate, you frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Qingwu patted the dust off her clothes, looked at the gate, her eyes filled with disappointment. "My level is insufficient. I'm unable to enter the novice village." The rest of the team came over and tried it, and was sent flying back by the gate. Qidian was the only one who was able to enter. You looked at the gate and said, "It seems like only those that are level 10 or above can enter this novice village." Clearing up the zombies on Xingning Road yesterday, Qidian was able to get to level 10, but Ji Qingwu was only able to get to level 8. This was because all the L1 and S1 zombies were killed by Qidian and Yu. Evolved zombies are higher levels and will provide more experiences than ordinary zombies which are lower levels. Chun Yao was excited and said, "With this, we just have to stay here a month and cleared up the zombies. Then we will be able to go in. Then we will be able to change jobs." Qi Qingwu have already given the plant manipulation skill book to Chun Yao. Chun Yao wanted to change jobs now so that she would be even stronger. Wang Shuang was also excited about changing jobs and becoming stronger. "No, we must leave Lei Jiang City today." Yu's words immediately extinguished everyone's excitement. Ji Qingwu stared at Yu and asked, "Why?" Yu, in a serious voice, said, "Novice village have been found." 24 hours later, the restrictions on the zombies in Lei Jiang City will be lifted. Tens of thousands of zombies on the other side of the bridge will be released without any restrictions. The limit on zombies' evolutions will also be lifted. The city will be more than 10 times as dangerous than in the past. We must leave the city immediately. Listening to Yu's words, everyone fell silent. Standing before the gate, they were able to clearly see the dense swarm of zombies on the other side. Those tens of thousands of zombies, when released, will crush everyone like they were ants. Chun Yao looked at the novice village's gate, her eyes flashing in unwillingness. She also wanted to change jobs and become stronger. She is not stupid. It was clear to her that only by becoming strong can she live a better life in this post-apocalyptic world. After about an hour later, Qiyang came out from the gate. After Qiyang came out from the gate, Chun Yao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Qiyang? Lei Zhong's zombie restrictions will be released. Is this for real?" Qiyang was also an extremely smart person. He stared at the Chun Yao with a cold gaze. Chun Yao was also embarrassed by his gaze. There was 21 hours left. Qiyang coldly said those words, then went to Yu's side. Chun Yao's eyes slightly red, quietly muttered, "Why is he so fierce? I did not do anything wrong." Yu looked at the others, and in a deep voice said, "Let's go. We're running out of time." After you finished talking, he turned and walked away. Qiyang, Lu Wan, and Wang Shuang followed behind. Ji Qingwu patted Chun Yao on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Chun Yao bit her lip and caught up to the others. "Stop." When the Dongfeng truck was before a supermarket on Xingning Road, Yu told Wang Shuang to stop. Then quickly jumped off truck and went into the supermarket. The zombies on Xingning Road was already cleared by Yu the day before. In the supermarket, besides some dark red blood and severe limbs, there was no trace of any zombies. Yu quickly headed deep into the supermarket and wore his storage ring. Yu looked at the packet of instant noodles, immediately made a thought, and the packet of instant noodles was immediately stored in his storage ring. This is really convenient. Yu made another thought, and the packet of instant noodles again appeared in his hand. After the test is completed, Yu did not stop and immediately stored all the supplies he could fit into his storage ring. The storage ring was jammed with supplies. "Let's go home." After the entire storage ring was full, Yu carried a backpack from the supermarket and sat next to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang started the truck and drove toward the Garden District. Chapter 54. Fleeing Lei Zhong City. After arriving back at the apartment, Yu in a serious voice said, "Everyone immediately start transporting supplies. Move all the supplies from the apartment to the trucks." Seeing Yu so serious, all the girls in the room were nervous. Zhongli came over and asked, "Yu, what's the matter?" Yu in a deep voice said, "We're going to leave here at once and go to Longhai Survivor Enclave." Wang Fong reluctantly said, "Can we go tomorrow? Everyone is so tired from transporting the supplies today." Wang Fong's words also expressed the voice of most of the girls in the room. Their body was very tired moving the supplies from the trucks to the apartment. Yu frowned and coldly said, "People who do not want to leave can also stay." Seeing that Yu was angry, all the girls are afraid to say anything, and immediately began to transport the supplies. Zhao Li was looking out through the window. She saw Yu's party transporting the supplies from the apartment to the trucks. She could not help but feel startled. "They are leaving?" Zhao Li have been observing Yu's party the last several days and found that were fairly kind-hearted people, as they were willing to give her food in this post-apocalyptic world. If Yu's party is gone, she really did not know how she would survive. Resident Evil is a classic movie. Zhao Li has also seen it. She was very cleared on how terrible the virus that zombies were carrying. With just a scratch, you will become infected and turned into a zombie. If Yu's party were to leave, in essence, she did not have the ability to find food to feed her son and herself. Zhao Li gritted her teeth, then quickly dragged a suitcase from the room along with her son and rushed downstairs. Downstairs, Yu sat there and quietly watched the girls transported the supplies. Zhao Li, one hand dragging the suitcase and the other hand holding her son, walked in front of Yu and said, "This student? I am Zhao Li. May I have your name?" Yu looked up and lightly said, "I'm Yue Zhong. Is there something you need?" Lu Wen, who was resting nearby, came over and curiously asked, "Big brother Yu, what does this woman want from you?" Lu Wen, Chen Yao, and Ji Qingwu belongs to the group that did not have to transport supplies, since they can provide medical treatment and contributes to the fighting force. Chen Yao also went over to Yu's side, curiously looking at Zhao Li. "Yu, please take my son and I to Longhai Survivor Enclave." As long as you take us with you, then these are for you. Zhao Li opened the suitcase, revealing neat stacks of yuan inside. Chen Yao looked at the suitcase, then at Yu. She estimated that there was more than 1,000,000 yuan in there. Her family background is excellent. $1 million is nothing for her. But $1 million in cash is not a small number. Most people are not able to resist the temptation of $1 million yuan. Yu glanced at the suitcase full of money and coldly said, I'm not interested in the money. The world has changed, the most useful is food. Without merchants, these yuan are useless, even too rough to use as toilet paper. Zhao Li's face was paled. She gritted her teeth, then put down the suitcase from her arms. She then pulled a small case and opened it, revealing 3 gold bars. Zhao Li pushed the small case in front of Yu, and with a pleading face said, I will also give you this. Please save the both of us. Take us to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City. I will repay you. Buy gold in troubled times and collect antiques in periods of prosperity. Gold is the world's currency. Even in the midst of troubled times, they possessed great values. Zhao Li is a wise woman. She knew that the yuan will become a pile of papers, but as long as there are people and governments, gold would not lose its purchasing power. So she hid the gold bars, only taking it out at the last minute to give to you. Translator note: the first sentence is an old Chinese saying. It means that in prosperous times you should collect antiques as their values will appreciate. But buy gold in troubled times as every government in the world is backed by gold. Yu coldly said, I have no need for gold. Zhao Li immediately turned even paler. That gold was her last resort. She did not know what else to offer him, since he did not even want the gold. Yu looked at Zhao Li and lightly said, I can take you and your son to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City. To come with us, you will need to agree to a few conditions. First, before arriving in the Survivor Enclave, you must obey my commands, and no arbitrary action. Second, you must work and do what you are able to. Third, we will give you food, but not necessarily enough to eat. We will give you food according to your efforts. Fourth, I will try to keep you safe, but if I'm unable to fend off the danger, I will give priority to protect my other companions over you too. If you can accept these 4 conditions, you can come with us. If you are not able to accept, then I won't force you. After hearing the 4 conditions, Zhao Li immediately nodded. I accept. I'll agree to it. Yu in a deep voice said, Go transport the supplies. Don't waste time. Zhao Li quickly took her son and walked towards the stairs. This was an opportunity, a chance to survive. She would not give it up. Chen Yao watched Zhao Li's desperation, with a complex feeling in her mind. Under the women's combined efforts, after 2 hours, they finally transported all the supplies upstairs to the trucks. Drive! Yu ordered without any hesitation. Wang Shuang stepped on the gas, and the 2 large trucks immediately whisked far away. The next day, in Leijiang, most bustling commercial district, tens of thousands of zombies quietly began moving toward the city in all directions. The zombies flooded in all directions, and soon the whole city of Leijiang was fully covered by zombies. By devouring human flesh, the zombies began to evolve. L1 zombies, S1 zombies, and even other kinds of zombies had evolved. Before a small supermarket, 5 scattered zombies stood there quietly. From an alley, a survivor rushed out holding an imitation Tang sword in his hand. He activated his high-speed movement skill and jumped among the 5 zombies like a ghost. With the light of the sword flashing, the 5 zombies was soon beheaded. After 5 balls of white light flew into his body, his eyes lit up. I've been promoted! I've finally been promoted to level 10. Just as the survivor was celebrating, among a unit in the building, a crimson zombie opened his big mouth, and a fireball from the zombie's mouth flew out like a rocket hitting the survivor. It blew off the upper body of that survivor. His blackened body then fell to the ground. From the side, 2 S1 zombies swift jumped out. They landed on top of the survivor's body and began devouring it. Chapter 55, Hijack. The whole city of Leijiang became a hunting ground for zombies as they were released from the shopping district. In Leijiang City, the roles of hunter and prey had switched. In the face of those evolved zombies, the humans who were strengthened by the magical system was killed one by one. Their flesh and blood swallowed by the zombies. Lijiang City had become true hell. The strengthened humans that survived became more cautious, as their lives have become more difficult. In the old days, there were many cars driving on this road, but now it was virtually uninhabited. There was only car wreckages and scattered zombies wandering this road now. On the road, 2 Dongfeng trucks were speeding through. You sat in the passenger's seat while looking out of the window at the dead barren scenery. Then looked at Wang Shuang and asked, "How much longer till we reach Longhai City?" Wang Shuang smiled wryly and said, "I'm not sure. I haven't driven to Longhai City before. However, according to the GPS, we are halfway to Longhai City." You nodded slightly and said nothing while looking out the truck. He looked around for the possibility of dangers. Suddenly, 12 abandoned cars had completely blocked the lanes. "Damn it! Blocked again." Wang Shuang muttered some words and stopped the truck. The lanes blocked by abandoned cars, you had seen it many times. All the previous blocked cars were moved by you, only were they able to continue forward. Precisely because the lanes were blocked everywhere by abandoned cars that they were moving so slowly. Even once because the lanes was blocked for so long, taking a long time to switch lanes. The truck stopped, and you had just gotten off from the truck, when 6 people came out from both sides of the road. They quickly rushed out while holding Type 81 rifles. They aimed at you and the 2 trucks. One of them had a long scar on his face, bald and with an extremely fierce look. The bald man looked at you and shouted, "Freeze, or we'll shoot." In the 2 trucks, the girls were scared after seeing the vicious men holding guns. Their eyes were full of fear, so they lay down lower on the seats. You looked at the vicious bald man and frowned, immediately activating his shadow step skill, then rushed towards the 6 armed men. White Bones leapt down from the truck and rushed towards the 6 armed men like a demon. Seeing White Bones rushing at them, the 6 bald men were terrified, constantly shooting at White Bones. The bullets that hit White Bones only embedded itself in the bones. The bullets did not have any effects on White Bones. After activating the shadow step skill, Yu's speed was to the extreme. He was now more than 5 times faster than an average person. He rushed in front of that scar-faced man, with the sword in hand, slashing towards the man's head. That scar-faced man's eyes were full of fright seeing you rushing towards him. He ignored White Bones on the other side, aiming his gun at you and fired. The moment that the scar-faced man pointed his gun at you, Yu's body flickered, suddenly appeared behind the scar-faced man. Yu, with his sword in hand, slashing towards the scar-faced man's head. "Little brother, stop. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your companion's life." At this moment, came the voice of a confident man. You swept across the areas with his eyes, seeing 20 men armed with Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns. The bald militant men had surrounded the 2 Dongfeng trucks. There were also 2 tractors in the rear, blocking off the 2 Dongfeng trucks' retreat. Among the 20 well-armed militants, there was a fierce-looking, middle-aged man stand 1.8 meters tall. The man was quietly staring at you. "White Bones, let them live," you ordered in his mind. Then placed the sword on the scar-faced man's neck, immediately getting behind the scar-faced man, using him as a human shield. You then stared at the leader of those 26 armed militants. The scar-faced man felt the coldness of the imitation Tang sword on his neck, immediately producing a chill down his spine. He did not dare to act rashly. Receiving Yu's order, White Bones did not use his axe, and instead kicked the 5 militants, kicking them like the wind of a storm, and then strode next to you. The leader of the militants looked at White Bones, who was next to you, and gave a little chuckle. "Little brother, you have an amazing ability there. I am Tiger Wang Guang Hu. You can call me Tiger. What is your name?" Translator note, who means tiger in Chinese, so I will just call him Tiger, plus all his men call him Tiger. "My name means dragon on the other hand, lol." You stared at Tiger Wang, and in a deep voice said, "My name is Yue Zhong. Big brother Tiger, I do not know why you want to block our path. We don't seem to have offended you. The firepower of the 26 militants was too great. Once there is a conflict, except for you, very few people will survive on his side. Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang, after continuous strengthening, their physical abilities were far superior to the average person. Killing normal zombies was very easy for them. However, faced with the great firepower of the militants, their chance of survival is very low. Not to mention Lu Wan, whose defense is 0. Once the conflict begins, she may be one of the first to be killed. If not a last resort, you did not want to clash with Tiger Wang's forces. Tiger Wang stared at you, then slowly said, "You. This time I was out looking for supplies and searching for survivors. You all should follow me back to Always Bright Village. Always Bright Village have perfect protections. After returning to the village, I promise to keep you all well fed. You also do not have to worry about the zombies outside." Translator note: just having fun with the name LOL. The village name is Chongguang/Zhangguang. You directly refused and said, "I'm sorry, Big Brother Tiger. We want to go to Long Hai City Survivor Enclave." Tiger Wang slightly frowned. His frown disappeared soon after, and with a chuckle said, "To each their own. Since you want to go to the Survivor Enclave in Long Hai City, I will not stop you. But coming out on this trip is not easy. I want the supplies on one of the Dongfeng truck." You, who have been somewhat tensed, then relaxed and said, "Okay. As long as they do not die, everything else is easy. Based on their team's abilities, there is no problem if they just carefully search for supplies." Tiger Wang made a gesture. His men immediately lowered their guns. He walked towards you with a smile and said, You now should also release my little brother Chun Si." You loosened his hand and removed the imitation Tang sword from Chan Si's neck. Chun Si rubbed his neck, then faced you with a grin, and said, "You are really damn strong. Boy, besides Big Brother Tiger, you are the strongest person that I have met." Chapter 56. Tiger Wang. You smiled and said, "Excuse my offense." Chun Si quickly strode towards Tiger Wang. White Bones then stepped forward, blocking his way. Chun Si frowned, then turned to look at you and said, "You? What do you mean by this?" You lightly said, "It's nothing. Once Big Brother Tiger allows us to depart, you will be able to leave my side." Tiger Wang looked at you, smiled and said, "Chun Si, you will temporarily stay by little brother Yu's side." Chun Si stood next to you and said, "Yes, Big Brother Tiger." You said, "Big Brother Tiger, I will now let my people move the supplies for you." Tiger Wang said, "It's not urgent. Our vehicles cannot carry so much supplies. Why don't you make a trip back to Always Bright Village with me? Let me show you our hospitality. I admire your strength. I hope we can become friends. Won't you give me some face?" Yu's eyes shrank slightly, thinking for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, we will take a trip with you. But Big Brother Tiger, as I have stated before, we're going to Long Hai City Survivor Enclave. We can only stay for a day at most." Tiger Wang laughed heartily. "No problem, you're my friend. Of course, you're free to come and go." For Hummers and 2 farm tractors were hauling the 2 Dongfeng trucks, while surrounded by 26 militants. They slowly made their way to the small village. The small village was not far from the highway. The village was not big, having only a little bit more than 50 families. The village's gate were manned by 2 bored militants armed with Type 81 rifles on the side. Outside the village, several dozen kids ranging from 8 to 13 years old were digging in the fields of vegetables. They were covered with mud, like little monkeys. "Brother Tiger! Brother Tiger!" The lines of vehicles entered the village and parked in the square. 6 militants with Type 81 rifles gathered around Tiger Wang, started chatting and laughing. Tiger Wang looked at you, smilingly said, "Little brother Yu, tell your people to come down." In order to show good faith, Tiger Wang took the initiative and walked to Yu's side. "Everyone come down." You looked at the people on the trucks and said, "Only now did the people on the Dongfeng trucks dared to come down. What a pretty little girl. Very pretty. Nice and tender. That chick has such long legs. Must be great to be sandwiched between them." Seeing all the women getting off the Dongfeng trucks, The perverseness began to show in those militants' eyes. Those perverted gaze wantonly judging the women. This caused all women on to be frightened. A thin, monkey-looking militant walked near Tiger Wang and flatteringly said, "Brother Tiger, you're great. You brought back so many good stuff this time. We all can have a good time." A thin and tall militant also came over smiling, his eyes constantly looking back and forth at Yuan Ying's breast, as if wanting to tear off her clothes. "Yes, Brother Tiger. So much good stuff. You should leave some for us to enjoy too." Yuan Ying, Wang Qian, Zhang Xian, Su Rushui were all beauty. Chun Yao was like a princess. Ji Qing Wu was also a stunning beauty. These militants had not seen this many beauties, so they were salivating while looking at these beauties. Tiger Wang frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone be quiet." After Tiger Wang said this, the surrounding militants were quiet again. Tiger Wang in a deep voice said, "This is Yue Zhong, little brother. I recently befriended him. These women belongs to you, not you. Go back to work. Puppy, go find people to move the supplies from one of the trucks. Black face, you arrange things. I want to eat a good meal with little brother you." Hearing that they have no part of those beautiful women, the disappointed militants began leaving in droves. Only now that the girls were relieved, Tiger Wang smiled and invited you. "Little brother, this way." You nodded and followed Tiger Wang. A group of people went into a small villa that Tiger Wang had people built inside the village. After entering the villa, they divided into two sides and sat down. Tiger Wang took a look at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang besides you, and asked, "You? These two little brothers are?" You looked at Tiger Wang and said, "This is Qi Yang, and this is Wang Shuang." Tiger Wang looked at the two, amiably smiled and said, "Hello." Qi Yang lightly said, "Hello." Wang Shuang nervously said, "Brother Tiger, hello." The people beside Tiger Wang were the leaders of over 40 armed militants. Their movements caused great pressure to Wang Shuang. Tiger Wang pointed to the three people at his side and introduced them to you. "I introduce to you, this is Zhang Xiang, Lei Chan, and this one is Chen Yen. The three of them are my closest brothers." Zhang Xiang is 1.8 meters tall with an imposing and burly body, a fierce-looking face, and mouth covered with a long beard. He was an aggressive-looking man. Lei Chan is 2 meters tall, strong as a bear, thick hands with calluses, with a strong jaw that looked like he came from a family of martial artists. Chen Yen wore glasses, looking like a very nice young man. Zhang Xiang, Lei Chen Yen are Tiger Wang's confidant. They hold the most power in the village after Tiger Wang. You looked at the trio and said, "Hello." Zhang Xiang looked at you, eyes filled with provocation and defiant, then said, "You are Yue Zhong. I heard Brother Tiger say you've got a lot of skills. How about we spar a bit?" Zhang Xiang is Tiger Wang's second strongest man, second only to Lei Chun. It was the first time that he have seen Tiger Wang so hospitable to a person. It made him full of jealousy, worrying that his position would be threatened by you. Tiger Wang frowned and said, "Zhang Xiang, you is my guest and friend. You must not cause him trouble." Zhang Xiang looked directly at Tiger Wang and said, "Brother Tiger, I know that you value him and wants him to join. You're the boss, your words must be obeyed. We brothers naturally do so, but to convince me, he has to win against me." Qi Yang coldly stared at Zhang Xiang and said, "You are not a match for you. I'll fight you." Zhang Xiang looked at Qi Yang's thin body, laughing with anger, said, Well, the world really has changed. Even the small fish are so arrogant. I will tell you, my fist is very strong. If you don't personally come out, it would be embarrassing if your brother get hurt." Chapter 57. Spar. You looked at Zhang Xiang and lightly said, "Qi Yang, show some mercies. Don't kill him." Qi Yang nodded and walked out. He then reached toward Zhang Xiang and said, "You first. Don't worry. I won't kill you." Hearing Qi Yang echoing Yu's word only made Zhang Xiang even angrier. His eyes were filled with hostility. With a cold laugh, he then walked in front of the Qi Yang. After walking in front of Qi Yang, Zhang Xiang lifted his hands before his chest as if protecting it. He then bent his body slightly forward, with his feet pressing hard against the ground, staring at Qidian like a cheetah staring at its prey. Zhang Xiang was a secret master of the Black Fist before the world changed. 7 people have died under his fists. Although he is arrogant, it is because he have the strength to back it up. Qidian quietly stared at Zhang Xiang, not making any movement. Tiger Wang carefully observed Qidian for a moment, then frowned and said, "Little brother Yu, are you sure you really want Qidian and Zhang Xiang to spar? Zhang Xiang's fists is not weak." Tiger Wang have read countless people, but he could not see why Qidian was so confident. He did not want to ruin his plan of recruiting Yu because of Zhang Xiang. He has already seen Yu's strength. With such talent under him, it would greatly increase his chance of achieving his ambitions. Boss Tiger, you can rest assured. This competition was presided over by you. You laughed slightly and said, Qidian was already promoted to level 10 and changed his job, making him even more powerful. You had also given the 2nd-degree protective garment to Qidian for him to wear. Qidian is the strongest in the team after you. Ordinary people are no match for him. Translator note, was meaning to use boss instead of big brother, since it's easier to understand that way. But I forgot. Going to change to boss when everyone calls him, except his 3 leaders/brothers. Tiger Wang, seeing you so confident, looked to Zhang Xiang and said, "All right, match begin. Boy, you're a dead man." Zhang Xiang smiled ferociously, like a cheetah looking at its prey. He rushed forward with terrifying speed, and mercilessly threw a punch at Qidian's nose. Seeing Zhang Xiang rushing forward like a cheetah, Qidian took a step to the left, evading Zhang Xiang's punch. He then punched Zhang Xiang severely in the stomach. After strengthening, the power of instant broke out. Zhang Xiang suddenly doubled over while holding his stomach from the pain, curling up on the floor. Watching Zhang Xiang getting defeated so easily by Qidian, Lei Chun, who was sitting next to Tiger Wang, narrowed his eyes. He was the strongest on Tiger Wang's side. Even he couldn't knock down Zhang Xiang that easily. Tiger Wang looked at Qidian, a light flashing in his eyes, clapped his hands and smiled, then exclaimed, "Good skill! I'm flattered." Qidian returned to Yu's side after saying those words. Tiger Wang clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman about 25 years old walked in. Tiger Wang looked at the women indifferently and said, "Wang Ying, help the 3rd master to go rest." Wang Ying quickly went over to help Zhang Xiang. "Go away. Don't touch me, dirty whore." Zhang Xiang's face contorted, and backhand Wang Ying in the face. He then stood up, looking at Yu and Qidian with venomous eyes, and immediately headed to the back. Wang Ying was slapped by Zhang Xiang, but she did not dare get angry, just that her eyes were red, looking like she would cry at any moment. Tiger Wang acted like he did not see Wang Ying getting slapped, and coldly said, "Withdraw, Wang Ying." Wang Ying whispered some words, and then left the place. "Yes, Boss Tiger." Tiger Wang looked at White Bones standing next to Yu, eyes flashing with desires, and said, "Yu, can you tell me, how did you get this skeleton?" Tiger Wang saw the battle between Yu and Chun Si. He saw how White Bones was completely fine when hit by those rifles' bullets. On the other hand, White Bones was much more agile than an ordinary person. If Tiger Wang did not surround the 2 trucks and use the girls as hostage, White Bones by himself could have killed Chun Si's group. Yu smiled, and did not hide anything. "This is my skill." It was not some kind of secret. Anyone could have guessed it as long as they weren't a fool. Tiger Wang continues to ask, "How can I obtain such skill?" Lei Chun and Chen Yen also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the answer to this question. In these last days, only those with great power can survive easier. Everyone wants to get such special skills. You said, after battling zombies and killing them, there is a chance that they will drop a skill book. Using those skills books, you will be able to gain special skills. I was using the skills in those books to obtain such abilities. It is no secret. Everyone in Yu's team knew this. But knowing it is one thing and doing it is another matter. Very few people would dare fight the zombies in close combat. After all, as long as you get a wound from the zombies, you would be an infected and become a zombie. Listening to Yu's words, Tiger Wang, Lei Chun, and Chen Yen all frowned while eyeing each other. They have killed many zombies, but fighting zombies in close combat is not something they have done. After all, if there are guns, who would use a wooden rod to fight zombies in close combat? Isn't that idiotic? A tall, fat, simple, and honest-looking middle-aged man came up to report to Tiger Wang. "Boss Tiger, the food is ready." Tiger Wang nodded, smiled at Yu and said, "Yu, it has been a long and hard day of travel for you. Come enjoy a meal." Tiger Wang clapped his hands softly. A beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam came in carrying tray of foods and placed it on the table. Translator note: a cheongsam is the Chinese dress you see Chinese girls wearing in movies. They typically have a slit on one/both side down the legs. The dishes were divided into two sides before the 6 people of Yu, Qi Wang Shuang, Tiger Wang, Lei Chun, and Chen Yen. There was the white-cut chicken, which was rare to encounter in this apocalyptic world, stir-fry vegetables, stir-fry mollusk, sautéed frog legs, big bowls of white rice, and steamed buns. On the all-girls table of Ji Qingwu, Lu Wan, and Chen Yao there was gruel made from corn, cooked rice, and vegetables. Yu and the other 5 were inside the house having dinner, while Ji Qingwu and girls were having dinner outside in the yard. The uninhibited Zhang Xian picked up the gruel and took a sip, and a sour smell came up to her nose. She was disgusted and couldn't help spitting out the gruel. "Bah! How do you eat this stuff? This is something that people eat." Ever since she was saved by Yu, Zhang Xian never had to starve. Although the food was not as good as before the end of the world, but there was no shortage of white rice and instant noodles. The other girls also took a sip, then spitting it out. It was not something that people would eat. Seeing the girls spitting out the gruel, the kids that were secretly hiding besides the house ran over. The kids picked the vegetables up from the floor, wiping it on their clothes, and then put it into their mouth. Translator note: not a very nice imagery, sad face. Chapter 58. Den of Thieves. A little boy ran up to Zhang Xian, with his big round eyes staring at Zhang Xian, said, "Beautiful big sister, if you don't eat these things, can you give it to us? We are so hungry." Zhang Xian's eyes filled with sympathy seeing the hungry little boy. She pulled out a biscuit and handed it to the boy. "How can you eat these things? This is a biscuit for you." The little boy took the biscuit, expressed his gratitude, and fled away. "Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. Beautiful big sister. Please give me something to eat. I'm hungry. Beautiful big sister. You are a good person. I beg you. Please give me something to eat. I'm hungry." Seeing Zhang Xian so kind, the kids quickly surrounded Zhang Xian, pleading miserably. Zhang Xian was perplexed, but finally took out all the snacks on her body and gave it to the kids. All the other women were also compassionate, taking out all the snacks that they had carried and gave it to the kids. They also gave the gruels to the kids. Watching those kids eat the gruels, the women who did not suffer under the protection of Yu felt very sad. Zhang Xian looked at the kids devouring the gruel, gnashed her teeth and said, "This is an outrage. How can the leader here treat the kids like this? Does he have any humanity left in him?" Wang Fong was startled by Zhang Xian's words. She then immediately snapped at Zhang Xian. "Don't talk nonsense. Are we not in hostile territory? Do you want to die?" Zhang Xian glanced at Wang Fong and did not say anything else. She is not stupid, she was just too angry. But she was clearly aware that this is Tiger Wang's turf. Those kids in the village ate with amazing hunger. They ate the bowl of gruel cleanly and even licked the bowl. After eating, the kids immediately ran toward the outer courtyard. Outside in the courtyard, a militant carrying a Type 81 rifle kicked one of the kids to the ground, causing candies and snacks to fall all over the ground. "Small monkeys, your harvests is not bad. Biscuits, lollipops, haha. Good stuff." The militant laughed, then threatened the rest of the kids. "Take out all the good stuff, or I will beat you to death." Seeing the militant appeared, fear flashed in eyes of all the kids. Hesitating for a bit, the kids took out the candies and biscuits from their body, handing it to the militant. The former police officer, Su Ru Shui, finally could not stand it anymore. She stood up and shouted at the militant. How can there be people like you, taking the stuff from kids? Do you have no shame? The militant looked wantonly at Su Rushui, laughed out loud and said, Big cow, my business is none of your concerns. If you were willing to play with your father's gun here, I will give the stuff back to them. We can count it as payment for a prostitute. Ha ha ha. Su Rushui's trembling with anger, cursed loudly. You bastard! You're shameless! Su Rushui received a good education. She only knew these 2 sentences of cursing. The militant looked at Su Rushui and mocked her. You dare to curse at your father? Hey, you can be furious here. I will have you on father's leg, crying the next day. Translator note. He is mocking her and saying he would have her on his leg, spanking her. After saying, the militant quickly turned and left the place. Su Rushui sat back in her seat, could not help but said in anger, What kind of place is this? How can there be such scum? Chun Yao smiled dryly and said, I'm afraid they are the same as bandits. We should be in a den of thieves. Zhang Xian fearfully said, What will happen to us? In this place, not only do the kids have to go hungry, they were also bullied. Zhang Xian was so scared about the future. Also, the power here did not care about equality between men and women, ladies' first concept. From the food that was served to the women, one could see that the leader of the place did not see the women as people. Lu Wen smiled and said, Don't worry, big brother, you will find a way. Lu Wen truly believed in you. She believed that he would be able to get everyone out of this place. It's good, with Yu's protection, no matter what, she would not be harmed. Yuan Ying looked at Lu Wen with jealousy. She could see that on the way you had cared more about Lu Wen. If anything happens, the ones that would be abandoned would be those that does not have strong relations to you. The women eyed one another. Besides Ji Qingwu and Lu Wen, the rest of the women were trapped in an overwhelming gloom. Zhao Li, who was hold her son, had fear in her eyes about the future. Among the women, only Li Zhao and Wang Fong did not give the kids snacks. Looking at the suffering of the kids in the village, Zhao Li was full of worry for future of her son and herself. You bluntly ate the white-cut chicken and stir-fry dishes such as the stir-fry mollusk on that table. These common dishes in this post-apocalyptic world was extremely rare. In Leijiang City, Yu's meal consisted of luncheon meat, ham, sausage, and cooked chicken. He quickly forgot the tasted of those food. Soon after, the dishes of food was nearly empty, leaving only 3 white steamed buns in the bowl. 2 women walked in, taking all the empty dishes away, leaving only 3 white steamed buns on the table. Tiger Wang looked at Yu and smiled, then looked toward the courtyard and said, Little brother Yu, in order to celebrate our meeting, let me give you a gift. You guys come in. Tiger Wang's words had hardly faded when 6 pretty women wearing makeup enter from the courtyard. The 6 women kneel in front of Tiger Wang and Lu Chun, massaging their feet. Wang Shuang looked at the 6 women massaging the feet of Tiger Wang and Lei Chun, his eyes flashing a touch of disbelief. The 6 women looks quite pretty, and temperament was quite good. In the past, countless men would be courting them, but now they were kneeling in front of Tiger Wang and Lei Chun while massaging their feet. Wang Shuang could not quite believe this. Tiger Wang looked at Yu, chuckled and said, Little brother Yu, out of these women, which one do you fancy? These women do have much use, but are good at warming the bed. Yu looked at the 6 women kneeling in front of Tiger Wang. He saw that even though they were beautiful, their faces had a look of numbness. Their eyes were without spirit, as if they did not have any hope left, looking like a zombie. Chapter 59. Tiger Wang's Ambition. Yu towards Tiger Wang said, You should not covet your friend's wife. Boss Tiger, these women are all yours. How can I take your women? Tiger Wang smiled towards Yu, and then kicked the women kneeling at his feet as if kicking a dog and said, I know that these women are not as beautiful as the women that you have brought along, but these women are very obedient. Wang Lan, go and properly serve you. Today he is your master. If you do not serve little brother Yu comfortably, you will be put inside the henhouse. The woman wearing the uniform, Wang Lan, quickly crawled in front of Yu. She then lowered her head and kissed Yu's boots. Yu frowned and pulled his feet back. He was not accustomed to being served such way. Wang Lan's face turned ashen as Yu pulled his feet away. She then turned and looked at Tiger Wang. The hen house in Always Bright Village is a place of prostitution. The women in the hen house have to serve all the armed militants. Not only that, the women in the hen house are only allowed to eat soup water and gruel. If serving Tiger Wang is like living a life of humiliation, then living in the hen house is like living a life not any better than death. At least when serving Tiger Wang, there would be enough to eat. Tiger Wang's face had become sullen, with coldness in his eyes, fiercely looking at Wang Lan. He was courteous to you because of Yu's strength, but he is merciless to a disobedient woman. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, master. Please, let me serve you. I'll do anything as long as you say, I can satisfy all your needs. I beg you, let me serve you. Wang Lan was very scared from Tiger Wang's stare. She knelt at Yu's feet, firmly holding his leg, with her soft breasts rubbing Yu's calf, while crying and begging. Tiger Wang, seeing Wang Lan holding Yu's leg, his complexion grew solemn, and coldly said, Come, take this woman out. 2 militants holding Type 79 submachine guns soon arrived, looking at Wang Lang with greedy eyes. They then reached out toward Wang Lan and grabbed her. The most beautiful women were divided among Tiger Wang, Lei Chun, Chun Yen, and Zhang Xiang. The women in the hen house were average-looking. A beauty like Wang Lan were rare. Even if there were several in that harsh environment and tortured, they no longer that their look and human emotion. Wang Lan coming to the hen house would allow them to have a good time for a bit. Don't. Please. Master. I am willing to do anything. Help me, please. You can do anything you want of me. Help me. Help me. Wang Lan pleaded while hugging Yu's leg. Yu looked at Wang Lan crying and pleading him, turned to Tiger Wang and said, Wait a minute, Boss Tiger, I will accept Wang Lan. Tiger Wang's face finally brightened, then waved his hand. The 2 men with disappointed eyes retreated. Going in a circle from death to life, Wang Lan's inside was like a roller coaster. After Tiger Wang told the 2 men to back down, Wang Lan immediately knelt in front of Yu and carefully massaging his legs. Seeing you finally accepted the women, Tiger Wang smiled and started to speak to you. You and I should work together. You see, now the world has changed. It is time that we rise. The world of the past, all those idiots relied on their parents in order to secure their positions. It's a waste. What skills do they have? Just because their parents overthrew the old regime and established the new regime, they get to enjoy the luxurious and privileged life. The law is useless against these privileged individuals. They can relax, wantonly enjoying the world's most beautiful woman, the best wines, and the greatest vehicles, while we worked hard to maybe be able to buy a house. But it's different now that the world has changed. The world is in turmoil. It's our time to rise. As long as we work together, gathered survivors, and established a new regime, we can kill the zombies. After we unified the country, our future generations will be able to enjoy the endless splendor. Tiger Wang's eyes were filled with ambitions. He looked at you with his fierce eyes, while explaining his ambitions. Wang Shuang was listening while to the side. He did not think Tiger Wang would have such huge ambitions. He was also surprised for a moment. He just wanted to go to Longhai City Enclave, leaving those helpless women to the government, and looked for a few powerful teammates to help him search for his parents back home. He did not have the ambitions to establish a new regime. Those who steal are put to death, but those that steal a nation will become the aristocracy. You, the leaders of the past world. Their parents were also born commoners. The Ming Emperor was once a beggar. The Qing Nurhasai was also of slave origin. They was able to succeed while we're highly educated people with guns in possession cannot be any worse than them, even if we take 10,000 steps back. If we have failed to establish the new regime, as long as we have a huge amount of power, we can join any forces and enjoy a wealthy life. If you think about it, throughout history, when dynasty changed, those powerful governors that surrendered to the new regime, they enjoyed the endless riches. If you're a commoner, when the regime changes, you are at their mercy, taking away everything you have. Seeing that Yue was thinking, Tiger Wang continued to speak. Hearing what Tiger Wang said was reasonable, Yue remained silent, thinking about his words. Yue slowly said, Boss Tiger, have you thought if the government have not completely collapsed? With just an order from the central government, sending a battalion, then things will be far from good. He did not know where Tiger Wang got these dozens of Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine gun to arm his men. But they had no formal training, and were just a bunch of rabbles. If the Real army moved in, they can easily destroy this bunch of rabbles. Yue's had been strengthened by the magical system of the god, with extraordinary combat abilities, also dared not say that he would win against a company of People's Liberation Army soldiers. Even a rocket launcher can kill him. Chapter 60. The Youthful Girl, Guo Yu. Tiger Wang laughed out loud, then said, "Ha, little brother Yu, you have no idea. I reckoned that the central government has fallen. If they had not fallen, they would have released a notice of stability to reassure the public. It has been more than half a month since Longhai City had broadcast a notice of the survival enclave to reassure the public, but there have not been any notice from the central government. They have all most likely became zombies." Tiger Wang suddenly offered a promise. "You, if you come help me, you will be the fifth master of our always bright village. You will only be below me, Zhang Xiang, Lei Zhen, and Chen Yan. The next time we go out to find survivors, I'll let you pick the 3 most beautiful women." He was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Boss Tiger, I'm sorry. I have to make a trip to Nanning, my parents are there. I must go and find them. I'm afraid I can't help you." A cold light flashed in Tiger Wang's eyes, his legs shaking, and was silent for a moment. Letting out a long sigh, said, "Fine, you a righteous man that value love. Each man have their own ambitions, I won't force you. But I have a request. I hope you can do me a favor before leaving." Yu's eyes narrowed, and slowly said, "Boss Tiger, please tell me." Tiger Wang smiled, his words surprising Yu. "I know a place where the military stored obsolete equipments and arsenals. I'm going to need your help. Together we will seize the arsenals." Yu thought for a moment before continuing to say, "Boss Tiger, your firepower is so fierce, yet is still unable to seize the arsenals? With Tiger Wang's firepower, as long as there are plenty of bullets, normal zombies would be easily killed. He had to ask you for help. Thus the situation would not be so simple." Tiger Wang had nothing to hide, looking directly at Yu and said, "There is nothing to hide. In the arsenal there are 4 mutated dogs. Those 4 mutated dogs are extremely ferocious. The last time we 5 brothers could not get rid of it. If I did not see your extraordinary skill this time, I would not dare have the idea of going there again. 40%. Those 4 mutated dogs, if I get rid of them, I want 40% of the firearms inside that arsenal." You thought for a while, then said. Tiger Wang frowned, then deeply said, 20%. Little brother Yu, after seizing the arsenal, the most I can give you is 20% of the arsenals. Yu, shaking his head, said, "Boss Tiger, I have to risk my life to fight those 4 mutated dogs. If careless, my brothers and I will all die under the jaws of those 4 mutated dogs. If it wasn't because of Boss Tiger being so extraordinary and heroic, I would never asked for so low." Tiger Wang stared at the mountain for a while, then looked toward the backyard and shouted, "Little Rain, come here." A skin-white, black hair failing down her shoulders like a waterfall, baby face, with voluptuous bosom, and fine facial features girl came in wearing a white dress. Seeing Little Rain came in, Lei Chun and Chen Yan had an insatiable desire in their eyes. They stared at Little Rain's large breasts, who was a minor. Little Rain came in, kneeling before Tiger Wang, Lei Chun, and Chen Yan. With her refined beauty, youthful face, and busty figure, capturing people's attention with her charm, she can be called a youthful big bosom model. Tiger Wang was also staring at Little Rain's ample chest. Even Yu could not help but stared at her several times. In modern society, with ample nourishment, the girls developed early. Lu Wen's figure among her peers is very good, but compared with Little Rain was still quite a bit inferior. The girl named Little Rain timidly looked at Tiger Wang and said, "Boss Tiger." Tiger Wang pointed to Little Rain, then toward Yu and said, "Little brother Yu, this is Guo Yu. She is the most beautiful virgin I have. Now I will give her to you. She's not below those girls that you have brought. The most important is her obedience. And you know what? She is the daughter of Leijiang City's mayor. The virgin daughter of a mayor, her value is far above the 20% of arsenals. What do you think?" Listening to Tiger Wang giving her away like some kind of gift, Guo Yu's eyes flashed with humiliation. But she did not dare show any discontent. Tiger Wang treated you with courtesy, but he would not show any mercy towards women. Guo Yu has seen Tiger Wang broke the limbs of a beautiful woman, then threw her into the henhouse. The women could not endure it and died in 2 days. But before dying, the horrors she saw would shock one's heart. There was also a woman that was thrown to the zombies while alive. Guo Yu saw the woman being eaten piece by piece while moaning in miserable agony. From then on, none of the women dared to disobey Tiger Wang. Those girls that would dared exhibit a princess syndrome and temper before Tiger Wang would only be seeking death. Yu's eyes blinked a few times, smiled and said, "Okay, we will do it your way." Tiger Wang smiled and said to Guo Yu, "Little Rain, why have you not gone to meet your new master?" Guo Yu brought an air of sweet scent towards you, then knelt in front of you. She looked at you with those bright eyes and said, "Greeting, master." Seeing Guo Yu kneeling in front of you, Lei Chan and Chen Yan's eyes were filled of envy. Each of them had 4 beautiful women in their room, but those women were not as beautiful or had a figure like Guo Yu. Such a youthful and voluptuous beauty. You truly are fortunate. Sitting beside you, Wang Shuang was staring at the tempting Guo Yu. His eyes flashed with a burning desire and muttered in a low voice. Tiger Wang watched Guo Yu kneeling in front of you, smiled and said, "Now it's getting late, little brother Yu. You have traveled far and hard. You should take a hot bath and rest." You asked, "Boss Tiger, the water is not contaminated?" Bathing was a great consumption of water. In Leijiang City, only Yu, Jiqingwu, Qiyang, and Lu Wan were able to bathe. The others were only able to wipe their body with water carefully and did not dare to take a bath. After all, they did not know if the water was contaminated. Tiger Wang looked at you and explained, "We take the water from the river. You won't have any problems as long as you boil the water for 5 minutes. If you drink the water directly, there is a chance you may be infected, and a chance you may not be infected." Guo Yu's body was slightly trembling. She knew how they were able to reach this conclusion. Tiger Wang used more than 20 people to do the experiments. One of the people who drank the water directly became infected and turned into a zombie. Tiger Wang, seeing that Yu did not have any doubt, attracted a tall, thin young man over and ordered, "Lu Shui, take little brother Yu and his companions to go rest." Lu Shui nodded and led you out. Yes. Chapter 61, Bath. After you left, Lei Chan started to express his dissatisfaction and said, "Boss Tiger, why did you give Guo Yu to him? You know that I like Guo Yu. Is this not helping an outsider?" Tiger Wang looked at Lei Chan, frowned, disappointingly said, "Lei, why did you not understand? Beside having fun with women, what other use do they have? What we are lacking are firearms. As long as we have the firearms, what women can we not get out hands on? Besides, what about all your other women? You have 7 women, yet you still aren't tired of playing around. Guo Yu is different. Those big butts of her, soft skin, and she is only 13 years old. I haven't enjoyed such high-quality girls yet." Lei Chen continued to complain. Tiger Wang frowned and shouted, "Enough, do not say any more." Lei Chen suddenly lowered his head, seething in anger, no longer speaking. Tiger Wang also loves women, and loves to enjoy them. But in his eyes, firearms has a greater value than women. He only wanted to expand his own powers and increasing his territory. Lei Chen is a trusted underling of Tiger Wang. Although a little lustful, but he can fight and is faithful. It's just that he was not very intelligent. Chen Yan's eyes blinked and asked, "Big brother Tiger, Do you really intend to give 20% of the firearms to him? Tiger Wang asked in reverse. What do you think? Chan Yen, with a face of flattery, said, I think we should make backup plans. If he is unscathed after getting rid of the 4 mutated dogs, we will agree to give him 20% of the firearms and let him go. If he is dead, heh, so much the better, we can take all his people and firearms. Ah, Big Brother Tiger, so that is what you had planned. You're brilliant. To come up with such a move. This little brother really admire you. Amazing. Tiger Wang revealed a satisfied smile. Chen Yen was his advisor. Not only was he good at flattering, his analytical capacity was also good. Tiger Wang thought highly of him. Lu Shui led Yu, Guoyu, and Wang Lan to a room on the 2nd floor of the building, while Wang Shuang and Qiyang were in a room next to them. The other members of the team were crammed into 3 rooms on the ground floors. In the eyes of Tiger Wang, women are only an outlet to satiate his lust and to entice powerful fighters. Besides that, they have no other values, consuming even more food. As for gender equality, Tiger Wang does not believe in prioritizing the women. In the room that you was staying in, there was a big jacuzzi. The jacuzzi was filled with steaming hot water. Obviously, in the past, the owner of this home was definitely a rich man. You took off his clothes, marching into the jacuzzi. As the steaming hot water surrounded his body, it gave him a soothing feeling. After you recovered from his injuries, he had been tense from being combat-ready and fleeing. After escaping Leijiang City, he has not been able to relax or taken a bath for 3 days. Leijiang City was about 400 kilometers from Longhai City. This distance, if it was in the past world, would take a day to get there. But in this post-apocalyptic world, many routes to the Longhai City were blocked by many vehicles. You drove for 3 days, but was only able to make it halfway. At the time when you was in a rare state of relaxation, the bathroom door opened, and 2 girls wrapped in a towel came in. The youthful face, Guoyu, went towards you and said, Master, we are here to attend to your bathing. You frowned and wanted to say no, but after glancing at Guoyu, somehow he could not say those words. Guoyu was wrapped in a white bath towel, in the steamy fog, her youthful face blushing red, with her snow-white skin that in addition with those rising peaks. It was too seductive to a man. This was a woman with a pure and enchanting body. As you sat in silence, the 2 women, Guoyu and Wang Lan, entered the jacuzzi. One was behind him and the other in front. Wang Lan sat behind you, hugging him with her ample bosom. She's aware that she cannot match Guoyu, so she used her boy to please you. Guoyu was sitting in front of you, her face bright red, feeling full of shame. She was a gift that Tiger Wang used to woo an expert fighter. She has not been touched by a man. Asking her to take the initiative to please a man was not something she could normally do. Hesitating for a moment, Guoyu's trembling hand reached towards you beneath the water. You, seeing Guoyu's appearance, couldn't help but shouted, Wait a minute! Guoyu was startled, turning pale. She then rushed to captured Yu's, and fearfully said, Master, this slave will make you happy, will satisfy you. Please don't kick me out. Don't push me away. Tiger Wang methods are cruel with his strict rules. Guoyu has already seen the miserable fate of those women. She did not want to become a part of those female zombies. I'm not kicking you out. You reached out, capturing Guoyu's hand, pushing it to the side, and said aloud, I have something to ask you. Guoyu let out a sigh of relief and said, Master, please ask. In this moment, Guoyu felt waves of sorrow. Before the end of the world, she was like a star, a little princess surrounded by myriad pet set collections. But now, because of a man's word, she had felt delighted and fear. You suddenly asked, What kind of past does Tiger Wang have? Do you know? Guoyu thought for a while, organized her thought and said, Boss Tiger. From the lips of Guoyu, you learned about Tiger Wang's history. In the past, Tiger Wang was one of the leaders of a gang in Leijiang City. After the end of the world, he then fled Leijiang City in a vehicle with several of his brothers. In the process of fleeing Liujiang City, Tiger Wang met the armed police force that was escorting the leaders of Leijiang City. Tiger Wang mixed in with these survivors, Seeing his chance, he led his brothers to seize the firearms from those armed police force. Amidst the fighting between the police force and zombies, he took the opportunity to kill the police force, taking the survivors and fleeing to Always Bright Village. After entering Always Bright Village, Tiger Wong aggressively searched for survivors. The men that trusted him was included in the armed force. The beautiful women were picked by him and brothers for pleasure. Those that displeased Tiger Wong were thrown into the henhouse for the other militants to enjoy. If those militants accomplished great merits, Tiger Wong would give them a beautiful woman as private property. The militants' meals were also the best, so the armed forces were composed of Tiger Wong's most loyal militants. Chapter 62. Conversation in the Night. Lei Chun was Tiger Wong #1 henchman that was notorious in Leijiang City. He is Tiger Wong trusted henchman and still following Tiger Wong. Zhang Xiang and Chen Yan were the talented people that Tiger Wong recruited among the survivors. Zhang Xiang was a gang leader of 5 or 6 men when he was recruited by Tiger Wong. The Chun Si that blocked Yu's way on the road junction is the cousin of Chen Yan. When Chen Yan was recruited by Tiger Wong, he also had 7 or 8 men under him. Tiger Wong doesn't mind talking about his past, so that is why Guiyu dared to talk about his past. Guiyu was captured by Tiger Wong after he seized the power from the police force. Among the women survivors, those that Tiger Wong were interested in, Guiyu was the only one that he had not touched yet. If you did not appear, Tiger Wong would use Guiyu to entice some other powerful fighter. In addition to Guiyu, Tiger Wong also had several other beautiful virgin girls. These girls were the one he kept to entice powerful masters. Tiger Wong had enjoyed enough virgins. However, he preferred mature women that know how to serve rather than virgins that know nothing. This bandit leader is really insightful. Yu's hands was kneading the plump and elastic pair of breasts, while quietly thinking. Translator. The author put Yu2 which is Jade Rabbit. I'm not familiar with this. I'm pretty sure he means breast. Anyone familiar with this euphemism? Seems like Yu is a man after all. Lol. As Guiyu was explaining Tiger Wong's history, she was unconsciously surrounded by Yu's arms, allowing this man to touch her. Yu is only an ordinary man. He also likes beautiful women. However, after the end of the world, he had to restrain his desired. He did not touch the girls because of moral constraints and because he had to protect them. Guiyu was youthful, beautiful, charming, and was given to him by Tiger Wong. Guiyu also did not show any objection, so he did not restrict his own desires. Yu, what are you doing? At the moment when Yu was about to kiss Guiyu's lips, a petite figure came rushing towards Yu and shouted angrily. Translator note. LL, he got cock-block. Poor guy. Yu looked up and found that the petite figure is Lu Wan. Seeing Lu Wan, Yu unconsciously felt a sense of panic. However, his face was unchanged, and slowly said, Why did you come in? Lu Wan seeing that Yu was embracing Guiyu in the jacuzzi. She was jealous, angry, and frustrated. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, as if a wife that just caught her husband cheating on her. Her eyes red, with tears in her eyes as if to see a husband who cheated on his wife, shouted loudly, You, how are worthy of me when you do this? Yu calmly said, Wan, you go outside and wait for me. I need to talk to you. Lu Wan, after hearing Yu's words, left the room in anger. Master, she is your girlfriend? Guiyu looked at Lu Wan, her eyes flashing a hint of hatred. She hated Lu Wan because as a woman, why she have to give up her dignity to serve a man, and had to work together with another woman to do such shameless things. While Lu Wan was like a princess, losing her temper like a little kid. Yu smiled and sighed. I don't know. You had always treated Lu Wan like a sister. In Leijiang City, Lu Wan had confessed to him, so he had started to look at her as a woman. Even now, he did not know whether he loves her or not. At the time of when they traveled to Longhai City, Yu did not have time to think about those things. In no mood to continue playing with Guiyu, Yu washed his body and left the room. Lu Wan sat angrily on the bed. Once she saw that Yu was coming, she immediately turned her head to the side. She was too angry. Yu sat across from Lu Wan, with Guiyu and Wang Lan standing behind him. Yu looked at Lu Wan, eyes full of love. Wan, You know I always look upon you as a sister. Even now, I love you as my sister. As a brother to his sister, I will always take care of you. As the words came, you began to relax. After listening to Yu's words, Lu Wen's angry face began to change. She threw herself into Yu's arm while crying and said, "Big brother Yu, I don't want to be your sister. I want to be your girl. I know that was wrong. I will not get angry and jealous at you again, nor oppose your contact with other women. Big brother Yu, you can't abandon me, now that I have only one person I can rely on. If you don't want me, I don't know what to live for." The world has changed. Lu Wen has seen how cruel and frightful the world that can be. Especially after arriving at Always Bright Village, the cruelty in this post-apocalyptic world has been laid bare to her. Without Yu's protection, she did not know how she would survive in this cruel world. Yu, seeing that Lu Wen was crying so much in his arms, his heart began to soften, and gently patted her on the back. All right, I will not abandon you, Wen. I just want to love you as a sister, and I am not as great as you think. I'm just an ordinary man, not worthy of your love." Seeing Yu comfort Lu Wen, Guiyu and Wang Lan's eyes were full of envy. Lu Wen is an important person to him, which is why he would carefully explain to her. Guiyu, on the other hand, he was attracted by her beauty, and had no special feelings or concerns about each other's thoughts. In this Always Bright Village, Tiger Wang and his men does not see women as people. They just see them as a tool to get relief. Zhang Xiang was more perverted. He likes to torture women and train them like an animal. All the women are afraid of falling into the hands of Zhang Xiang. In this post-apocalyptic world, to be protected and respected by a strong man like you is a kind of happiness. Lu Wen, with a pair of watery eyes, looked at Yu and boldly said, "But I don't want to be your sister. I really don't want to. Big brother Yu, I love you, I love you. I want you to be my man. Except for you, no one else will do." Before the end of the world, Lu Wen was a very bold and enthusiastic girl, daring to always say wild things. In this post-apocalyptic, without her parents' control, she feared for the future, and was more emboldened at this moment. Of course, in the past, even though she likes you, she would not be so bold and enthusiastic to confess to him. You held Lu Wen, remembering when Lu Wen took care of him when he was seriously injured. His heart softened, and softly said, all right. From today on, you are my girlfriend." Just after you said this, a valiant and handsome figure flashed in his mind. Lu Wen stopped crying while holding you, laughed and said, Hey, big brother Yu, that's what you said. From now on, I am genuinely your girlfriend. No matter how many women you have, they have to call me big sister. Chapter 63, Whipping. After finished speaking, Lu Wen also took a look at Guiyu. Lu Wen was also a beauty. Her figure was fuller than girls her age. However, compared to Guiyu, she was still a bit lacking. Guiyu's skin is white and youthful, her bosom very full, and had a lovely baby face. Truly an example of a youthful virgin. Seeing Guiyu, it put a lot of pressure on Lu Wen. Wang Lan was ignored by Lu Wen. She intuitively felt Wang Lan was not her rival, and so was not a threat to her at all. Sensing that Lu Wen was looking at her, Guiyu lowered her head. In these last dozens of days of experiences had made her mature. In the past, she would definitely glared back at Lu Wen and give Lu Wen a good look. Now she can only lower her head to avoid aggravating Lu Wen. Currently, she is no longer the mayor's daughter, but a woman with a fate where she can't even control her own body. She was now a pitiful woman, just like some commodity that can given away. You patted Lu Wen on the back, comforting her, and said, "Good, they will listen to you." Lu Wen finally stopped crying, smiling toward the Yu, and like a spoiled child, said, "I want to sleep in here tonight." Yu was hold Lu Wen, smiled and said, "Okay." Lu Wen was contented sleeping next to Yu, while Guiyu slept on Yu's right side. Wang Lan was curled up at the corner of the big bed. The next day, Yu and his party went to the dining hall. Breakfast was boxed milk, hot white steamed buns, and pork sausages. Chun Yao and the girls only got the gruels with wild vegetables. Looking at the gruels, all the girls were nauseous. Even though they were hungry all night, they still didn't want to eat that disgusting gruel. At the table, Tiger Wong looked at you, laughed and said, "Little brother Yu, last night was fun, right? Ha ha." You said with smile, "Thanks to Boss Tiger's generosity yesterday, I did sleep well. Last night, even though you did not do anything with the 3 women, but holding Lu Wan and Guo Yu while sleeping all night, it was not bad." While eating, Zhang Xiang looked at you with poisonous eyes, then lowered his head to eat the steamed buns and pork sausages. Lei Chen looked at you with jealousy and hate. He wanted to enjoy Guo Yu for a long time, but had not succeeded. Now that you had enjoyed it first, he was filled jealousy and hate for you. Chan Yen carefully looked at you, eyes flashing, with his thoughts unknown. You looked at Tiger Wong and said, "Boss Tiger, are we going to the arsenal today?" Seeing you so energetic, Tiger Wong couldn't help but pause a moment before saying, "No rush. Our brothers had just went out and performed the tasks. They are too tired and need to rest for 2 days. 2 days after, we will set off to the arsenal. These 2 days you should take your time and relax here. After the militants go out to perform the task, they will relax for 2 days. This is a rule that was set in Always Bright Village. In the outside world, there is constant danger of dying. Tiger Wong's men have the Type 81 rifle and Type 79 submachine guns to deal with ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies are not a problem, but if it was S1 zombies, they would be killed. Under the tremendous pressure of dying any time, if they are not allowed to relax, those militants would revolt. In fact, among the survivors that Tiger Wong gathered, many had committed suicide because of the bleak future. You nodded, then stood up and went outside. Saying that you stood up, Tiger Wong said, "Little brother Yu, since you don't want to join us, starting from today you must use your own supplies for food and drink. We cannot treat you like today. Every bit of supplies in this post-apocalyptic world is hard to come by. Yu's group has more than 10 people. Even just eating the gruels, they would eat a lot." Tiger Wong naturally was reluctant to let you freeload off of him. "I understand, Boss Tiger." You, after finishing the sentence, along with Qiyong and Wang Shuang, left the dining hall. He had a Dongfeng truck full of supplies. If provisioned carefully, it was not a problem for more than a dozen people to eat over half a month. After leaving the dining hall, you saw the women around the big pot of gruel. None of them were eating it. Guo Yu and Wang Lan, as Tiger Wong's women, did not have to worry about food and clothing. Even they could not eat that rancid gruel. Zhang Exine walked toward you with a bitter face and said, "You, we should leave immediately. This place is not a place for people to stay." Wang Fong also looked at you anxiously and asked, "Yes, you, how long do we have to stay here?" The environment here was suffocating the women. More than 10 women crowded into a small room, and their food was worse than dog food before the end of the world. Chun Yao's previously had a pet dog. The dog food that her dog ate was better than the rancid gruel. You, in a deep voice, said, 3 days, we would have to stay here for at least 3 days. You was able to get many firearms from searching the police station, but he did not have a lot of ammunitions. He carefully hoarded up ammunitions and did not want to use it so casually. If he was able to find an arsenal, he could have enough bullets to improve his shooting skills. If he was able to master more combat skills, it would be easier to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Exine's complexion changed greatly and said, 3 days, you can't get us out of here right now? I don't want to stay in this damn place even a minute more. The other women also looked at you. They wanted to get out of this place. You frowned, looking over at Guo Yu and Wang Lan on one side. He didn't think that Zhang Exine would be so stupid as to ask these questions in front of unknown people. Zhang Exine did not truly experience the end of the world, and was rather naive. Subtlety was not her forte, so she wasn't guarded against Guo Yu and Wang Lan. I can take you out of here. Yu's words made the girls happy, and then his next words crushed their hopes. However, beside me, Qiyong, Ji Qingwu, Chun Yao, and Lu Wan, even half of you surviving is amazing. At this moment, a pleading voice came from the gate. Don't beat me. Don't beat me. I'm pleading you. Don't beat me. Attracted by the sound, Yu and his party walked out. Outside, Chun Si was holding a whip. He was whipping a woman that was curled up into a ball holding her face while on the ground. Surrounding Chun Si was 6 or 7 militants and 7 or 8 hungry-looking men. Chapter 64. Steamed Bun. Tiger had guns but not much ammo. The gunmen he selected were all able-bodied men that dared to fight zombies. Among the survivors, there were also some men who didn't dare fight. They were only good for digging up wild vegetables and grass to eat. They were of the lowest social status. Yue Zhong saw a woman on the ground who had been whipped. He wrinkled his brows and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ah, Yue Zhong." Chun Si gave her a whipping. He laughed and said to Yue Zhong as he walked up, "It's no big deal. This dirty whore, her hands have been dirted. She stole a steamed bun to eat. She was caught red-handed and dragged out to receive punishment. Let these guys see what happens." At that time, the girl curled up on the floor receiving the whip was endlessly begging on the floor with an extremely piercing sound. The women at Yue Zhong's side couldn't bear it. Guoyu and Wang Lan looked at the girl curled up on the ground. Dread flashed in their eyes. They didn't want to become that type of pitiful person. Zhang Xian standing by Yue Zhong's side couldn't help but blurt out, "It was only a steam bun? Do you have to go this far?" Chun Si's eyebrow raised up. He irately said to Zhang Xian, "Us men are speaking, you women dare interrupt? Looking to get whipped." Chun Si had a heavy murderous aura. Zhang Xian was frightened by him, retreating back a couple of steps, not daring to say anything else. Chun Si looked at Yue Zhong and imparted some teaching on women. "Yue Zhong, you have amazing skill, but you are still lacking skill in the training women. Right now, what are the ways of the world? Women need to be beaten to make them honest and docile. We are on the outside fighting to death seeking food to raise them. They fret about at home all worried. Among Daddy's women, there is one who was a venture capitalist. She was unwilling with Daddy at the time, always complaining, and being insolent. After getting beaten several times, she is like a trained dog, licking Daddy's feet." TL, yes. Chun Si actually refers to himself in the third person. Guys who think they are BA in China refer to themselves as, which literally means father/daddy, but they use it arrogantly to mean something like, "I'm the man." Listening to Chun Si's advice on women to Yue Zhong, in addition to the women standing at his side, Ji Qinggu, Chun Yao, and Lu Wen's faces all became extremely ugly. Among this team, Yue Zhong's military force was superior. Qiyang was also Yue Zhong's diehard follower. He really wanted to change Chun Si's appearance. TL? For the worse. Hardly any women were able to resist his violation. In the final age of this crumbling world's order, they really didn't know how Yue Zhong would react. These women continuously received Yue Zhong's support at the end of this world, although they all knew that the world changed requiring strong people providing safety. But they never thought the outside world would become this dreadful. The deep darkness hiding in some men's hearts unexpectedly exploded forth with the end of the world's arrival. Ji Qinggu and Chun Yao had only fought alongside Yue Zhong's side. They never expected beforehand they would run across these mad thugs on the way to Leijiang City. They knew several people's minds started to warp into madness in some parts of the world. Yue Zhong's silence didn't interrupt Chun Si's interests. Carry her into the hen house. TL? Hen house. AKA brothel. Right. Send her to the hen house. The gunman was tired of beating her, finally stopping his hand. The gunmen to the side gathered her. The women in Always Bright Village were split into 5 types. The first type were the most young and beautiful women. They were divided up among the 4 chiefs strictly for their personal enjoyment. The second type were the women shared among all of the gunmen. Tiger also awarded women to gunmen for great service. These women were those gunmen's private property. Not even the head boss could use them. The third type were the women in Always Bright Village who searched for vegetables, caught fish, raised chickens, and raised pigs. These women were able to receive moldy food to stay alive. The gunmen weren't able to lightly handle these women. The fourth type were the wives of the Always Bright villagers. Tiger also didn't let the gunmen mess with these women as they pleased. But Always Bright villagers also had to contribute to the daily vegetables and grass tax. The fifth type were the henhouse women. All of the gunmen were able to do as they pleased with them, and their status was the lowest. At this time, an approximately 30-plus-year-old man rushed into the group. He knelt before the gunman, unceasingly bowing his head before the crowd. Please no! Please no! Uncles! I'm begging your approval. I don't want to send my wife to the henhouse. I'm kneeling and begging before you. She really is starving. I'm begging you all please release my wife. Chun Si's eyes flashed a light. He walked into the crowd. He kicked the 30-plus-year-old vegetable picker onto the ground, coldly saying, For thieves, women get sent to the henhouse. Men get their hands cut off and thrown outside the village. This is the rule Big Brother Tiger established. There aren't any exceptions to the rules. To go, even if you bow your head, there's no use. Tien. He is called to go, which also means big dog. I think it is his name and not a title, but calling a person a dog in China is also an insult. To go crawled on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head before Chun Si until his head started to leak blood. He painfully implored, Brother Si, Grandpa Si, I'm begging you, give your approval. Don't send my wife to the henhouse. I guarantee she didn't dare. She wouldn't dare again. I'm begging you. Chun Si immediately took his 81 rifle and put it to De Go's head. He evilly said, Scram, or die. The woman curled up on the ground weakly spoke, Go. Quickly leave. All of the gunmen in Always Bright Village were malicious. Not only did they dare to fight zombies, but they also didn't hesitate to kill people. All of the thorns in the side of Always Bright Village were shot on the spot by the gunmen. De Go kneeled on the ground, wailing, Ah-ing. I'm sorry. Ah-ing. Chun Si coldly said, Drag her away. Two gunmen soon after obscenely smiled towards the crumpled-up woman on the ground and walked over. This cold sight made the brought forth chilliness and sympathy from the women's hearts. They were fools like flowers in a greenhouse experiencing for the first time this world's cruelty and terror. Ji Qingwu's face changed color. A cold light flashed. Her fists tightened. She couldn't help but to take a step forward. Yue Zhong also took a step forward, stopped Ji Qingwu's body and opened his mouth. Slowly, Chun Si turned his eye upon Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, this is a Always Bright Village interior matter. You want to interfere. The 7 gunmen surrounding Chun Si all placed their hand on their guns. They glared at him like a tiger watching its prey. 6 gunmen also gathered at the rear of Yue Zhong. They took a couple steps back and looked upon Yue Zhong like a big enemy. Yue Zhong's bravery had already been spread around. These gunmen were all afraid of Yue Zhong. However, they still maintained self-control and didn't point their guns at Yue Zhong. The women at Yue Zhong's side were all extremely scared. If both sides clashed, they were afraid few people would survive. Chapter 65. De Guzi. Yue Zhong waved his hand. He threw a Type 54 gun containing 6 bullets to Chun Si. My meaning wasn't to interfere with your Always Bright Village matters. I only want to do a business transaction with you. I'll buy her. Is this enough? Chun Si grabbed the 54 Type pistol happily. He waved his hand. Yes, yes. Release her. The power of Tiger wasn't lacking, but there were few guns and ammunition. Their entire amount of guns they had didn't even number to 50. A Type 54 pistol was worth a substantial amount. Trading it for a useless woman was a rare opportunity. Possessing this 54 pistol, Chun Si had enough to hand over to Tiger, and it was enough to attain some material rewards. The 2 gunmen soon after relaxed their hands and let go of that pitiful woman. Ingzi! Ingzi! De Guzi ran over to that woman named Ingzi crying out tears. Chun Si walked over in front of Yue Zhong and smiled saying, Yue Zhong, our henhouse still has dozens of women. Do you want? I'll give 2 women to you for a 54 pistol, for women for a 79 submachine gun. I'll trade a woman for 20 54 pistol bullets, or 40 submachine gun bullets. What do you think? In Always Bright Village, beautiful women had a little bit of worth, but ordinary women didn't carry much value. Yue Zhong directly refused, saying, No! From this situation, Yue Zhong ascertained ammunition was limited. He couldn't give that precious military force and use for other related people. Chun Shi smiled and walked towards the hen house. Go stroll around the village. I'm going to relax. This isn't a government-assembled place. Please control your impulses, otherwise many people could get killed. The people close to you also could get killed because of your impulses. Yue Zhong walked over to Ji Qingwu's side, dropped his head and whispered into her ear. A whiff of Ji Qingwu's scent entered into his nose. Yao looked at Yue Zhong and grinded her teeth. I know. Deguzi grabbed his wife and kneeled down in front of Yue Zhong. Ingzi, come bow down before this man. He saved you. Deguzi's age, although about a generation older than Yue Zhong, in this time whoever has ability is the big brother. Deguzi called all the gunmen in Always Bright Village older brother, as not to offend anyone. Ingzi kneeled before Yue Zhong, eagerly bowing her head. Thank you, big brother Yu. The hen house was the hell of Always Bright Village. Almost every day a woman couldn't bear the torment and died. That wasn't a place people could stay. Ingzi sincerely appreciated Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong casted an eye at Ingzi. She was approximately 30+ years old. Her body was ordinary with an average appearance. Her complexion was somewhat yellow, just an ordinary village woman. Yue Zhong said, Get up. Deguzi helped Ingzi stand up. Yue Zhong withdrew a biscuit from his pocket and gave it to Deguzi. How about you take me around the village? Deguzi received the biscuit. His face smiled from end to end, continuously expressing thanks. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. I'm familiar with Always Bright Village. I'll certainly take you around. Taking that biscuit and adding a little water to make a paste, then mixing in some vegetables would be enough for Deguzi to feed his family for 2 days. At this time Lu Wen came by, grabbed Yue Zhong's clothes and said, Big brother Yue Zhong, my tummy is hungry. We should eat then walk around. That maize gruel of wild herbs isn't something people eat. Lu Wen and the women hadn't eaten anything. They were already hungry enough for 2 whole meals. Yue Zhong said, Okay. Deguzi, wait a moment. Meet me at the public square later. Deguzi repeatedly nodded, and helped his wife go home. Understood. Big brother Yu. On the Always Bright Village streets, everyone was watching Yue Zhong's party. They were measuring up these new residents to Always Bright Village. Zhang Xian and the women generously gave their food to the children of Always Bright Village yesterday. Quickly a crowd of children crowded behind the women and yelled, Beautiful big sisters, I'm begging you give us something to eat. We're hungry. Zhang Xian courteously said, I have none. I don't have anything to eat on me. I really have nothing. How could these village children believe that? They surrounded Zhang Xian and Lu Wen begging without end. Beautiful big sisters, please give us something to eat. We're hungry. Seeing these children, Yue Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. Qiyang, standing by Yue Zhong's side, pulled out his .54 pistol and pointed it at the children, coldly saying, Scram! Seeing Qiyang being fierce like this, pulling out his pistol, these Always Bright Village children scattered with fear. They weren't afraid of the generous women, but they were afraid of these ruthless gunmen without limit. Seeing these children disperse, Zhang Xian's heart relaxed. She looked at Qiyang and raised an eyebrow. Qiyang, why did you do that? They are all little children. Frightening them is okay, but why did you have to bring out the gun? Yue Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. He walked forward and slapped Zhang Xian across the face. Zhang Xian felt cheated by Yue Zhong's attack. She scrunched up her pretty face and said in disbelief, You hit me. You unexpectedly hit me. Correct. I hit you. If not for your kindness bullshit, we wouldn't be bothered by those children. You generously gave our things to other people just like that. I didn't tell you to do that. But Qiyang helped you out of this situation, and you said things to him you shouldn't say. Please watch your mouth. Next time I hear you speak like this to my brother, I'll ask you to leave our group. Yue Zhong stared at Zhang Xian, rattling off his words. Qiyang helped with good intentions. Zhang Xing still spoke indiscriminate remarks. He couldn't stand by. Words can also hurt people, and sometimes words can cut deeper than a knife. Yue Zhong was committed to complete his promise of escorting these girls to Longhai City's survivor camp. He could have gone earlier with Qiyang, Lu Wen, and Wang Shuang to rush to Nanning to seek his family. Out of the goodness of his heart he was helping, yet still getting scolded. Yue Zhong didn't have that kind of holy disposition. Zhang Xian's eyes turned red. She bowed her head and tears flowed out. Although she couldn't compare with the beautiful Yuan Ying and Chen Yao, she still had a better-than-average face. In college quite a few men pursued her, but this was the first time she had ever endured being hit by a man. Without paying attention to the crying Zhang Xian, Yue Zhong walked over to the Dongfeng truck. Wang Shuang, Qiyang, Lu Wen, Guiyu, and Wang Lan followed closely behind Yue Zhong. Chapter 66. Survivor Instinct. The other women also followed behind Yue Zhong, Ji Qinggu, and Qiyang. Seeing Always Bright Village's situation, these women started to really understand this world's savageness, as well as the rarity of people like Yue Zhong. Zhang Li was the only woman who stayed behind and walked over to Zhang Xian's side saying, "Zhang Xian, Yue Zhong and them are already not bad. They have already been good to us. Don't nitpick like this later on. I know what you said wasn't wrong. But the present is different from the past. Order has already collapsed. Zombies are everywhere. Look, no one here has enough to eat. They kill someone over a steamed bun. Yue Zhong and Qiyang risk their lives searching for goods so that we won't be hungry for a day. You aren't satisfied and complain, saying it's not enough. Think about it." Finished speaking, Zhang Li also headed towards Yue Zhong's direction. She didn't feel the least bit safe away from Yue Zhong's side in this village. "Wait for me." Zhang Xian saw she was the only one left behind. Her heart became dreadful. Not daring to stay there and cry, she hastily chased them. Yue Zhong's goods were placed in the Dongfeng truck. No one dared mess with it. If anyone robbed the truck and Tiger discovered, it would be their end. They'd be fed to zombies. Tiger did things in a big way. On the sides of the Dongfeng truck he stationed 2 gunmen. Seeing Yue Zhong's people came to get supplies, these gunmen didn't obstruct. Entering the truck, all the women grabbed the bread and boxed milk and wolfed it down. Guiyu also grabbed bread and a box of milk and ate in small bites. This is the best breakfast she had eaten in Always Bright Village. On account of Tiger's restrictions, Guiyu and Wang Lan could eat until they were full, but the majority of what they ate was steamed buns and wild vegetables. There wasn't any of the things they wanted to eat. Only Tiger's women were able to occasionally taste meat dishes. As far as milk, that was a luxury good. Only the 4 big chiefs and a few leaders could drink it. The women couldn't partake. Guiyu in one bite ate bread, and another drank milk. Her heart brimmed with satisfaction. "I never thought bread and a box of cancer-causing milk could make me this satisfied," Guiyu thought with sorrow in her heart. TL. China has a reputation for bad milk products in general. There's even a large market for foreign baby milk because they don't trust local producers. https://n wikipedia.org/wiki/2008_Chinese_milk_scandal. Before the end of the world, Guiyu wouldn't even glance at this trash bread. She absolutely wouldn't drink anything but imported organic milk. Right now bread and a box of milk made her feel extremely satisfied. She could only lament the environment was able to change mankind. Guiyu ate bread and drank milk and measured up Yue Zhong at the same time. "I need to take advantage of this man and put him firmly in my hands." Guiyu was extremely afraid of once again falling back into the hands of the 4 chiefs of Always Bright Village. She needed to find a strong person to rely on and find shelter. Yue Zhong was able to grab Tiger's attention, and he also had the skill to find so much food. Obviously Yue Zhong was her ideal strong man. As far as love, she saw a beautiful woman thrown to the zombies to die by Tiger. When that beautiful woman's husband was begging for shelter before Tiger, Guiyu already gave up on expecting love. The situation had changed mankind. The originally innocent, and only sometimes rebellious and bold Guiyu started having schemes. Yue Zhong took inventory of the goods on the Dongfeng truck. Shortly after finishing, he said to the women, "Starting today, we need to implement a food distribution system. You can't eat as you please like in the past." On the road, due to the supplies being sufficient, Yue Zhong didn't restrict the women's food and drink supplies. This was the first time implementing rations. The women's hearts had some conflict and doubt, But Yue Zhong just finished reprimanding Zhang Xian. The other women didn't dare disobey Yue Zhong and became silent. Just at that time, Ji Qinggu opened her mouth and asked, "Why?" Among the women, only Ji Qinggu, Lu Wan, and Chen Yao were able to speak equally with Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong explained, "We've used up a lot of supplies on the road, yet we haven't searched for any supplies. Right now, we have to give Tiger half of our supplies. The shortest time we will stay at Always Bright Village is 3 days. After leaving Always Bright Village, we still have to reach Longhai City without knowing how it will take. And we also don't know what will happen on the road. I want sufficient supplies to respond to events that could occur." Yue Zhong knew Ji Qinggu was also helping the other women ask. For that reason, he answered extremely clearly. 2 Dongfeng trucks have a lot of supplies and Tiger wanted to take one. Yue Zhong and the rest would be left with one. Their party had more than 10 people. If they didn't have food rations and still let everyone pig out, he was afraid the supplies wouldn't last long. Receiving Yue Zhong's explanation, their hearts slowly relaxed. Several supplies were also hiding in Yue Zhong's storage ring, but that was his emergency stash. He would only use it as a last resort. Yue Zhong said, "From today, during our stay in Always Bright Village, we will cook food. The fighting force will receive 3 bowls of rice each meal, 2 slices of lunch meat, and a piece of ham sausage. The labor force will receive 2 bowls of rice each meal and half a piece of ham sausage. The non-laborers will receive 1 bowl of rice each meal." On the Dongfeng truck, they arranged several pouches of rice and used the rice cooker to measure out an amount that would be enough to eat similar to the packaged food. This time Ji Qinggu didn't speak again. She knew the current situation wasn't very good. If there was no leftover food to respond to dire situations, as soon as a situation occurred there would be trouble. For instance, if they had to stay in Always Bright Village without any supplies stored up, the consequences would be unbearable. Ji Qinggu didn't voice any opposition, and the other women didn't dare say anything. That's how this matter went down. Quickly de Guzi came to the public square. Seeing the group eating bread and drinking milk, he choked down his saliva. He extremely respectfully said, "Brother Yu, I'm here." Yue Zhong casually threw his bread package and milk box into the trash can and said, "Okay, let's go." De Guzi tenaciously started at the black trash back at Yue Zhong's side. He said to Yue Zhong, "Big brother Yu, can you give this to me?" "Okay, but what are you going to do with it?" Yue Zhong gave the trash bag to de Guzi and asked him, not understanding. The other women also strangely looked over at de Guzi. De Guzi's face proudly showed his survival instinct. Those packages still have some crumbs in them. The milk boxes can be cut open and could still have milk remaining. Hearing de Guzi's words, these women all had a burst of sadness. Yue Zhong curiously asked, "De Guzi, aren't you in a farm village? How are you lacking food?" Chapter 67, Entangled. In the city, ordinary families have several days or even 10 days worth of food storage. Always Bright Village is a rural village. They should have stockpiled even more. Yue Zhong had heard the villages around them. The families normally saved a full year of supplies. De Guzi bitterly laughed. "Our village does agricultural tourism, specializing in hosting outside travelers. In the village, there are some privately raised pigs, chicken, and fish. However, every family had a little saved. The day the whole world suddenly spawned zombies, they bit several people. Everyone either fled or went into hiding. Later on, Big Brother Tiger and the rest came. They cleared out village zombies, but the provisions, pigs, and chickens of the village were all snatched away by them. When we ran, no one carried much food. There was no method to do so. We are only able to dig up some vegetables and grass to live a meager existence." Yue Zhong pointed at the surrounding farmland. "Why not seed there? You only need to plant a few seeds. After a couple months, you can collect some food." There were only women and children searching for vegetables on the fields outside the village. There weren't any people cultivating the land. Continuing on like this was out of the question. Only relying on reserves, even if they have a mountain stored up, eventually they will starve. If there wasn't anyone assigned to plowing, just the food problem was enough to make people have an endless headache. De Guzi bitterly laughed. Big Brother Tiger bought seeds from the nearby supplier, but those seeds were planted a while ago. They've yet to germinate. Yue Zhong's heart sank. If there was no way to resolve the issue of planting seeds, then mankind's future plight will become more and more difficult. There are many food and supplies scattered all around, but every time they are used there's less. Furthermore, after a while the food will start to mold, and the amount of edible food will become even less. Yue Zhong threw out the doubting thoughts in his mind, going towards the other places in the village. In that village, except for the gunmen, everyone looked famished without light in their eyes, the same as a walking corpse. Their eyes couldn't see a thread of hope. Several men and women, both young and old, searched for vegetables and grass they could use. The group of children that bothered Zhang Xian were all running around the field searching for edible food. The end of the world already took those originally innocent, lively, carefree, and anxiety-free children and tempered them into early maturity. They all started to struggle for survival. The zombies surrounding Always Bright Village had already all been cleared out by Big Brother Tiger. Because of this, the villagers were able to seek food outside the village. Here are 2 steamed buns. You and your wife accompany me for 1 day. These 2 steamed buns are yours. Passing a corner, there came a wretched voice. Yue Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. Looking inside a brick building, a short and small gunman with an 81 rifle held 2 large white steamed buns and smiled lewdly at 2 women. The older woman's age was over 30. She had a full figure, beautiful appearance, and was wearing a white blouse with jeans, looking extremely classy. The younger girl looked only 11 or 12. Her large eyes looked at the gunman brimming with dread. At the same time, her eyes frequently glanced at the 2 large steamed buns. She was already hungry for several days, really wanting to eat one. In the past she didn't even look at steamed buns. That well-mannered, beautiful young woman, with silver teeth hiding fangs, implored, "Older brother Su, I'll accompany you. I beg you, release Shanshan. She's still young." TL? They used a phrase, here, and I can't find what it means. It literally means silver teeth hide bite. I think it might mean that the young woman, although appearing innocent, could hide sly actions. Any help would be much appreciated. Gunman Su's face sank, his voice cold without compare. "Li Xian, you don't need to give me face. I'm shameless. This guy fancies your mother and daughter pair. It's your good fortune. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Piss off Daddy, and Daddy will give you 2 shots. He'll throw you in the ditch. In this world, if you 2 die, no one will stick out their neck to save you." TL, lousy, means father/dad, but he is using it to mean, I'm the man. He is not actually their father. Seeing Gunman Su's ugly, evil face, Li Xian's heart became hopeless. After her man left the village to find food, he never returned. Without a man's protection, this Su Wei, who always peeped at her body, took advantage. A crafty light flashed in Su Wei's eyes. The tone changed. "Li Xian, if your mother and daughter pair follow me, I guarantee you 2 won't go hungry so long as I have a bite to eat." Shui Wei used the carrot and the stick. Li Xian didn't have a plan. If it was before the end of the world, she could put this man in his place with just a phone call, never to receive a second glance from him. But now she was without a man and had no choice. A strange light flashed in Li Xian's eyes. She hugged her daughter with her thoughts in a whirl. There were no laws in Always Bright Village. Su Wei could kill them as he pleased, and no one would stick out their neck to help. For she herself to follow Su Wei wasn't a problem, but Li Xian didn't want to throw her own daughter into the fire pit. Su Wei looked at Li Xian and her cherished daughter Zhou Shanshan with greedy eyes. He continued to threaten, "My patience has limits." Between words, Su Wei loosened up the 81 type rifle on his back and placed it beside his food. It both relaxed and threatened Li Xian. Seeing Su Wei like this, Li Xian was even more afraid. Her silver teeth with fangs' delicate body shuddered, not knowing what to do. "Wait a moment." At this time there was a voice outside the door. Yue Zhong strode inside. Su Wei's face changed seeing Yue Zhong walk in the door. He grabbed his 81 type rifle and nervously stared at Yue Zhong. "Yue Zhong, what do you want?" Li Xian's gaze fell upon Yue Zhong while holding onto Zhou Shanshan. Yue Zhong's manner was cold. Staring at Su Wei, he asked in verbatim, "What do you want?" Su Wei became afraid due to Yue Zhong's manner, and he retreated 2 steps. Steeling his nerves, he spoke bold and confident with justice on his side. I'm just doing a business transaction with them. 2 steamed buns to prostitute them out for 1 day. This is free trade with them. Go tell Big Brother Tiger. I'm not afraid. Tian. Looks like someone no longer has the cojones to call himself daddy. Standing by Yue Zhong's side, Lu Wen couldn't help but curse. Shameless. The other girls all couldn't believe that Su Wei dared openly say these words. Qiyang looked at Yue Zhong's eyes at this time. A murderous look flashed by. Yue Zhong shook his head towards Qiyang. Now is not the time to turn on Tiger. If something happens, both sides will be in a life or death situation. Yue Zhong pulled out 2 compressed biscuits from his pockets. He indifferently said to Li Xian, "Here are 2 compressed biscuits. I'm using this to buy you 2. After following me, you all only need to do the work given to you, and you won't starve. If you wish, take it. If you don't, it's cool." Chapter 68. Granting Gruel. Li Xian rushed forward and grabbed the 2 biscuits in Yue Zhong's hands, making her and her daughter be sold to Yue Zhong. I'm willing. I'm willing. Li Xian was an extremely capable, experienced, rich, successful businesswoman before the age. She saw that behind Yue Zhong there were several young and beautiful girls. They also didn't have the appearance of bitterness. She knew Yue Zhong at least still maintained a shred of humanity during the age. TL. They keep referring to, which translates to end of the world, but really it's referring to present day after zombies came. I'm just going to start referencing it as the age for the age of zombies. Seeing the prized meat almost in his hand wanting to fly away, Su Wei's eyes flashed enmity. Seeing the eyes of White Bones standing at Yue Zhong's side, he put down his fierce words. Then he gloomily walked away. Yue Zhong, your ruthlessness, I'll remember. As soon as Su Wei walked away, Xuanhuan ate her compressed biscuit in small bites. She knew at her young age how hard food was to attain. Although she was extremely hungry, she didn't eat all of the compressed biscuit at once. Xuanhuan placed her hand underneath the compressed biscuit. She ate and carefully licked the crumbs that fell on her hand. It was cute and pitiful at the same time. In the village, there were some people who didn't leave. Several small children watched Xuanhuan eat the compressed biscuit. Their eyes all exposed a sight of matchless envy. Yue Zhong walked nearby to a room similar to a big storehouse. The sounds of women moaning and crying, men laughing and scolding all emitted from within the storehouse. Hearing that sound, Guoyu and Wang Lan both exposed a dreadful appearance. De Guzi took a look at the henhouse and licked his lips. He said to Yue Zhong, "That's the henhouse. So long as you work for Big Brother Tiger, you can do as you please with the women there." Yue Zhong directly turned towards another place. His power had limits. Protecting his own people was already extremely strenuous. He didn't know what took place in there. Otherwise, he worried he couldn't stand it, and he would become impulsive. Yue Zhong walked to the tail of the village. On that side, he saw a small brook that was a tributary of the Lei River. He walked over. De Guzi, isn't that a river? Why don't you go over there and catch some fish to eat? The brook has fish and shrimp. The villagers only need to use their brains. Catching some food to eat shouldn't be a problem. Why does everyone look famished? Are they not hungry? De Guzi laughed. Big Brother, you people have thought of this. But the river spawned dozens of pythons after the zombies appear. If anyone goes near that river, the pythons will jump on the shore and eat them. Already dozens of people have died in the mouths of pythons. Up until now, unless they don't want to live, who dares go near that river? Big Brother Tiger also wanted to kill those pythons in the past. After 4 people died, they gave up on sieging the dozens of pythons. Yue Zhong asked, "When you collect water, how do you do it?" De Guzi explained, "The sides of the river also have several places where water appears. We get water to use from those shallow areas. Those shallow areas also have some small fish and shrimp, but no one dares fish. Every time they quickly grab some water and flee, not daring to linger." Yue Zhong looked over at the river and thought a moment. Then he turned and went into the village. His current goal was to get his hands on the weapons and ammunition in the armory, then take Zhongli and these women to the Longhai City group. Then return home to find his family. He didn't want additional problems. Zhongli, you take some people and boil a large pot of gruel. Remember to add a little extra water. Yue Zhong said to Zhongli after returning to the side of the Dongfeng truck. Finished speaking, Yue Zhong said over to Deguzi. Deguzi, go tell the children under 16 years old they can come over here to eat 1 bowl of watered-down gruel each meal. You and your wife can also come eat a bowl. Remember to remind them to bring their own bowls. Deguzi heard the words, looking stupefied. Then his became covered with a happy expression towards Yue Zhong, unceasingly expressing thanks. Thank you, big brother Yue. Thank you. I'll bring the people of the village to thank you. You really are a good man. Finished speaking, Deguzi rushed into the village. The majority of the team members didn't have an opinion about Yue Zhong's decision. Along the way they saw the children of the village were extremely poor. They were like war refugees that fled to another country. Like a gust of wind, quickly the children of the village all caught the news and came, and they crowded the area. Qiyang looked at those children coldly. Line up! If you don't line up, or if you jump the line then you can't receive gruel. Everyone can only have 1 bowl, no seconds. If you are discovered getting seconds, then you can't come next time. Hearing Qiyang's words, the children quickly lined up neat and orderly. No one dared jump the line. Everyone carefully drank after receiving a bowl of gruel. The cruel world made them start to treasure every grain of food. Mama, drink! A boy around 13 years old ran over to his famished mother after having 2 drinks. He gave her his leftovers. Xiao Lei also drink. Her eyes became red, and she hugged her thoughtful son. She carefully drank with tears pouring forth. This rich sight plucked at the onlooker's heartstrings. Chun Si leads several gunmen eating steamed buns. Looking at this sight he sneered. How foolish! That much rice is enough to spend on several good-looking women. He actually used it for those little demons. How foolish! The gunman at Chun Si's side immediately buttered him up. It really is. Yue Zhong has a lot of skill, but his mental ability is severely lacking compared to Big Brother Chun. Chun Si let out a big laugh. Ha! A gunman by Chun Si's side looked Chun Si in the eyes with a flash of disdain. He gave Yue Zhong a complicated look. Chun Si saw that gunman's expression. His face sunk, and he coldly said, Xiao Ming, do you dislike my words? Xiao Ming was young, and he had not lost his blood. He still had traces of a conscience, and he couldn't help but say, Big Brother Si, Yue Zhong is doing a good thing. This type of thing, although you wouldn't do it, don't ridicule the people who do. Chun Si's face grew dark. He cynically said, Xiao Ming, I never thought you were such a noble man. Since you're so noble, how about you give them your food? You're so noble. Why do you hang around us and play with women? A gunman said, He's a hypocrite. Exactly, he is a hypocrite. He's pretending to have a big wolf tail. The rest of the gunmen caused a commotion one by one, isolating Xiao Ming. They already had a displeasing eye towards this unsuited partner. Chapter 69, Xiao Ming. His face turning red, tightly squeezing his fists, and gritting his teeth, Xiao Ming silently endured his comrade's isolation and abuse. He entered Tiger's influence without any goals other than to eat and not die. His conscience wasn't destroyed. As far as the henhouse, he also went with the other men to be with the women. One aspect was his physical needs, and the other aspect was he didn't want to be excluded by his comrades. Li Si saw the group. He went forward and clapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Everyone need not gather together and cause a commotion. We're all brothers. Little Xiao merely had a head fever. Little Xiao, come apologize to everyone. This matter will be solved. After apologizing, everyone is still good brothers. Everyone else shut up when Li Si spoke. Xiao Ming fought the humiliation with great difficulty. With a red face he said, Sorry, Big Brother Si. I was wrong. Xiao Yu wanted to get along with this small group. He couldn't oppose Li Si, otherwise he feared he wouldn't live long. Ha ha, no problem. Everyone is still good brothers. Li Si clapped Xiao Ming's shoulder laughing loudly. In his head, He executed Xiao Ming's death sentence, preparing to find an opportunity to secretly kill Xiao Ming. Going out on missions to find supplies is extremely dangerous. People die every time while on supply runs. Acting as team lead, if Li Si wanted to kill a person, it wasn't complicated. Guo Yu walked to Yue Zhong's side. She hesitated, asking in a low whisper, "Boss, just now you made Qi Yang drive away the children. And why are you giving them gruel?" Everyone around Yue Zhong raised their ears. They already experienced the importance of food. They never thought the seemingly grim Yue Zhong would unexpectedly give these small children food. Yue Zhong dully said, "I drove them away because I don't like to be threatened. As for why I gave them gruel, I wanted to feed them, that's simple." Understanding Yue Zhong's words, Guo Yu seemed to have a pensive appearance. Ji Qinggu walked to Yue Zhong's side. She said to Yue Zhong, "Our food isn't abundant. Let me go search for supplies." Looking at Ji Qingwu's pair of big clear eyes, Yue Zhong was silent for a moment. "You, Lu, Wan, Chan Yu, and I will go together. Qiyang, you and Wang Shuang guard here." Yue Zhong originally wanted to go with Qiyang to fight. The more they fought, the more they could evolve and become strong. But Ji Qingwu is already level 8, only short 2 levels from becoming level 10. Her strength could change by leaps and bounds. A person's strength before and after reaching LVL 10 is completely different. After reaching level 10, you can use a skill point on previously learned skills. After Yue Zhong strengthened Wine Bones, the original White Bones who couldn't stop rifle bullets now could. At the same time, a huge change occurred in the battle strength of White Bones. If he didn't reach level 10, the bones of Wine Bones would shatter from a rifle bullet. Ji Qinggu didn't have any objections after hearing Yue Zhong's plan. She had an urgent feeling to increase strength. When she and Yue Zhong just met, Yue Zhong's combat ability was below her if you didn't include White Bones. However, Yue Zhong fought with his life on the line several times, and his strength greatly exceeded hers. Her heart had slightly mixed feelings. Qiyang also nodded his head. Yue Zhong looked to Deguzi and said, "Deguzi, you're familiar with this area. Come with us. You will get a share of the supplies." Deguzi excitedly said, "Okay, big brother Yue." Yue Zhong carried the Type 79 submachine gun on his back with the Stinger 2 on his waist and 3 imitation Tang swords. White Bones followed at his side. He looked like a person with tyrannical power. Although there was layer upon layer of danger outside, Deguzi was extremely willing to give it a shot by going with a strong person like this. Arrangements set, he made people inform Tiger. Yue Zhong lead his people to drive outside. With the big truck under Deguzi's guidance, they entered a remote path. The vehicle didn't go far before a beautiful house appeared. Deguzi introduced the surrounding area to Yue Zhong. "This is Mashan village. The area surrounding it has already been cleared out by Tiger and his men. The only place remaining is this Mashan village. It is said Mashan village has mutated zombies. Their speed is several times faster than ordinary zombies. Tiger sent several of his men here, but they met trouble. They haven't brought anyone back to this place." Yue Zhong looked at the lonely, quiet environment and said, "I know. Stop the truck." Chun Yao immediately stopped the truck. Yue Zhong jumped down from the truck and took a look around. Deguzi also climbed down from the truck. Confused, he said, "Big brother Yue, we aren't entering the village?" Yue Zhong said, "Entering the village is trouble. On this small road, the Dongfeng truck's movement is limited. If we come across hunter-type zombies and other strong monsters, staying on the truck with restricted movement is looking for death." Ji Qinggu also jumped down from the truck holding her Tang sword and searched the surrounding area with extreme alertness. Chan Yao jumped down from the truck and joined Ji Qingwu's side. Yue Zhong took the lead and walked towards Mashan village. Yue Zhong's party just approached the entrance of Mashan village. From the corner, an S1 variant rushed like lightning towards Yue Zhong. "Careful, big brother Yue." Seeing the S1 zombie suddenly jump out, Deguzi's heart filled with terror, and he loudly shouted. The S1 zombie's speed was faster than he could perceive. If he changed places with you, he absolutely could not escape the S1's claws. As soon as the S1 reached Yue Zhong's side, he casually slashed. A clear sword slashed through the S1's body. Soon after, the S1's head split into two halves from the slash while it was still in midair. Dirty blood splashed everywhere, and the rotting intestines splashed on the ground. Awesome! Seeing Yue Zhong casually beheading the S1, Deguzi's eyes quickly straightened. It was the first time he saw someone so talented. The fighting alerted the zombies in the village. A trail of zombies swayed forth from the village, becoming a small-scale zombie group, advancing towards Yue Zhong's group. In that group of zombies nearing almost 100, there were also 2 S1 types and 3 L1 types. Big brother you, we should flee! That group of 100 zombies was already extremely spectacular in the eyes of a normal person. Deguzi saw the zombie group reached more than 100. His legs became weak with fear, and he implored to Yue Zhong. In Deguzi's opinion, Yue Zhong's skill wasn't enough to handle more than 100 zombies. Yue Zhong didn't pay attention to Deguzi and looked at the zombie group. He said to Chun Yao, get rid of that L1. Chapter 70 Variant Beast. Chan Yao's magic power is enormous, but the number of times she could use magic was limited. Because of this, they had no other choice but to make her kill high-level monsters to level up. It was a waste if they made her use magic to explode ordinary zombies. Chun Yao started her skill. Her mouth started to chant a mysterious curse. Magic appeared out of thin air at her fingertips, and the magic gathered into a fiery circle. In order for Chun Yao to use a spell, she needed a large amount of time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, 2 S1 types already rushed before Yue Zhong. Just then, Ji Qinggu started her speed skill, becoming like a monster rushing in front of the S1. With a mysterious chopping arc, she decapitated the upper part of the S1's skull, sending it flying. The other S1 took the opportunity and flew towards Ji Qinggu, clawing at her. Just before the S1 was on the verge of clawing Ji Qinggu, Yue Zhong stepped forward, blocking Ji Qinggu's side. A sword chopped the S1 in two, scattering filthy blood. After Yue Zhong equipped the third-degree protective garment, his strength enormously improved. He didn't even need to use any skills. His agility also could already match an S1. In addition, Yue Zhong's special skeleton white bones was like a tank charging into the crowd of over 100 zombies, waving his axe and recklessly killing zombie after zombie. Those zombies that approached White Bone's whirlwind axe were chopped into pieces, limbs scattered on the ground. Chun Yao also finished up her spell. A small fireball flew from her fingertips onto the head of a L1 type in the crowd of zombies. Booming. The L1's head immediately exploded. A large ball of light entered into Chun Yu's body. Her pale face immediately filled with a pleasantly surprising color. She unexpectedly increased 3 levels, advancing to level 5. The more powerful the monster's body, the more greater the experience. Ordinary zombies contain less experience. Hunting higher-level zombies is the fastest leveling method. Ji Qinggu also increased to level 9 after killing the S1-type zombie. Her figure flashed, dashing into the zombie crowd, taking advantage of White Bones attracting the majority of zombie attacks. She waved the Tang sword, each cut beheading a zombie in the group, like a Valkyrie of slaughter. The 2 L1 types in the group of zombies were also beheaded by Ji Qinggu. Before Z-Age, Ji Qinggu was a fencing expert. After Z-Age started, her skill grew even stronger. In the past, when she faced an L1, she had trouble because she didn't have a strong weapon. After getting the imitation Tang sword, the clumsy moving L1 was no match for her. Yue Zhong also strolled at Ji Qinggu's side, occasionally beheading ordinary zombies. At this point, killing ordinary zombies did almost nothing to Yue Zhong's level. At his level, he needed to kill hundreds of ordinary zombies to level up once. Awesome. Extremely awesome. They unexpectedly have this kind of skill. It's really too extreme. No wonder Tiger was impressed with them. Deguzi looked at Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Ji Qinggu. They sliced zombies like people cutting into melons. His eyes couldn't believe it. Tiger's group didn't dare disturb the zombies at Mozhan village. Unexpectedly, Yue Zhong's 3 members took care of it. This made Deguzi have a new awareness of Yue Zhong and his group's strength. Seeing the zombies be slaughtered by the 3 people, suddenly, From inside a house, a figure just like a cheetah came towards Ji Qinggu. At that time Ji Qinggu was caught up in killing zombies, inside the zombie crowd, with absolutely no way to avoid the figure that was faster than an S1. Standing at Ji Qinggu's side, Yue Zhong sent a zombie that was standing beside Ji Qinggu flying with a kick. Then he slashed at the zombie that went towards her. Just as Yue Zhong was about to cut into that zombie, a claw got in the way of Yue Zhong's sword, then used the strength of the blow to leap up high, jumping on the roof of a house. Yue Zhong looked. Occupying the top of the roof was a figure with the body length of a tiger. But the monster had a body appearance and mannerism of an ordinary house cat. Level 15 Monster Cat Variant. After the cat was infected with the virus, the monster's internal genetic variation took shape. It has a formidable evolution potential. It moves extremely agile. Ji Qinggu retreated several steps, escaping the center of the zombies. She coldly stared at the cat variant on the roof. Ordinary zombies carried little threat to current Ji Qinggu, but it would be extremely unfavorable to do battle with the cat variant and pay attention to zombies. One careless mistake, her skin would be broken into, she could get infected becoming a zombie. White Bones waved his axe killing and injuring the remaining zombies. One by one they were all beheaded by him. The cat variant on top of the house coldly looked upon Yue Zhong and Ji Qinggu, like prey that shouldn't be trifled with. Jumping several times, it disappeared from the top of the roof. Yue Zhong and Ji Qinggu didn't have time to relax their breath. Outside the village came a sudden vibrating sound of iron hooves stomping the ground. Two bulls a size bigger than ordinary, with both long and sharp horns, and blood-red eyes rushed towards Yue Zhong. Level 17 Monster Bull Variant. No special skills. Chan Yao and De Guzi, quickly hide. Yue Zhong's voice exploded. Get the Type 79 submachine guns and spread fire at those two level 17 bulls variants from far away. Although Yue Zhong's shooting skills weren't superb, those two bulls' bodies were extremely enormous. Bullets fired upon the variants, making several bloody holes. The bull variants' pain nerves weren't like zombies without pain. These two variants were enraged by Yue Zhong's fire. They abandoned Chen Yao and De Guzi, the two weak targets, charging with madness towards Yue Zhong. Their speed could be compared to the fastest horses. Yue Zhong looked towards those two rushing bull variants. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Before those two bulls appeared before his body, he activated the shadow step skill. His agility soared to a terrifying level. The two extremely fast bull variants' speed drastically slowed down in Yue Zhong's eyes. He grabbed the Stinger 2 and stepped to the side of a bull variant. Pointing at their heads, he pulled the trigger. Following two huge sounds, the two bull variants' heads both exploded with fist-sized bloody holes. The two bulls' inertial strength ruthlessly crashed them into two brick houses, breaking inside, finally dying. The Stinger 2 bullets were special. After reaching their target, not only did they pierce into the target, but at the same time they explode out with extremely terrifying power. Chapter 72. Firearms Control. TL. No, you aren't crazy. There is no Chapter 71. It does not exist. I don't know why. Congratulations, you advanced to level 17. You've received 2 attribute points. Please distribute. After those 2 level 17 bulls collapsed, 2 balls of light left the bulls and entered into Yue Zhong's body. In the ocean of his mind, he thought of the sweet-sounding level-up noise. 1 point agility, 1 point strength. Yue Zhong quickly chose. In the world of martial arts, only the fast do not break. If speed quickly reaches the extreme, it is extremely scary. If Yue Zhong didn't use the shadow step skill just now, suddenly increasing his agility, he couldn't have easily taken care of the 2 level 17 mutated bulls. TL? I'm switching to mutated instead of variant for the beast names. Dropping those 2 mutated bulls, Yue Zhong walked over to their side. He saw the 2 long and extremely sharp horns on huge bull corpse. His heart fluttered. He walked across and started using his sword to cut off the bull horn. The mutated bull's skin was extremely tough and pliable. He broke it open with extreme difficulty using the imitation Tang sword. After digging for a moment, Yue Zhong finally freed the horns of the 2 mutated bulls. They weren't the same as normal bull horns. These mutated bull horns were close to a meter long and tapered, similar to rifle with a bayonet in shape and size. Yue Zhong grabbed a bull horn and stabbed into the bull skin. It was extremely easy to poke a hole compared to using the imitation tang sword. Mutated bull horn. Weapons manufacturing material. Requires job weapons manufacturer to be able to manufacture into a weapon for the god and devil system. What does this mean? Yue Zhong's brows slightly wrinkled. He grabbed a horn and took several steps towards the remaining zombies. Casually stabbing. The bull horn pierced through a zombie's head as if poking through tofu. After the zombie was killed by the bull horn Yue Zhong carried, there wasn't any item drops or light that flew out. Looks like if you don't use the god and devil system's weapons or skills to kill monsters, then you can get any stronger from the god and devil system. A trace of clear comprehension appeared in Yue Zhong's mind. Yue Zhong placed the 4 mutated bull horns into his backpack, without a weapons manufacturer job. These mutated bull horns were merely sharper than normal ordinary weapons. Without the mutated beast's interference, the remaining dozens of zombies were quickly destroyed by White Bones and Ji Qinggu working together. Yue Zhong also started to clear out the battlefield. Among the 100+ zombies, only the few special type evolved zombies dropped 6 white treasure boxes. The remaining zombies only dropped a few life coins. Yue Zhong gathered a skill book and 200 life coins from the 2 level 17 mutated bulls. Level 2 skill book. Firearms control. Skill description. This skill is passive. After learning the skill, you at the very minimum will attain firearms skill comparable to a rigorously trained soldier. If you are already extremely skilled at handling firearms, after studying the skill, it is able to make your weapons control increase to a new height. Looking at the firearms control skill book, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a hint of glow. Without saying another word, he used the skill book. What a good skill! This skill is exactly what I needed. When Yue Zhong was originally picking his job, a part of him wanted to pick soldier for the gun control skill. Later, after See the Dark Knight was a better fit for him, he chose that. Unexpectedly, this type of skill book appeared before him. He definitely had to learn it. In Yue Zhong's sea of his consciousness, a black radiance flashed, condensing into a gun-type rune. When the rune was forming, a feeling firearms control rushed into Yue Zhong's body. He playfully grabbed his Type 79 submachine gun like he had already held this type of submachine gun for several years. At any time he could break it down and reassemble it. Seeing the outside had become tranquil, Deguzi and Chun Yao walked out from the house together. Seeing all the zombie remains on the ground, Deguzi felt like throwing up. This wasn't the first time he had seen a sight of so many beheaded zombies. Chun Yao didn't have a big reaction. She had followed Yue Zhong and seen an even larger amount of corpses before. Chun Yao had already seen the sight of a ground filled with zombies several times. Yue Zhong looked at Deguzi. He said, "Deguzi, follow me to transport the goods. In this village, I'll let you have 1/5 of whatever goods you put on the truck." Deguzi's eyes flashed with an incomparable liveliness. His loud voice full of pleasantness responded, "Yes, big brother Yu." Originally Deguzi joined hoping to get a reward of 3 steamed buns. Now Yue Zhong let him have 1/5 of the goods he transported, bringing into play his zeal. Deguzi wished he could pull out his heart and give it to Yue Zhong to show loyalty. Yue Zhong took White Bones and carefully inspected each house. This village already produced extremely strong mutated monsters like the mutated bull and the mutated cat. Mozhan village suffered a situation of severe infection. The village was occupied by advanced zombies and mutated beasts. Because no survivors were left, the goods were extremely abundant. Bag after bag of rice, jerky, sausage, potatoes, beverages, everything you could imagine. Yue Zhong also found a solar energy-powered notebook in a small luxurious villa. After the Dongfeng truck was packed completely full, Yue Zhong's party left Mozhan village. They returned. Yue Zhong's party drove the truck back to Always Bright village. The Always Bright village immediately surged forth. Practically all the people of the village came and circled around. How awesome! It's completely full. So many goods. Where did they get it all from? The eyes of Always Bright village's survivors all stared at the Dongfeng truck, full of admiration and envy. The surrounding gunmen's eyes all quickly turned red seeing the truck's goods. Right now goods were extremely scarce. A steamed bun was enough to buy a woman for the night. What kind of idea that truck represented, the gunmen under Tiger's control wanted to take that truck's goods. With good luck, they would only lose a few brothers to get the supplies. With bad luck, leaving empty-handed was nothing new. Merely 4 people left with Yue Zhong, one everyone knew as the worthless Deguzi, yet they were able to get so many supplies. The strength of Yue Zhong's group could be imagined. The Dongfeng truck drove to the public square. After leaving the truck, Yue Zhong said to Deguzi, "According to the agreement, grab the goods belonging to you." Deguzi, with a satisfied, happy expression and bowing, said, "Thank you, big brother Yu." "Thank you, brother Yu." Deftly climbing the Dongfeng truck, he started to transport the supplies belonging to him. Chapter 73. Everyone has ideas. It happened like this. Chun Si honestly reported to Tiger inside the luxurious villa. At this time, the only people in the living room were the 4 chiefs of Always Bright Village. Tiger grumbled a moment. He said to Chun Si, "Leave." Tiger asked the remaining 3 people, "How do you see it?" "Brother Tiger, Yue Zhong's strength is extremely mighty. Make him stay here, and perhaps one day he will kill us, grabbing our positions. Make him scram." "Bother Tiger," Zhang Xiangyin said with a calm face. He was full of fear and jealousy for Yue Zhong. He knew of Mashan village. Tiger once brought 20+ gunmen there to find supplies, wasting a lot of ammunition. He lost several people without even entering into the village. Lei Zhen was silent without words. A light in his eyes flashed, trying to think of something. Chen Yan contemplated a moment, finally slowly saying, "Yue Zhong's strength is very mighty, but his heart isn't in this place. He won't threaten us." Tiger maintained his composure, saying, "I know. Little Xiang, prepare. Tomorrow take several people to Mashan village to search for supplies." A whole village's supplies couldn't fit on one truck. Zhang Xiang shouted, "Thank you, brother Tiger. A village that's already cleared out of zombies is like a big fat piece of meat. Appoint invaders. You only have to drive a car over, and you'll be able to bring a whole car's worth of supplies back. An extremely fatty assignment." Zhang Xiang was given a fatty mission. The 4 people discussed the matter a moment. Zhang Xiang and Chen Yan immediately left the villa. "Brother Tiger, why did you give Zhang Xiang that fat mission? How about letting me go?" Lei Zhen couldn't help but ask after Zhang Xiang left. Lei Zhen and Tiger's relationship was much closer than the relationship Tiger had with Chen Yan and Zhang Xiang. Lei Zhen was Tiger's most trusted aide. Tiger slightly smiled. "I gave them the Moshan village gold mine. When it comes to the weapons arsenal, they won't think to receive a profit." Lei Zhen flashed a smile. "Brother Tiger is brilliant. The world already changed. In the present world, the mighty fist is the leader. Grabbing weapons and ammunition is the same as controlling a large military force and grabbing power. Tiger was able to become the boss of Always Bright Village because he controlled many men, many guns, and many bullets. If Lei Zhen had half the strength of Yue Zhong, it would be good." Tiger looked at Lei Zhen, his face forming a smile. His heart slightly lamented. Tiger had high aims, the world was a mess, and he peered upon the whole world. Yue Zhong's strength is tyrannical. He also lacks a trace of fear. Tiger still wanted to recruit him and monopolize you under his banner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given away the beautiful Lolita Guoyu, who was a treasure to normal people. Fuck, that bastard still resists me. I want to pocket the whole arsenal treasure. Returning to his own room, it appears he only knows how to kill. Without any schemes, Zhang Xiang's face became ashen. His fists clenched. His eyes flashed an indignant blaze. Zhang Xiang uneasily pushed down the anger in his heart. Consoling himself, he said, "Zhang Xiang, you still need to endure. Right now isn't the time. Think of a way to take down Tiger. There is always a chance." Zhang Xiang repressed the anger, coldly saying, "Ziwei, come out." Wearing an exposed black leather outfit and collar, revealing a lot of her snow-white skin, a beautiful voluptuous woman with black hair crawled out from the side door like a dog, crawling straight towards Zhang Xiang's side. "Damn cheap bitch. Want to find a date? Zhang Xiang looked at that beautiful woman's eyes, his eyes ruthless. Grabbing the beautiful woman's hair and taking off his pants, he thrust it into her mouth. The beautiful woman's eyes showed humiliation, but she didn't dare show the slightest amount of resistance. On the contrary, she was well-behaved and attended on Zhang Xiang. On the other side, in the square, Always Bright Village's survivors extremely jealously looked upon Yue Zhong's fully loaded return, filled with envy. If it wasn't for the pure and enticing Guiyu as well as the valiant and beautiful Ji Qinggu standing at Yue Zhong's side, the starving women of Always Bright Village would rush to Yue Zhong's side and beg, using their bodies to trade for a full meal. Yue Zhong gazed upon the circled survivors. Opening his mouth, he said, "I need people to help me clear out the vehicles on the highway. I will be responsible for clearing out the zombies on the road. I'll give whoever wishes to work with me 25 kg of rice. I'll go. I'll go. Brother Yu. I'll go. Pick me. Let me go." These words elicited a huge response among the Always Bright Village survivors. Nearly everyone scrambled over each other calling out to Yue Zhong. That type of enthusiasm made Zhang Xian and Chun Yao frightened. These women under Yue Zhong's protection never suffered bitterness. They never thought people could become mad over 25 kg of rice. "Quiet!" Yue Zhong shouted. The whole place went silent. These survivors were all afraid of provoking Yue Zhong, leading to them being unable to obtain the abundantly rewarding work. Yue Zhong plainly said, "The people I point to will get on the vehicle and follow me to clear out the road." Finished speaking, Yue Zhong started picking people. The people picked by Yue Zhong walked with high spirits onto the vehicle. The rear of the truck was quickly filled with Always Bright Village survivors. "I'm begging you, let me also go. I can work hard." A 30-year-old female survivor came to Yue Zhong's feet begging. 25 kg of rice was extremely important to her. Yue Zhong's brows wrinkled. "Step aside." Always Bright Village's survivors numbered over 200. If Yue Zhong fed one mouth, the other people would all rush forth like a swarm of bees, begging for supplies. 2 Dongfeng trucks of supplies looks like a lot, but if supplying 200 people, it fundamentally couldn't last long. The female survivor still wanted to beg. White Bones walked over clutching onto his axe. Raising the axe up into the air, its pair of eye sockets lit up with a devil magic flame, looking down upon the female survivor. The woman was scared back several steps by White Bones' stare, and she fell onto the ground. "Start the truck," Yue Zhong commanded to Wang Shuang as he turned to the truck. Wang Shuang quickly drove, transporting Yue Zhong's group outward along the route. The people who weren't selected by Yue Zhong all looked at the truck, their eyes filled with jealousy and envy towards the people who were selected. Under the hard work of everyone, a section of road towards Longhai City was cleared of abandoned vehicles blocking the area. The abandoned vehicles were all emptied of gasoline and then pushed to the side. Yue Zhong gave all of the people 25 kg of rice. The survivors who received rice radiated with delight. They returned home among the envious view of other people. The remaining survivors secretly made a firm resolution. Tomorrow, Yue Zhong must pick them to help work. Chapter 74. Lu 1. Nighttime. After eating dinner, Yue Zhong started doing push-ups in his room, continuing until he felt exhausted. Under the increased strength of the God and Devil system, Yue Zhong only needed to kill monsters attaining experience to become stronger. He did push-ups in order to train his body and grasp his strength. Only skillfully mastered strength can become his own power. Qiyang also did the same thing at Yue Zhong's side. Yue Zhong leaped up from the ground. Towards Qiyang he said, "Good. Today we stop here." Qiyang also jumped up from the ground. Yue Zhong smiled at Qiyang, pointing at Wang Lan. Yue Zhong said to Qiyang, "Yang, do you need someone to warm the bed? If you need, she can provide." Wang Lan was a mature sexy beauty, but in the past she had a white-collar city job. Her temperament was quite good, but she wasn't Yue Zhong's type. Furthermore, there were no relations that occurred between her and Yue Zhong. She couldn't be considered Yue Zhong's woman. Qiyang didn't look much at Wang Lan. No interest. Yue Zhong laughed. "Also, if you so desire, You can have the two beauties Wang Chong and Zhang Xian at any time you please. Although Wang Lan was beautiful, compared with Wang Qian and Zhang Xian she was not up to par. Wang Qian and Zhang Xian were both school beauties. Before Z-age several men pursued them, but they only had affections for the cool, handsome, and talented Qi Yang. Yue Zhong sat on a sofa. Guiyu immediately came. Holding a towel, she carefully wiped the sweat off of his body. The former Meyer's proud and lofty daughter actually doing such a thing for men would be unimaginable before Z-age. Yue Zhong looking at Qi Yang smiled. Wang Chong and Zhang Xian? Which do you like? Or simply take them both? If it was before Z-age, Yue Zhong absolutely couldn't utter words of this kind. Wang Chong and Zhang Xian, although they liked Qi Yang, they couldn't tolerate jointly possessing one man. But the modern world order already collapsed. Qi Yang was also a person possessing extremely powerful strength. If he wanted to have several women, it wasn't a problem. Qi Yang said, "Who I like, you know. As for those two, I have no feelings." Yue Zhong heard this and snickered. "You and her aren't possible. It's better to find other girls now." Who Qi Yang likes, being best friends of course Yue Zhong knew. He likes Yue Zhong's elder cousin. She was a married woman, and at the same time an extremely beautiful woman. After Qi Yang met that woman several times, he was deeply attracted by her. His heart wasn't able to forget her. Towards his best friend, Qi Yang had nothing to hide. "I know it's not possible. I also greatly wish to forget her as much as possible, but I still can't forget right now." Qi Yang stood up and walked outside. "Okay, I'll go." Yue Zhong shook his head. He looked at Lu Wen who was laying on the bed playing with the laptop. Lying on the bed, using the notebook Yue Zhong found today, playing computer games, on the side there was a box of papayas. Two exquisitely small white legs continuously kicked, looking worry and anxiety-free, extremely cute. Yue Zhong smiled and went into the bathing room. Yue Zhong just entered the bathing room. Lu Wen stood up from the bed. Staring at Guiyu who was preparing to enter the bathing room to attend on Yue Zhong, she said, "Where are you thinking of going?" Guiyu submissively and quietly said, "I'm attending master." Although Guiyu's enchanting beauty was much more than Lu Wen's, her place in Yue Zhong's heart couldn't compare with Lu Wen. Guiyu was extremely clear on this matter. Therefore she didn't dare slightly snub Lu Wen. Among Yue Zhong's group, only the elegant Valkyrie Ji Qinggu and the outstanding personality Chen Yao could compare with Guiyu's beauty and charm. These were the three most beautiful women among Yue Zhong's group. Lu Wen stared at Guiyu saying, "When I'm here this type of thing will all be done by me. Understand?" Lu Wen's was young, but she already started to learn to defend her own power. Although she reluctantly convinced herself to share Yue Zhong with the other women, but she still wanted the greatest position in Yue Zhong's heart. Guiyu said in a low voice, "Yes, Sister Wen." Seeing Guiyu admit defeat, Lu Wen stopped being aggressive. Moreover, she entered the bathhouse with large strides. Guiyu looked at Lu Wen's backside. Her pretty fingers intertwined together. Her beautiful large eyes flashed a strange light. Yue Zhong comfortably soaked in the bath's hot water. Seeing Lu Wen enter, he couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why did you come?" Lu Wen, wrapped in a pure white bath towel, stepped towards Yue Zhong. Smiling, she charmingly asked Yue Zhong, "Big brother Yue Zhong, am I pretty?" In the rising mist, Lu Wen's wrapped white towel exposed a large amount of healthy young skin, matching her pair of large black and white watery eyes, and her bursting chest, a sexy, beautiful, healthy young woman. Looking at Lu Wen like this, Yue Zhong's heart couldn't help but jump slightly, saying, "Pretty." Lu Wen's mouth provoked a beautiful arc. She took a step into the bath and leaned into Yue Zhong's chest. A portion of the young woman's scent bubbled up from her body into Yue Zhong's nose. Yue Zhong hugged Lu Wen in a very natural way. Her skin was elastic and glossy like silk. Lu Wen's eyes turned into two round mists, turning her head, embracing Yue Zhong. Taking the initiative, she kissed Yue Zhong's lips. Her small tongue and Yue Zhong's tongue interlaced together. After some time, their lips parted. Lu Wen slightly gasped for air. Her blushed red with two large rouge circles. She pressed close to Yue Zhong's ear, softly blowing. Using a coyish and charming voice, she stated, "Brother Yue Zhong wants me. At the same time, Lu Wen used her body that was well developed beyond her peers rubbing up against Yue Zhong's body. Yue Zhong could even feel the two cherries, a beautiful sensation on his body. Yue Zhong was a healthy and strong man, his desire completely ignited. He embraced Lu Wen, directly pressing her against the wall. Without showing the least bit of pity or tenderness, he thrust it in. Lu Wen's brows wrinkled, traces of blood flowed out. Without anyone teaching her, she quietly flattered, "Brother Yue Zhong, I'm now yours. Keep coming, make love to me." Yue Zhong became even more excited, starting to enjoy her body's beauty. The steamy bathroom echoed the sounds of a man gasping for air and a woman's moans. Chapter 75, Mutated Cat. Lying down on the bed, Yue Zhong held Lu Wen in his arms and said, "How do you know so many tricks?" Lu Wen, lying in Yue Zhong's arms, hearing his words, blankly looked over. "There are plenty online. Did you not like it?" Yue Zhong smiled. He kissed her forehead. "I like." This generation's youth had much more access to information than Yue Zhong's generation. Due to Lu Wen's quirky nature, she understood things much more than an ordinary girl. Lu Wen was like a small kitten curled up in Yue Zhong's chest, perfectly contented going to bed. "I'm tired. Let's sleep." Yue Zhong entered into slumberland holding on to Lu Wen. The second day, Yue Zhong continued to bring a truck full of people to clear out the vehicles on the highway. Zhang Xiang brought 8 gunmen and drove 2 jeeps in the direction of Mashan village. He knew Tiger wouldn't give him a bite of the weapons arsenal cake. He could only withdraw and try another time, going to Mashan village to collect supplies. After entering Mashan village, a gunman seeing the field full of zombie remains, his eyes filled with fright. How severe! Was this really done by 3 people? Another gunman looking at the zombie remains couldn't help but have a huge change in appearance. The zombies here exceed 100. There are also ghost shadow zombies. How did they do it? Ghost shadow zombies were S1 type zombies. They were Tiger's largest headache, the ones he didn't want to meet the most. The S1 was fast. Moreover, they weren't afraid of bullets. If the head didn't explode, they were basically unkillable. Last time Tiger came here, several brothers were grabbed by S1 types, becoming infected in the end. Zhang Xiang kicked that gunman in the ass, scolding, "Who cares how he did it? Quick, go get daddy supplies." The gunman didn't dare speak anymore, quickly running into a house. "Yes, Brother Xiang. Preserved meat, it's 1 kg. We'll make a bundle this time. Rice. This jar or rice has dozens of kg." The gunman shuttled back and forth from the house, frequently bursting waves of praise. Like Tiger speculated, Mashan village's supplies were unable to be completely transported by Yue Zhong's Dongfeng truck. Several supplies were still scattered in the village. Zhang Xiang, looking at the supplies his subordinates seized from the village, his mood couldn't help but become better. Suddenly, from between 2 houses, the same mutated cat jumped like lightning. It pounced on a gunman, rushing him to the ground, snapping his throat in one bite. The gunman had no way to struggle, soon dying. "Tiger! There's a tiger!" Not far away to the side, a gunman saw the mutated cat with a long body like a panther. A look of horror, he cried out. At the same time, he swung his gun around, spraying a mad burst of fire at the mutated cat. The other gunmen were also frightened. Dropping the supplies in their hands, they quickly grabbed their guns and started to spray machine gun fire at the mutated cat. A large amount of bullets formed a curtain of fire at the region the mutated cat occupied. But at the first moment the cat jumped up to the roof, continuously speeding along into a faster pace. It avoided a large amount of bullets. Barely any bullets entered into its body, striking a few bloody holes. If it was an ordinary animal, like a tiger hit by a rifle, its strength would be greatly damaged. But that mutated cat still had a pair of blood-red eyes. Even more angry, its speed became even faster. On the roof, it continuously jumped, approaching Zhang Xiang's party. "Withdraw! Withdraw! Quickly start the car!" Zhang Xiang fled to the vehicle, roaring to the driver. The mutated cat's speed was too fast. Headshots were too difficult. It wasn't something this mob could handle. As soon as the mutated cat closed in, Zhang Xiang would be no match. The driver quickly started the vehicle, speeding off far away. The gunmen also gave up resisting, one by one leaping towards the vehicle. Brother Xiang, I still haven't boarded. Wait for me. A gunman reacted a step too slow, not able to jump in the jeep. He immediately shouted full of despair. Zhang Xiang, like he didn't hear, only urged the driver, quick, faster. Fuck me. We die together. That gunman in despair. Angrily he raised his gun at the two far-away jeeps and opened fire. Bullets flew disorderly. Not a single bullet hit the two jeeps. The gunman wanted to reload, but the mutated cat pushed him to the ground. One bite sliced his throat, spraying blood everywhere. After dropping the gunman, the mutated cat stared at the two far-away jeeps. A claw ripped open the gunman's belly. Dropping its head, it feasted in big mouthfuls. The fuck? This place still has those kinds of monsters. Zhang Xiang glanced backwards in shock, scolding. This time he lost two brothers. His power once again was greatly weakened. It made him extremely pained. After Ziyage, whoever was strong, whoever had the stronger weapons force was the boss. Zhang Xiang lost two gunmen this time, tremendously affecting his strength. On the road, Zhang Xiang thought about what just happened, and at the same time his heart filled with pernicious thoughts. I ought to kill Yue Zhong. It was him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't become like this. I must murder him. As soon as Zhang Xiang returned to Always Bright Village, Tiger sent men to inventory the supplies. Seeing the list of goods Zhang Xiang returned with, Tiger's eyebrows wrinkled. He asked, "What's up with the supplies?" Zhang Xiang's subordinates found several supplies, but they weren't able to transport much before the mutant cat ambush. They dropped most of the supplies to counterattack. When they fled, there weren't many goods loaded onto the vehicle. Zhang Xiang wryly smiled. Brother Tiger, in Mashan village there is still a monster the length of a tiger. It ambushed us. I also lost two men. Tiger looked at Zhang Xiang's forced smile. Today was tough for you. Return home and rest. Relax a bit tomorrow and adjust your state of mind. Zhang Xiang revealed a smile to Tiger. Then he turned around and left. Thank you, Brother Tiger. I'll return home. After Zhang Xiang returned home, his face sank, becoming unsightly. Tiger stared at Zhang Xiang's back with a pensive look. Chapter 76. Mutated Dog. The following early morning, Tiger brought 36 gunmen to the town square. Tiger walked over to where Yue Zhong and his group, who were eating breakfast, and enthusiastically said, "How are you? Prepared well? How many people do you plan on bringing?" Yue Zhong pointed to Chun Yao and Ji Qingguo, saying, "Already prepared, Brother Tiger. I'm bringing those too." Ji Qingguo was only a step away from level 10. After promoting to level 10, the skill point could increase her strength enormously. Tiger's eyebrows wrinkled, looking at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang. Will bringing those two be enough? How about bringing Qi Yang and Wang Shuang as well? In Tiger's thinking, men are always stronger than women. He doubted Ji Qingguo and Chun Yao's strength. Realistically, in Ziyage, women like Ji Qingguo who dared fight with zombies up close were very few, especially given that very few men possessed this type of bravery. Yue Zhong said, "Don't worry. If we three aren't good, then Qi Yang and the rest won't be any use if they come." "Good. Then let's set off." Finished speaking, Tiger led Yue Zhong out. The motorcade turned, entering into a small village. Then a small road along the village turned into a small mountain surrounded by forest. After entering the mountain, the road twisted and curved. A small-scale military camp appeared before their eyes. Looking at the small military camp, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a playful glow. So it's here. If it weren't for people guiding, it would be basically impossible to find. Yue Zhong definitely did not want to let go of the arms of the small-scale military camp. No matter if it was dealing with people, zombies, or mutant monsters, having that firepower would have enormous usefulness. Tiger commanded the motorcade to stop after just seeing the shadow of the military camp. Tiger came to Yue Zhong's side. "Brother Yue Zhong, the camp is over there. We aren't able to approach. The ears of their domestic animals are alert. If we pass by, they could rush over. Follow me." Yue Zhong said to Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao, one hand holding the Stinger 2, one hand holding the imitation Tang sword. At his side followed the special skeleton White Bones, and they carefully snuck towards the direction of the base. Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao closely followed behind Yue Zhong. While marching forward, Yue Zhong suddenly asked, Chen Yao, did you already learn the skill plant manipulation? Originally, Ji Qinggu grabbed the LVL3 skill book Plant Manipulation. Yue Zhong knew Ji Qinggu took the close combat route. She could only take the precious LVL3 skill book and make her best friend Chen Yao learn it, giving Chen Yao one more survival skill. In God and Devil world, magic strength is a power that invokes fear, but the casting conditions are harsh. Because of this, without a type of survival skill, it would be very difficult to survive without a team. It required other supplementary skills to do. Chen Yao nodded. Yes. Yue Zhong saw when the skill book came out. Chen Yao didn't want to hide this fact. Yue Zhong said in a low voice, what level has your plant manipulation skill reached? Chen Yao hesitated a moment. She opened her mouth and said, I can manipulate ordinary grass of a meadow to rapidly grow, entangling enemies. Normal people would be unable to break free. Chen Yao's strength was too low. Even if plant manipulation is a LVL3 skill, she couldn't bring into play that skill's extremely large power. If Yue Zhong's power level was high, the plant manipulation absolutely was a fearful ability. Yue Zhong slightly nodded, no longer speaking. The four people carefully snuck to the military camp to ambush. Yue Zhong lay on his stomach in the meadow before the military camp, gazing upon the military camp from afar. He saw in small military base a couple dozen zombies. They were wearing military clothes and carrying guns, standing blankly without moving. Mutant dog. Yue Zhong spied from far away. He searched for the mutant dog's footprints. Yue Zhong wanted to clearly see the mutant dog's strength and then make a plan. If that mutant dog was a LVL 30+ monster, Yue Zhong wouldn't hesitate to select retreat. He wasn't arrogant enough to think they could handle more than 4 LVL 30 monsters. Yue Zhong lay on the ground, continuously looking all around. He attempted to discover a clue, but he didn't acquire any traces. Suddenly, behind Yue Zhong sounded a burst of rifle fire and a car engine noise. Not good. Quickly go. They are behind. The color of Yue Zhong's face changed, and he strode quickly towards the rear like a meteor. Chen Yao and Ji Qinggu closely followed behind Yue Zhong. Running all the way, Yue Zhong sized up the surroundings. Suddenly from his side, an entirely black mutant dog, strong as a liger, shot out like an arrow from the underbrush. It opened up its bloody mouth wide like a sacrificial bowl, biting at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was going to be crushed by the dog. White Bones, who was closely following at Yue Zhong's side, shot ahead like an arrow, blocking in front of Yue Zhong. The mutant dog rushed onto White Bones' body, ruthlessly biting, unexpectedly breaking White Bones' right shoulder, sending bone pieces flying. Rifle bullets couldn't penetrate White Bones' body after it went through skeletal strengthening. Unexpectedly, it was crushed by one bite of the mutant dog. The huge force of the mutant dog's bite could be seen. If Yue Zhong was bitten, even with the protective clothing, he would suffer heavy damage. As White Bones was getting its shoulder bitten, Yue Zhong raised his Stinger 2, firing 3 shots towards the mutated dog. The 3 bullets banged into the mutated dog's skull. The mutated dog's skull exploded 3 fist-sized bloody holes. Powerless, it collapsed to the ground. A large experience orb flooded into Yue Zhong's body. TL. I'm going to refer to the round lights as experience orbs from now on. That's what they are. A skill book, 2 white boxes, and 100 life coins appeared by the mutant dog's body. Yue Zhong quickly scooped these things into his backpack. Then he looked at White Bones. In order to save Yue Zhong, White Bones' right shoulder was broken by the mutant dog. So long as White Bones' skull wasn't destroyed, it could recover the dropped bone pieces. But if the bone was completely destroyed by someone, it couldn't restore the bone crumblings back into its skeleton body. White Bones walked over to the mutant dog. Using its hand to dig into the mutant dog's skull, it activated a bone exploit skill. In one pull, the mutant dog's vertebrae was extracted by White Bones. White bones continually pierced into every portion of the mutant dog's body. A channel of black light flashed. The bones were completely absorbed by white bones. Its body unexpectedly became a size bigger. Congratulations, your special skeleton successfully used bone exploit skill absorbing mutated dog skeleton, strength 10. A bizarre voice directly rang in Yue Zhong's sea of thoughts. TL, the strength 10 is possibly referencing the intensity/strength of the bones absorbed. I don't believe it means Yue Zhong or white bones gain 10 STR points. We will probably get more clarity next chapter. Chapter 77. After absorbing the mutated dog skeleton, an armor started to spread on white bone's body into a thin layer, wrapping up its whole body. Yue Zhong didn't stop, quickly advancing forward. After white bone's evolution completed, it again shadowed behind Yue Zhong. When Yue Zhong appeared in front of the motorcade, a miserable bloody scene entered his sight. Disemboweled bodies and severed human corpses were everywhere. 3 huge mutated dogs the size of ligers were jumping towards the remaining 12 gunmen, hunting the humans. The 12 remaining gunmen's faces were written with shock. They basically had no method to grasp the trajectory of the mutant dog's movements. A jeep was overturned on the road, blocking the road. In the distance, a Hummer was wildly escaping towards them. Tiger was holding a Type 79 submachine and unceasingly fired at the 3 mutated dogs. He yelled, "Don't panic! Everyone don't panic! Hold fast! Fire! Whoever dares to run, Daddy will shoot you!" LVL 20 mutant dogs. Posse's extremely high agility and stamina. Sharp claws and teeth that can mangle steel. Yue Zhong, seeing those 3 living mutated dogs, felt the information of enter into his mind. Under Tiger's organization, those 12 gunmen spread fire without ceasing, beating back the 3 mutant dogs' attack. The 3 mutant dogs were not invulnerable to bullets and blades. The Type 79 submachine gun 7.72 mm rounds were able to injure them. Tiger's eyes saw Yue Zhong from far away. He urgently shouted, "Yue Zhong, quick, rescue me. You only need to save me. I'll give you several beautiful women. In my house, I have even more beautiful and sexy women than Guoyu." Yue Zhong looked at Tiger. His mind flashed countless thoughts. Detouring to the side, he closed in on Tiger's party. If they rushed straight ahead, the wild flying bullets could drop them. He was wearing the LVL-3 protection armor that could stop gunfire, but his head didn't have any protection. One bullet could drop him. A gunman pulled the trigger, but no bullets came out. His mind panicked, immediately searching his body. At almost the same time, the majority of gunmen stopped firing. The Type 79 machine gun fires quickly. They used up all of their bullets. There were only 2 Type 81 rifles still firing. Seeing this scene, the remaining gunmen could not hold on. They dispersed in confusion, fleeing all around. Everyone's mind had the same thought. They don't need to outrun the mutant dogs. They only need to outrun their comrades. Tiger also gave up, fleeing into the forest. Yue Zhong was still dozens of meters from Tiger. If Tiger stayed, even Yue Zhong could not save him. Tiger had just fled a couple of steps when a mutant dog rushed him to the ground like a tiger. Opening its bloody mouth, it snapped Tiger's neck from behind. This ambitious and ruthless character who held high aims died like that, at the mouth of a mutant dog. Yue Zhong rushed and grabbed his Type 79 submachine gun at the same time. He extremely calmly fired towards the mutated dog. After learning the firearms control skill, Yue Zhong's ability could compare to a soldier who had gone through several years of target practice. Within 20 meters, dozens of bullets passed through the mutated dog's body, creating bloody hole after bloody hole. The mutated dog was infuriated. Abandoning his prepared hunt on the gunman, he rushed towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. When he was only 5 meters from the mutant dog, he started the shadow step skill. His speed soared to an extremely terrifying state. Yue Zhong's shadow step state was like a demon stepping out, avoiding the mutated dog's pounce at the peak moment. Taking advantage of the moment, the mutated dog rushing power, a smooth sword chopped through the dog's neck, causing its head to fly off. The mutant dog corpse continued rushing forward a short distance, finally crashing to the ground. A large experience orb flew out, rushing into Yue Zhong's body. Congratulations, advanced to level 18. Please distribute 2 stat points. Absorbing the accumulated experience orbs of 2 level 20 mutated dogs and the previous zombies, Yue Zhong rushed up to level 18. 1 point strength, 1 point stamina. Yue Zhong's mind acted. After selecting his stats, he rushed towards the 2 remaining mutant dogs. In shadow step mode, Yue Zhong's agility distantly overrode the 2 mutant dogs. He could wantonly destroy them. Yue Zhong powered up many times, moreover he had the added speed stats from the clothes. If he didn't use shadow step, he was still barely at the same level of the 2 dogs. Although they were level 20, those 2 mutated dogs were several times weaker than the boss hunters. They weren't the same as the zombies who completely lost their thinking ability. It made the mutated dogs much more difficult to handle than zombies. Seeing Yue Zhong drop one of their comrades, the surviving 2 dogs abandoned hunting the remaining gunmen. One on the right, one on the left, they enveloped Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes coldly flashed. Madly increasing speed, he rushed towards the 2 dogs like an arrow. At the moment they were about to come in contact, his body slightly leaned. The imitation Tang sword drew across the mutated dog's body. It was chopped into 2 halves. Filthy blood splashed, and the organs and intestines slid out. The other dog took advantage of the opportunity and pounced like a tiger. He rushed towards Yue Zhong like a thunderbolt. Yue Zhong's body slightly bent. In one rush, he drew a line across the mutated dog's neck. Shortly after its head separated from its body, the corpse falling to the ground. How extreme! Bizarre! How can he be so strong? The surviving gunmen looked at Yue Zhong, who had solely killed 3 mutated dogs. Their eyes full of fright and worship. The 3 mutated dogs terrified them. However, they knew that of 26 gunmen 20 were killed, and they still couldn't drop a single dog. Yue Zhong alone suddenly killed 3. His power is obvious. The 3 dogs dropped 1 skill book, a green box, 3 white boxes, and 300 life coins. Yue Zhong strode over and put those God and Devil World items into his bag. TL. This chapter is called Tiger's Death, but I didn't want to spoil. Smiley face. Chapter 78. Chaos. Ji Qinggu and Chun Yao finally caught up after Yue Zhong totally beheaded the 4 mutated dogs. Ji Qingwu's stats are also focused in agility, but she needed to defend Chun Yao, slowing her down a lot. Yue Zhong walked to Tiger's body. Looking at Tiger's body, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Tiger was an ambitious and ruthless character. He was able to control the gunmen of Always Bright Village. As soon as he died, the balance of the village broke. Yue Zhong wanted to quietly leave the plan. Yue Zhong lowered his voice and shouted while looking at the 6 remaining gunmen. From now on, you are incorporated into me. You are now my direct subordinates. You need to completely listen to my commands. Understand. The 6 gunmen looked at each other in a state of confusion. They never thought Tiger would die, and now Yue Zhong wanted to incorporate them. A gunman worked up some courage to go against Yue Zhong. You aren't Always Bright Village's boss. On what grounds can you incorporate us? As soon as the gunman finished speaking, White Bones, who was standing by Yue Zhong, shot forward like an arrow, waving its axe like a whirlwind. It chopped through the gunman's skull, causing the head to go flying, soaring into the sky, blood spraying everywhere. The 5 gunmen were startled, nervously grasping their assault rifles, not daring to act the slightest bit rash, even so much that they didn't dare point their guns at Yue Zhong. Seeing the gunman beheaded by Yue Zhong, Chun Yao's eyebrows wrinkled, and she looked over at Ji Qinggu. Ji Qinggu shook her head towards Chun Yao. Yue Zhong coldly stared at the gunman, saying, "To refuse me is death. You all can choose. Come under my command. Listen to my orders or die right here. Obey. Obey. I obey your commands. Yue Zhong, I wish to be your subordinate. Brother Yue, I wish to be your subordinate." The remaining 5 gunmen competed with each other's exclamations. Tiger, the man they followed, already died. They also thought they would pass away. Being able to follow a strong man like Yue Zhong is a stroke of good luck in ZH. Start the car. We are returning to Always Bright Village. Yue Zhong quickly got on the vehicle and commanded a gunman to drive. The vehicle that was toppled by the mutated dog was already pushed out of the way by white bones. 2 jeeps and a Dongfeng truck made up the motorcade setting off towards Always Bright Village's direction. Boss! Boss! Tiger died! Tiger died! A person under Zhang Xiang entered his room screaming. At that time in the room 3 beautiful women wearing black open leather outfits were kneeling on the ground like dogs, trying their hearts out to attend on Zhang Xiang. What? Tiger died! Zhang Xiang was originally indignant for being disturbed from training beautiful women. After understanding his subordinate's words, his face changed. He kicked a beautiful woman kneeling in front of him, continuing to ask, Chan Yuan, are you certain? You personally saw it? Chan Yuan spoke and looked at the beautiful woman wearing black leather at the same time. I'm certain. I personally saw. Those mutant dogs circled around our rear and started attacking. We fled to forest. The last thing I saw was a mutant dog pouncing on Tiger's body, biting his neck. Chan Yuan was a person under Tiger's command that had been bribed by Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's face became happy. Clapping Chan Yuan's shoulder, he said, Good, good, you did well. Chan Yuan, wait a moment for the matter to pass by. These 3 women, I'll give to you. Chan Yuan happily said, Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Finished speaking, Zhang Xiang quickly left the place, gathered his 7 henchmen, and completely equipped them. They quickly rushed to the small Western-style house where Lei Jin lived. Lei Jin was working out. He saw Zhang Xiang bringing men rushing close. Raising a brow, he asked, Zhang Xiang, what happened? Lei Jin's 2 henchmen both raised their guns and aimed at Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's eyes became red. Crying, he said, Big brother Lei, Chen Yan betrayed Tiger. He and Yue Zhong allied to kill Tiger. This is according to Chen Yuan, who went with Tiger. He risked his life to come back and tell me. We are going to hide him. Big brother Lei, you need to get revenge for Tiger. Lei Jin understood the news, immediately shouting in anger. What? Chen Yan dared betray Tiger? Lei Jin stared at Chen Yuan, coldly asking, Chen Yuan, speak to me. Is what Zhang Xiang said true? You dare speak a lie? Daddy will throw you to the zombies. Chen Yuan said, crying, Brother Lei, everything Xiang said is true. Lin Yu and I saw with our own eyes. You need to get revenge for Tiger. Lei Jin was indignant. Grabbing a 79 type submachine gun with both hands, he rushed out. Fuck him! Wang Yuan, Li Jueji, come with me. Daddy wants to peel Qin Yan's skin and throw him to the zombies. Lei Jin's henchmen also followed, rushing out. After Lei Jin departed, Zhang Xiang ordered Chen Yuan, take several people to grab the women Qiyang and Yue Zhong brought right now. Qiyang needs to be grabbed alive. If he's beaten up, it's no problem. Try to catch the other women alive. If you can't, it's no big deal. I understand, boss. Chen Yuan nodded. He rushed out with 3 men to Qiyang's group location. Zhang Xiang, moving quickly forward, caught up with Lei Jin. Qiyang, are you here? I'm De Guzi. In the villa Yue Zhong's group resided. De Guzi hurriedly approached and anxiously spoke. Qiyang came out from the villa saying, What happened, De Guzi? Qiyang knew De Guzi was Yue Zhong's eyes in Always Bright Village. They didn't have any foundation in Always Bright Village. The local De Guzi was their sole source of intelligence. De Guzi eagerly said, Tiger died. This is information I received from a friend. Qiyang's eyes became solemn. He said to the women who were stretching out in the courtyard, preparing food and watching clothes. Wang Qian and Zhang Ecchi immediately closed the gate. Everyone hide in the house. Wang Shuang and Su Jingguan grab guns. Finished speaking, Qiyang grabbed a Type 79 submachine gun and 3 clips, tossing them to De Guzi, saying, Thank you, De Guzi. After this, you are one of us. Protect yourself. De Guzi received the Type 79 machine gun and 3 clips, and he ran into the villa in a flash. He could only spread the news. As far as him fighting, he didn't dare. The 2 women, Wang Qian and Zhang Ecchi, urgently closed the gate, hiding in the villa. Quickly, Always Bright Village sounded with fierce shots. Chen Yuan brought 3 people before the villa and yelled, Quick, open the gate! Chapter 79, Rushing to Fight. Chun Yuan faced the gate and yelled, "Everyone inside listen. Everyone come out for me. Brother Xiang wants to see you all. If you don't come out on your own, then don't blame me for my rudeness." Qiyang coldly said, "Scram! No one can enter this gate before Yue Zhong returns." Chun Yuan indignantly said to the 3 men under his command, "Smash it!" Chen Yuan's 3 men spread a burst of fire towards the gate's lock, exploding it with a boom. Then a kick opened it up. Qiyang, grasping his Type 79 submachine gun, lay down in a corner. When the gate burst open, he calmly pulled the trigger. His gun spit out bullets like a flaming tongue on the door. The 2 armed men were mowed down defenseless onto the ground. One of the men was killed on sight, the other was shot through the leg. Qiyang's job was changed to soldier. He also had the job skill firearms control. His shooting skill could compare to soldiers who had gone through rigorous training. Chun Yuan was startled. Crouching down, he rolled nearby to the side. The other gunman flashed over to the other side of the gate. "It hurts! Help!" The gunman shot through the leg yelled an intensely severe cry, painfully struggling on the ground. "Fuck him! Too ferocious!" Chun Yuan scolded. Looking at the villa, he somehow didn't know what to do. The gunmen of Always Bright Village were a mob of people that had never gone through strict military training. They were ordinary people holding guns. Chun Yuan didn't know how to attack Qiyang's guarded position without any heavy weapons. The 2 sides became deadlocked. On the other side, Zhang Xiang and Lei Zhun combined their 2 great powers together, and they headed towards Chun Yan's force to attack. A touch off guard, Chun Yan's force suffered heavy losses, losing 4 brothers. Chan Yan, Chun Si, and 2 other gunmen retreated to a small Western-style house to defend. Zhang Xiang commanded the attack and scolded in his mind at the same time, "Fuck him! That rubbish Chun Yuan. How come he hasn't brought people?" Compared to Chen Yan, Zhang Xiang was even more afraid of Yue Zhong. He therefore took this opportunity to seize power of Always Bright Village. He already considered every aspect entirely. He only needed to grab Qiyang and Lu Wan, then he could force Yue Zhong's submission. With the exception of Tiger, Lei Zhun and Chen Yan weren't worth consideration by Yue Zhong. Tiger brought along the strongest gunman at his side every time he went out. Zhang Xiang didn't dare act the slightest bit rash. He could only honestly become Tiger's dog. Due to Tiger's ruthlessness, he wouldn't even submit if you killed his women. No one could suppress Tiger's wild ambitions. From far away, a vehicle came with the sound of a roaring engine as the 2 were fiercely fighting. Zhang Xiang's face changed. He didn't calculate Yue Zhong could return so fast. Yue Zhong came back so fast? According to Zhang Xiang's estimate, Yue Zhong should have taken a long time to battle the 4 mutated dogs. In this time, he could completely capture Always Bright Village. He didn't need to be afraid of Yue Zhong's threats because at that time he would have hostages. Yue Zhong returned. Fuck him, unexpectedly killing Brother Tiger. I need to get revenge for Brother Tiger. Lei Zhun's eyes turned blood red, snarling. He hastened his 5 henchmen to the village opening. Tiger gave Lei Zhun great kindness, never slighting him. Lei Zhun was hell-bent on paying back everything for Tiger. Zhang Xiang glanced at the hot-headed Lei Zhun, sneering in his mind, "Idiot! Come with me." Considering for a moment, Zhang Xiang brought the 8 men under his command towards Yue Zhong's residence. "We have a situation. Stop the car. Get out and prepare for battle. Completely kill everyone facing us with a gun." His eyebrows wrinkled, and he gave commands to the driver. From far away, Yue Zhong understood the intense gunfire noises. The driver quickly stopped the vehicle. 5 gunmen, Yue Zhong and Ji Qinggu, all got out of the vehicle. The 2 jeeps couldn't stop bullets. By directly rushing in, they would certainly become a great target. Yue Zhong also couldn't bring his skills into play on the vehicle. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a fierce light. He issued a terrifying command to White Bones. "Go for me, with the exception of the people traveling with me. Kill everyone carrying a gun." Yue Zhong's sworn followers and women were all in Always Bright Village. He was already extremely angry. His thoughts became murderous. Receiving Yue Zhong's command, White Bone's eyes flashed with fiery soul magic, rushing towards Always Bright Village like a whirlwind. Yue Zhong pointed at a tall and thin gunman among the five who looked about 25 or 26 years old, saying, "Lu Yen, I'm making you the leader of this small squad. This small squad will follow your commands. After entering the village, anyone who points a gun at us, plunders, rapes women, pillages supplies, will all be killed by us. I'll go first and clear out those bastards." Lu Yen was happy in his heart. Standing up straight, he said, "Yes, Brother Yu, I guarantee mission completion." The two women Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao's were soft-hearted. Before Ziyage, those were good qualities. But they couldn't carry out the orders that Yue Zhong commanded. Those two couldn't murder people or carry out Yue Zhong's command. Yue Zhong also only gave the mission over to those gunmen previously under Tiger's command. As far as their reliability, Yue Zhong didn't think much about it. After all, they had no one else. Yue Zhong's figure flashed, following behind White Bones. "Open fire!" White Bones had just approached Always Bright Village. Lei Zhen roared at those under his command. 6 gunmen grabbed 81 type rifles and 79 type submachine guns and spread fire at the approaching White Bones. White Bones leaped like a monkey in a zigzag pattern, avoiding the bullet fire. A few bullets merely hit into his bone armor, unable to break his skeleton. White Bones already had 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person. His movements were extremely agile, closing the 100-meter distance in a blink of an eye. Rushing before Lei Zhen's group, it leaped, jumping right in front of Lei Zhen. Waving its axe, Lei Zhen's skull was sent flying. Blood scattered everywhere. Lei Zhen's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. "Ah! Oh!" A gunman to the side was covered by Lei Zhen's blood spray. He fearfully yelled. Pulling the trigger, he madly sprayed at White Bones. Chapter 80, Zhang Xiang's Death. TL, Crimson Iris and Delivery Man. Editors, Kaiser Dog. White Bones' body flashed, dodging almost all of the bullets. He then waved his axe. That militant was beheaded, blood spraying towards the sky. White Bones, ever since Yue Zhong summoned him, had been beheading the zombies. Now, his fighting style has formed a habit which is specialized in chopping off the heads of his prey. Monster! Monster! Being in close range with White Bones, who was fierce and brutal, plus their leader being beheaded. Those military forces' battle desire fell apart and they started fleeing in all directions. In order to lessen the burden of their bodies, they threw away the Type 81 rifles and the Type 79 submachine guns to the ground, throwing their helmets away, as well as their dignity. One could see that this scene was truly a shameful sight. TL note: throwing the helmet can mean throwing one's life-saving option / also might mean throwing one's pride away. White Bones was resolute on following Yue Zhong's orders, seemingly appearing as the Grim Reaper with his axe, beheading those militants who had not yet abandoned their firearms. In a few breaths, those militants who were still holding their firearms were all beheaded. Taking advantage of the period of time when White Bones was beheading those militants, Yue Zhong's figure flashed. He entered the Always Bright Village and directly moved towards his villa. After White Bones finished beheading the enemies, he hurried after Yue Zhong. Not long after Yue Zhong left, Lu Yen along with his 4 team members arrived at the village. "Brother Yu is really awesome." Lu and the other team members at the village looked at the beheaded corpses of the other militants. In their hearts, they were afraid but also felt fortunate. They felt fortunate that they made the right choice. Lu Yan's 5-man team held guns. On one side, they were gathering the firearms on the ground, and on the other side, they mercilessly shot down those people who tried to take advantage of the confusion and rob the goods. "Chun Yuan, what did you eat? Why haven't you attacked here?" Zhang Xiang arrived at the residence of Yue Zhong's group. Looking at Chun Yuan hiding at the gate, he was enraged. He couldn't help but curse. If he couldn't capture Yue Zhong's friends and women, his opportunity to win over the village would be destroyed. Chun Yuan cried, saying, "Brother Xiang, Qiang has guns. 2 of my brothers have been murdered. We can't rush in." Zhang Xiang looked fierce. Grabbing a gun, he pointed at Chun Yuan's head, yelling, "Shut it with your fucking nonsense. Immediately rush in for daddy and drop Qiang. Grab the other people." Otherwise Daddy will shoot you. Zhang Xiang roared at the other gunmen. And you all! Everyone rush in for me. If you don't grab the people inside, we will all die. Yes, Brother Xiang. Chun Yuan clenched his teeth. His face bitter, he turned towards the gate and rushed in. Gunman after gunman rushed into the door like the tide. Qi hid in the shadows. He pulled the trigger as soon as Chun Yuan's group rushed in. He emptied a clip at once, dense fire enveloping the entryway. 3 of the rushing gunmen were struck down to the ground. Chun Yuan was also hit by a bullet, but he rolled nearby to the side. Taking advantage of Qi Yang's empty clip, the other gunmen opened fire, sweeping Qi Yang's location. At the same time, under the suppressive fire, they invaded the courtyard. Qi Yang rolled nearby, leaving his original position, and hid in the villa. Level 2 defensive clothes could stop small-caliber bullets, but he was not invincible. He would die if hit in the head. Hiding inside the house, the women were all afraid they would die. They never thought they would unexpectedly encounter a firefight. Before Ziyage, it was a sight only seen in movies and on television. The gunmen rushed into the courtyard. A yellow-colored magic light appeared on the ground. Next, a 3-meter-long thorn suddenly burst from the ground, piercing straight through a gunman. Blood unceasingly spilled from the thorn's tip. This suddenly appearing thorn made the gunmen extremely panicked and destroyed their motivation, one by one seeking shelter to escape. Qi Yang took advantage with a burst of fire. After 2 gunmen were dropped, he immediately rolled nearby. Qi Yang had just rolled to the side when a concentration of bullets hit his original position, striking the wall, filling it with bullet holes. Zhang Xiang gnashed his teeth thinking, "Damn! I never thought Qi Yang was so severe." Qi Yang's job was soldier. With the firearms control skill, his shooting level far exceeded the mob controlled by Zhang Xiang. The troops Zhang Xiang brought were forced to cease their advance due to an ammunition shortage. The amount of bullets each person fired wasn't less than 100. As far as accuracy, they basically had none. "Rush in! Drop him!" Zhang Xiang snarled. He jumped out from the cover and rushed inside the villa. Further delay was unfavorable. They still had 5 people, they had the numbers advantage. If they delayed, it would be trouble. "Who do you want to drop?" From Zhang Xiang's rear passed an icy voice. Zhang Xiang's heart chilled, and he immediately rolled nearby. The next moment, concentrated bullet fire dropped on the 5 gunmen, piercing through 2 of them and dropping them to the floor. Yue Zhong entered the courtyard holding a Type 79 machine gun in one hand and an imitation tang sword in the other. He dashed into the gunman like a cheetah. One slash. A gunman's head responded by flying to the ground. White bones also appeared like a shadow at Yue Zhong's side. An axe sent the last gunman's head flying. In the whole courtyard, only Zhang Xiang was left. Zhang Xiang's face was panicked. Kneeling on the ground, he begged to Yue Zhong, "Don't kill me! Yue Zhong, don't kill me! I wish to surrender. I wish to surrender and be your dog. Don't kill me! I'll give all the beautiful women to you. I'm begging you, don't kill me." Although Zhang Xiang appeared cruel and arrogant before, but his true nature was one extremely afraid of death. He begged for mercy from Yue Zhong as soon as something went wrong. Yue Zhong coldly looked at Zhang Xiang. His hand waved the imitation tang sword, one slice sending Zhang Xiang's head flying. Zhang Xiang's head tumbled, rolling on the ground. His eyes were filled with fright and fear. The amount of pressure Zhang Xiang's group gave Qi Yang wasn't small. Carrying weapons, the amount of danger was much greater to Qi Yang than ordinary zombies could ever be. Yue Zhong said, "I will handle the matter. You stay and guard here. Apart from us, don't let anyone else enter." Qi Yang said, "Yes." After he finished speaking, Yue Zhong quickly rushed out. Always Bright Village's 4 chiefs represented the village's greatest 4 powers. Tiger's military force was destroyed among the 3 mutated dogs. Lei Zhan and Zhang Xiang's power was destroyed by Yue Zhong's hand. Now, the only thing remaining was Chun Yan's military strength. Chapter 81. Overwhelming Destruction. TL. Deliverman. Editors. Kaiser Dog. Yue Zhong discovered Lu Yan's party in a private house. At that time, there were 5 unarmed men crouching beside Lu Yan. "Brother Yu, you came." Seeing Yue Zhong and White Bones, he approached and welcomed them. Pointing to the 5 men, he said, "They were Lei Zhun and Tiger's men. What should we do with them?" The 5 men were all looking a little afraid at Yue Zhong and White Bones' figures. Among them, some had seen White Bones' killing spree of horror. Yue Zhong looked at the 5 men, coldly saying, "From now on, you are all my subordinates. You must unconditionally obey my orders. If you don't obey, then you will simply die. Now grab some guns and do battle with me. Understand?" Yue Zhong only needed to follow behind the unit. He didn't need to worry about them defecting. If they defected, he would ruthlessly kill and behead them. But right now, Yue Zhong lacked manpower. He could only use the people he could grab. The 5 men relaxed a little in their hearts. They went to the side and grabbed their weapons. Yes, brother Yu. Being able to stay alive was the greatest wish of the 5 men. In the midst of this chaos, staying alive is the #1 priority. They didn't care who was most effective. Not everyone was willing to risk their life for Tiger. They relied on Tiger and Lei Zhun in order to stay alive. Staying alive is much better than dying. Always Bright Village's 4 chiefs represented the village's greatest 4 powers. Tiger's military force was destroyed among the 3 mutated dogs. Lei Zhun and Zhang Xiang's power was destroyed by Yue Zhong's hand. Now the only thing remaining was Chun Yan's military strength. "Lu Yan, take your men to guard Tiger's villa. Ji Qinggu and Chen Yao, you go defend Zhang Xiang's villa. Don't let the people fool around. Everyone else come with me." Yue Zhong quickly gave out the distributions. After Lu Yan's small group passed the trial, they managed to gain a little trust. Yue Zhong placed the ones he could trust the most to stable situations. The uncertain gunmen he kept by his side. He was confident he could eliminate the unreliable gunmen at any time. Under a subordinate's guidance, Yue Zhong quickly found Chun Yan's sheltered villa. Yue Zhong arrived at the sheltered villa's exterior. He didn't ask for anyone to surrender. He commanded White Bones, "Go kill everyone holding a gun." The 4 chiefs in Always Bright Village all possessed huge influence. Yue Zhong had basically no influence in the village. If Chun Yan came down on him, it would be hard to handle. It would be better to take advantage of this situation and kill him, completely wiping out all of the village chiefs. Like this, the whole village wouldn't have enough power to disobey him. Yue Zhong didn't want to create any conflicts with Tiger and his people in the past. This was for Qiyang, Lu Wan, and everyone else's safety. It did not represent an approval of Tiger's methods. He didn't mind taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Zhang Xiang and others. White Bones immediately sped towards Chun Yan's sheltered villa. Chun Yan was an incredibly bright person. As soon as he saw Yue Zhong's special skeleton White Bones, his face turned white. Guessing the whole story. "Skeleton?" Yue Zhong returned. "He wants to kill me." Chun Si and 2 remaining henchmen began firing a mass of bullets at White Bones without ceasing. White Bones moved like thunder within a hail of bullets. Even if hit by several bullets, there was no way to break his bones. Like a killing god, he quickly dashed into the villa. Waving the axe, a gunman was decapitated by White Bones. Editor note: axe and axe are both correct in spelling. Axe is preferred in modern English literature. Chun Si switched a clip just in time. Soon after, he closed the distance between him and White Bones, spraying fire in a burst of madness. "Damned bastard! Go die!" White Bones, being extremely nimble, jumped to the side, avoiding Chun Si's fire. With ease, the axe waved. The air pressure made a screaming sound, sending Chun Si's skull flying. Chun Yan turned, wanting to flee. White Bones' axe connected, chopping Chun Yan in 2. Blood and intestines littered the ground. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Another gunman peed his pants, tossed his Type 81 rifle, and held up his hands. White Bones' eyes stared at the gunman, glowing with fiery soul magic. Its image flashed, dexterously jumping into Chun Yan's villa. With the axe, he destroyed all the doors in the villa, checking to see if there were any armed enemies inside. "Come with me." Hearing the gunfire in the villa die down, Yue Zhong brought the 5 new subordinates to Chun Yan's villa. After entering Chun Yan's villa, he saw the terrifying scene of Chun Yan chopped in half at the waist. The 5 subordinates at Yue Zhong were celebrating without end in their hearts. Without surrendering, they would have already become corpses in the ground. The gunmen let go by White Bones were crouching on the ground, holding up both hands, not daring any strange movements. Yue Zhong looked at the 5 people, coldly saying, "Go search for supplies, take any survivors into custody, and bring them out. Don't get handsy, clear?" "Yes, brother Yue." The 5 men's hearts shivered, responding loudly. Then they entered the villa and started searching. The 5 women brought out in custody by Yue Zhong's new subordinates all looked at Yue Zhong with fright. They didn't know what would become of their fate. Yue Zhong looked at the 5 women, discovering the 5 women were all pretty good-looking. Every one was no less than Wang Lan. TL? Don't know who Wang Lan is. Maybe a typo from the author or a famous person. A character I forgot. Editor. Chapter 63. Dismissed by Lu Wan as not being a threat in beauty, tongue sticking out. An armed personnel excitedly reported to Yue Zhong. "Brother Yue, on the 2nd floor, 2nd room on the right, we discovered a large amount of rice, flour, alcohol, and other staple foods. That place is the place where Chun Yan stashed things. TL. Alcohol is a staple food LOL. Editor. Hey, alcohol is a must in any survival situation. In ZH, goods and food were the most important." Yue Zhong instructed, "Leave 2 people here to protect the supplies. Bring the others with me." "Yes, brother Yue." 2 armed personnel responded and then guarded the location. Yue Zhong wasn't worried they would flee. Everywhere outside of Always Bright Village had dangerous monsters like zombies and mutated beasts. If those gunmen raided the goods and left, they wouldn't live long. "Over there is the hen house. What's going on there?" Yue Zhong hadn't left Chun Yan's villa long ago, and he saw the henhouse's door was open. 3 men were hastily going inside. Yue Zhong's brows wrinkled, leading a group of people towards the henhouse. As soon as Yue Zhong arrived at the henhouse, he smelled a fishy stench. He stepped inside and saw an astonishing sight. There was a layer of yellow straw spread inside the approximately 100 square meter room. A dozen malnourished and sickly-looking women. They looked withered and numb, lying or sitting on the ground. There wasn't a thread of anger. They were like dead people. 7 men surrounded 2 pretty women who still had a little liveliness in them, doing that type of thing. The henhouse echoed a sound of men lewdly laughing and gasping for air while the women wept. Chapter 82. Celebrity. TL. Crimson Iris. Delivery Man. Editors. Delivery Man. Damn it! Looking at the scene, Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Going forward a single step, putting a sword above the man's head, beheading him. Blood sprayed out from the man's neck, splashing down from his body towards the woman and his surroundings. Splashed by that man's hot blood, the 2 males were immediately scared witless, without even having the time to wear their pants, at once kneeled on the ground and pleaded, "Day mercy! Day mercy!" TL note. Day, pinyin, day, literally means uncle/term of respect for older male, and the literal translation felt weird, so just wrote the pinyin version. The remaining 4 men were also scared and their condition became awful. Kneeling on the ground towards you, pleaded, "Big brother mercy! Big brother mercy!" Yue Zhong, with a cold voice, ordered those 3 subordinates that came with him. I said, "The men who take advantage of the situation and defile the women, all must die. Shoot them down." "Yes, brother Yue." The 3 subordinates responded. They straightforward used the guns and burst fire on those 6 men who were kneeling on the ground. Those 6 men covered by dozens of concentrated bullets. They all fell to the ground. Yue Zhong looked around the room at those tormented human shapes of the women. His heart was extremely hard. This is ZH, a maddening ZH. The darkness of human hearts was due to the loss of institutional constraints. The future hopelessness started expanding without limits. I would rather be a peaceful and secure dog than a human in chaos. Yue Zhong had heard these words before, but he had never before truly felt the weight of those words. After Yue Zhong entered college, His temper quieted a little, reading several books. Among them were several Nationalist Party senior officials' memoirs. He recalled they contained some feudalistic superstitious. Looking at their self-glorification, you can clearly see the societal circumstances at that time. A high-ranking officer recollected, after his troops were scattered by incessant fighting between warlords, those soldiers murdered, pillaged, and raped without any qualms. In order to stop them, the high-ranking officer was forced to put them all to the gun. The blackness in mankind's heart can be seen as soon as people lose the restrictions of order. It has so much madness and perversion. Yue Zhong plainly said, "Leave one person here defending. No one can enter without my command." "Yes," a subordinate replied. "Yue Zhong? Are you Yue Zhong? Help me, help me." At Yue Zhong's side, as he decided to leave, an endlessly weak voice came from the ground. Yue Zhong turned his head to look. Although fair-skinned, the woman whose body was covered in gonorrhea was begging him. Yue Zhong walked a few steps towards the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The woman was weak without compare. Her eyes flowing with remorseful tears feebly said, "I am Li Manny." Li Manny, since that night after she escaped from the school bus, as a fugitive hiding along the way, escaped from Leijiang City. Then she was discovered by Tiger's group going out to look for supplies, and brought back to Always Bright Village. Li Manny's appearance could be considered pretty good. A couple of days ago, after she carelessly provoked Tiger, she was sent to the henhouse, suffering insult. Yue Zhong called over a subordinate and gave him 2 pieces of candy. "Come over here. Carefully take care of this woman." "Yes, brother Yue." The subordinate somewhat slowly walked over. Looking at Li Manny, a little awkward, he went to the woman on the ground. Yue Zhong looked at the subordinate. Understanding a little, he said, "The past is settled. I won't investigate. You only have to look after her. Don't let her die, and it's okay. She is only my former classmate." The majority of women in the henhouse had all been visited by those gunmen. If Yue Zhong wished to get revenge for those women, he would have to kill those gunmen. From his point of view, Yue Zhong couldn't do it. Yue Zhong's subordinate relaxed and said, "Brother, you don't worry. I absolutely can take good care of her." Yue Zhong nodded, stood up, and took large strides outside. Li Manny was certainly not one of his people. He could only do this small step for her. If she needs anything else, he couldn't delay over this woman who formally chose to leave his side. Gazing at the sight of Yue Zhong leaving, Li Manny's eyes flowed 2 pairs of quiet tears. Remorseful and weak with gratitude, she said, "Thank you." Li Manny endlessly regretted choosing to flee Leijiang City at that time together with Zhao Jin. If she stayed at Yue Zhong's side, she wouldn't have encountered this type of disaster. Yue Zhong's subordinates bowed down. From his chest pocket, he pulled out a military canteen and piece of candy, and gave it to Li Manny. After those who plundered and raped women were put to death by the firing squad, the situation slowly stabilized. After all, the majority of people were timid, hiding in their homes and not going outside. The rioters were a small portion. "Brother Yue, these are Tiger's private women." When Yue Zhong led the people to Tiger's villa, Lu Yan excitedly brought a crowd of women to Yue Zhong and gave a report. There were 11 women in the group, each one with appearance and stature above average. One of them had a voluptuous figure and delicate face that carried a hint of pride and charm. Among the group of women, she appeared to be a crane in flock of chickens, completely remarkable. Yue Zhong looked at the woman, eyebrows wrinkling. "Who is that woman? How does she seem a little familiar?" Lu Yan excitedly said to Yue Zhong, "Brother Yue, that woman is the big celebrity Lei Yuqing, the big star actor who was once popular north and south of the Yangtze River. She was also Tiger's most cherished woman." TL. North/South Yangtze means everywhere. Amidst Lei Yuqing's charm, she also looked somewhat arrogantly at Yue Zhong. She was an extremely beautiful and classy woman. She carried that big celebrity status, which increased her charm even more. In addition, she had skillful ways with men. Originally, however, she held Tiger's infatuation. The majority of time, he pampered her alone. She also had confidence to be able to craze Yue Zhong into her boy toy. Among Tiger's women, Only Lei Yuqing alone with status, appearance, figure, charm combined could contend with Guo Yu's appearance and temperament. Guo Yu clearly is the type men like. She has a mature, flirtatious behavior, rare, outstanding temperament, and socialness. Lei Yuqing, seeing Yue Zhong sizing her up, immediately smiled, perking up her ample peaks, showing off her most beautiful side. In Always Bright Village, she already experienced Ziyech's cruelty. Only with the Strong's blessing could she have a better life. Whether it was Tiger or Yue Zhong, she didn't care. Yue Zhong only looked at Lei Yuqing once, and didn't look at her a second time. He plainly said to Lu Yen, "I know. Leave 2 people to look after them. Wait for arrangements." Chapter 83. Establishment. Editor, Gustav. TL, Delivery Man, Crimson Iris. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Lei Yuqing's face changed, yet it showed no resistance. Don't disobey the strong was one of the first Ziyech laws she learned. Those women that disobeyed and resisted Tiger were tortured to no longer look human. Unable to survive and unable to die. Yue Zhong brought people from all around to work in Always Bright Village. They would search for materials, keep the peace, look for more recruits, delegate new responsibilities, and the like all day. Yue Zhong had finally made Always Bright Village return to its former tranquility. That night, inside Tiger's former villa, several big banquet tables were put out. At the banquet, Yue Zhong sat with survivors of Leijiang City, who he brought to the Always Bright Village, and planned to recruit several subordinates for promotion. The banquet was held privately in the courtyard inside the villa. Gathered were Yue Zhong, Wang Shuang, Lu Wen, Qiyang, Ji Qingwu, Deguzi, Lu Yen, Xiao Ming. Whereas, Guo Yu was standing behind Yue Zhong to act as Yu's exclusive waitress. Deguzi, Lu Yen, and Xiao Ming were promoted by Yue Zhong to squad leader. Each squad leader would manage 2 militants. Wang Shuang was also appointed as a squad leader by Yu, giving him 2 militants as his subordinates. Whereas, Qiyang was a commander-in-chief with 5 militants as his subordinates. In the villa banquet, delicious by Qiji, fried chicken with river snails, broth-steamed grass carp, stir-fried river shrimps, sautéed wild herbs, white steamed buns, and cooked white rice were arranged. TL note: Baikiji is Cantonese poached chicken. Grass carp is a type of fish. Prior to Ziyech, these vegetable and meats were common and ordinary. Now, though, this feast was regarded as extremely sumptuous. It could have even exceeded the decadence of abalone and edible birds' nests before Ziyech. TL. It's a thing. https://in wikipedia.org/wiki/edible_bird%sign27s nest. There weren't many chickens and ducks in Always Bright Village. No more than 20. In other words, even Yue Zhong couldn't eat this type of feast every day. Everyone was wolfing down food in the banquet room without stopping to speak. Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, the 2 women who accompanied Yue Zhong taking risks and fighting alongside him, were normally reserved, but this was their first time eating non-canned meat after Ziyech. They both lost a little restraint and took big mouthfuls. Needless to say, Deguzi, Lu Yen, and Xiaoming all knew how hard chicken and fish were to come by in Ziyech. They all took this opportunity to gorge themselves. They feared there would be few opportunities to eat like this again anytime soon. In the courtyard banquet, there was only rice and fried vegetables. Everyone's bowl also had a piece of lunch meat and a slice of chicken. Zhang Xian fiddled with her bowl of rice. Unhappily, she said, "Why are they able to eat by Qiji, while we get lunch meat? And only a single piece." Wang Feng's brows wrinkled, and sarcastically said, "Go be barefoot. The people sitting over there all have the strength of zombies. We are privileged to have this meat. Could it be you still want to go eat that corn gruel and wild herbs?" When Wang Feng said, "corn gruel and wild herbs," every person couldn't help but look towards the last seat of the banquet. Li Mani sat at that position. She was bathed clean and wearing clean clothes, but still looked a bit haggard. She had her head down and didn't respond to the others' glances. She looked at the grains of rice in her bowl, and she had no more of the arrogance from before when she criticized Yue Zhong's haughtiness. Some things, when lost, feel that much more precious. That bowl of rice at that moment was delicious, Zhang Xian fiddled with her bowl of rice. She spoke begrudgingly. Even if that's the case, I'm not happy about it. Lu Wan and Chun Yao don't have any great abilities. Why do they get to eat and drink all they want while we are stuck here eating this? She motioned to her rice. Zhang Xian knew their plight was much better than the people of Always Bright Village, but not many people shared that opinion. Compared with Lu Wan and Chun Yao, their quality of life was a level below. Yuaning stared at Zhang Xian and smiled coldly. Lu Wan is Yue Zhong's woman. Chun Yao and Ji Qinggu are covered because of their aptitude. Originally, everything under heaven wasn't fair. Do you think that before Ziyage everything was fair? Yuaning had no way of entering the inner banquet, and her heart ached. But she hated Zhang Xian even more. She wanted to refute everything Zhang Xian said. Zhang Li advised, "Silence is sometimes the better option." Zhang Li was much more sensible than the pampered Zhang Xian and Yuaning. She didn't want everyone to talk privately about Yue Zhong like he was a felon. In today's battle, Yue Zhong killed several people. Everyone changes. Yue Zhong could turn into a tyrant like Tiger. Under Zhang Li's advice, the two women gave each other a glance, not saying anything else. Zhang Xian ate and silently stared in the direction of the dining hall, seeking Yue Zhong's image. Yue Zhong ate and quietly considered future plans. In the past, Yue Zhong had never been the head boss. He deftly disposed of the 4 Always Bright Village chiefs, and in a short time had accumulated great influence here. His success was also a burden, though. The future of Always Bright Village's citizens rode on his shoulders. To speak of nothing else, the problem of feeding hundreds of people was the central pressing matter on Yue Zhong's mind. Always Bright Village's previous 4 chiefs had always gathered up quite a bit of supplies. They were able to gather so much that if dozens of people feasted for several years, they wouldn't run out of food. But now, if hundreds of people ate, they would only last a few months. For this reason, Tiger fed himself and his henchmen well, and only gave moldy food to the survivors. The land in this area was also infertile, and that only compounded the food supply problem. Yue Zhong thought to himself and shook his head. It isn't so great being the boss. Being a good boss is even more difficult. I wonder if being a tyrant might be a little easier. If he acted like a tyrant, inconsiderate of the lives and future of other people, he would be able to live comfortably. These thoughts, however, were inconsistent with his nature. After everyone had eaten their fill, 3 beautiful women walked over from the side and gathered up all the leftovers and cleared the table. "Good," began Yue Zhong. "Today we discuss our future. First, I have decided that our troops will be split into 3 different groups and rankings. Official team members on top, preliminary team members next, and outside personnel last. Wages for these teams will also be split into 3 levels. Official team members will receive 25 grams of rice in wages per day. Preliminary members will receive 16 grams. Outside personnel will receive 6 grams of rice. As for the other Always Bright Village personnel, twice a day provide them with enough gruel to keep them alive. We will use rice to pay for the services of Always Bright Villagers. If they want to live better, they must work hard and contribute." Right then, food was the most valuable thing in Always Bright Village. Yue Zhong figured that he could use the rice and other goods he found in the houses of the 4 chiefs as payment for other goods and services. Chapter 84. Agility Solidification. TL, Delivery Man, Crimson Iris. Editor, Gustav. Yue Zhong gave the most lucrative assignments to the people he could trust. Lu Wan will be responsible for the safeguard and distribution of goods. Deguzi, you will assist her. Deguzi beamed with joy and clapped his chest, pledging, "Yes, brother Yu, I will certainly defend the resources for you." This time, Deguzi's intelligence paid off. Yue Zhong must reward him. If not for Deguzi's intel, several of the people that Yue Zhong rescued from Leijiang City would have died. Goods and supplies allocations was indeed a lucrative post. When Deguzi obtained that appointment, the whole village looked highly upon him, not daring to offend him. Qiyang is responsible for the 1st combat unit. Primary duty is to search for supplies. Ji Qinggu is responsible for the 2nd combat unit. Wang Shuang is responsible for the 3rd combat unit. Lu Yong is responsible for the 4th combat unit. Xiao Ming is responsible for the 5th combat unit. Units, tomorrow go out and enlist team members. Newly recruited members belong to the outside personnel. After killing 5 ordinary zombies, outside personnel can promote to preliminary members. After preliminary members kill 20 ordinary zombies, they can be promoted to official team members. Each unit captain will be official team members and enjoy official team member treatment. Apart from all of you, the other current personnel will temporarily be preliminary members. After they accumulate sufficient achievements, they will be promoted. Yue Zhong looked in the direction of Chen Yao. Go and organize an interior affairs department. Chen Yao. Find and select a few subordinates. You'll be responsible for miscellaneous matters. Yue Zhong recognized that Chen Yao was more suited to organizational and management duties, and lacked the innate combat capabilities of someone like Ji Qinggu. Furthermore, Qinggu wasn't comfortable with Chen Yao participating in dangerous combat. Chen Yao would be more valuable to Yue Zhong off the battlefield than on it. Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, where will you stay? Could it be you aren't going to the Long High City base? As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes rested on Yue Zhong. This matter was related to all of their futures. They all wanted to hear Yue Zhong's reply. Yue Zhong boldly stated, I certainly want to go to the Long High City survivor base and continue exploring it. But before then, I must help settle down the hundreds of people in Always Bright Village. I cannot leave until my work here is done. It had been almost a month since Ziage began. Yue Zhong still hadn't formed any long-term plans. He wasn't thinking about migrating the Always Bright villagers to Long High City's survivor base even if they could take care of them. He was more interested in taking his people to search for friends and family. In the face of catastrophic disaster, powerful regimes and powerful organizations are the things everyone relies on. The government is that powerful regime. Chen Yao firmly stared at Yue Zhong and said, Please, arrange me into the 2nd combat unit. I want to use my ability to battle. With Ziage, the world had changed. Talented and powerful people were more likely to survive now. Chen Yao had already come to see this reality. In Ziage, one could only rely on power. So be it. Yue Zhong nodded reluctantly. He respected Chen Yao's choice. After all, Chen Yao and Ji Qinggu both followed him through the enormous dangers in Lei Jianshi. This left the matter of miscellaneous affairs unattended to, though. Guo Yu, who was standing at Yue Zhong's side, offered her services. I'll be responsible for the miscellaneous tasks. I can work hard. Guo Yu, in this cruel Ziage, was determined to get as close to Yue Zhong as possible, and to do that she schemed to do everything she could to get into his graces. This opportunity to become responsible for miscellaneous affairs was the first step in her plans. Yue Zhong looked at Guo Yu a moment, and finally nodded. Good. I'll give you this responsibility. I'll give you 6 outside personnel. Work hard, and do not fail me. You will be a temporary preliminary member. If you work hard, you can promote to an official member. Guo Yu's big bright eyes slightly curved, and she smiled sweetly. Yes, Master. Wang Shuang couldn't help but notice Guo Yu's beauty and gave her several glances. Lu Wen pursed her mouth and whispered, Little Fox. At Yue Zhong's command, an extremely simple organizational structure appeared in Always Bright Village. But this was only a stopping point, and he had no plans to turn the village into any kind of kingdom. He stayed here only to establish simple order and help the survivors live on and maintain some of their dignity. Returning his thoughts to the matter at hand, Yue Zhong instructed Guo Yu to search for people capable of wielding weapons, machinery and vehicle maintenance, remodeling, and blacksmithing. She was to find them and bring them to Yue Zhong. You had become strong enough that dealing with a small-scale zombie group would be no trouble, but a large-scale problem would still require additional firepower. Armaments were still important. Guo Yu nodded. Yes. Let's call it a day, said Yue Zhong. Everyone return and get some rest. One after another, everyone got up to leave. Yue Zhong returned to the villa and cleaned himself up. Situated comfortably on his bed, he began to look through his storage ring at the spoils he won from the battle with the mutated dogs. He found 2 skill books, 1 blue treasure box and 5 white treasure boxes. Grade 3 skill, Agility Solidification. Passive skill, he read aloud. Learning this skill can increase agility by 10 points permanently. Grade 3 skill, Study of Force Manipulation. Active skill. Using this skill consumes 4 points of spirit power and 4 points of stamina. After using the skill every 10 seconds, 2 points of stamina and 2 points of spirit power will be consumed. Study of Force gives the ability to control inanimate objects and manipulate them. The amount of weight and size that can be controlled depended on the user's spirit power and physical stamina. Grade 3 Treasure, Fireball Ring. Spirit +6. Available skill, Small Fireball Technique. Can use once every day. Yue Zhong looked at those 3 skill books, and a smear of worry flashed through his eyes. It is a pity I can only learn 3 active skills right now, he thought to himself. Perhaps this force manipulation would be good for Qidian. TL. It says 3 skill books. Yu is possibly referencing a 3rd skill book that he hasn't used yet. For instance, I don't think he ever used or distributed the Critical Strike skill book from CH46. Without hesitation, Yu immediately chose the Agility Solidification skill and learned it. He also equipped the Fireball Ring. After you learned the Agility Solidification skill, a new rune appeared in his sea of knowledge. That rune flashed and shot out black rays of light, continuously strengthening Yu's body. Chapter 85 Powerful S2. TL, Niku, Delivery Man. Editor, Gustav. On the 2nd day, early in the morning, Yue Zhong quickly led a party including Qiang, Lu Yan, and Wang Shuang out to the arsenal. Ji Qinggu remained to guard the household this time. When they were in eyeshot of the arsenal, they stopped and got out of their vehicles. Yue Zhong left behind Qiang and the men to defend the vehicles while he stealthily made for the arsenal. He spotted the corpses of the 3 mutated dogs and felt relief. If they hadn't been eaten, that meant that there were no other large beasts around. Yue Zhong continued to carefully move forward. He observed the camp from every angle looking for any mutated beasts. When he found none, he continued on towards the camp. Yue Zhong stopped around 100 meters from the entrance. He took the 81 type rifle he was carrying, aimed it at a zombie over 100 meters away, then pulled the trigger. A thunderous gunshot rang out. The zombie's head gained a new bloody hole and collapsed to the ground. After learning the firearms control skill, Yue Zhong was comparable to a veteran soldier who had gone through several years of rigorous training. Attracted by the sound, dozens of zombies wearing military clothes immediately started to wobble towards Yue Zhong from within the camp. Holding the 81 type rifle, Yue Zhong shot and retreated at the same time. One by one, the bullets pierced through the bodies of the zombies. Moving targets were much harder to headshot. Yue Zhong fired off 20 bullets, but only 3 were headshots. The remaining bullets all hit the zombies in other places. By studying the firearms control skill, Yue Zhong still hadn't reached the level of hitting continuous headshots. He still needed to continually practice his shooting ability. After being strengthened by the God and Devil system, he grasped several combat skills, but using up mighty and powerful skills consumed a large amount of stamina and spirit. In addition, firearms are plenty powerful. He must master this skill to be able to survive in various situations. It allowed him to kill without expending too much energy. After shooting 20 bullets, Yue Zhong pulled out his imitation Tang sword. He rushed into the zombies like an arrow. He flurried like thunder, beheading the small group of zombies. When the sword flashed, the small group of zombies' heads were sent flying. Filthy blood sprayed everywhere. They were slaughtered by Yue Zhong until there was almost nothing left. Yue Zhong gathered up the 20 or so life coins dropped by the zombies, and he walked with white bones to the military camp. When Yue Zhong had just entered the military camp, a blue-green phantom shot from the side towards him like a laser. Yue Zhong was greatly startled, only able to slightly lean his body. The shadow step skill hadn't been able to be used before the phantom had already begun to claw at his heart. Under the claws of the blue-green phantom, Yue Zhong's defensive clothing started to change shape. A portion from the place in contact bubbled up in Yue Zhong's mental abyss. Clearly the strength of the claw was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Yue Zhong's level 3 defensive clothing, His heart would have been ripped out while still alive. At this time, White Bones, who was standing at Yue Zhong's side, ruthlessly chopped his axe through the air towards the blue-green phantom. The blue-green phantom was like a gust of wind, slightly shifting towards the side. After avoiding White Bones' formidable hatchet, it continued to claw at Yue Zhong's body. Yue Zhong painfully resisted and initiated the skill Shadow Step. His speed finally managed to catch up with the blue-green phantom. His body slightly leaned, his leg fiercely kicked, booming into the phantom's body. The blue-green phantom was immediately sent flying dozens of meters like an artillery shell. Yue Zhong finally saw clearly the image of the monster that nearly had his life. Its stature was a little smaller than an ordinary person. It had a layer of blue-green skin. Its legs were large and powerful, and its body wasn't rotting anywhere. Its eyes were both filled with blood. Level 30 Type 2, Agility Evolution Infected S2. Possesses ghostly speed. Possesses skill virus infection. Able to turn living organisms into the infected. Damn, turns out it is a Type 2 zombie. Zombie evolution is so fast. How are humans supposed to stay alive? Yue Zhong lowered his voice and scolded. He raised the stinger towards the S2 and fired a shot. As soon as Yue Zhong fired, the S2 kicked, speedily flashing to the side. Sounding like thunder, the stinger bullet boomed into a building on the military camp, exploding a fist-sized hole in the wall. The S2's image flashed, zigzagging like lightning bolts towards Yue Zhong. The S2's agility was extremely high. Even though Yue Zhong's shooting skill was similar to an elite soldier, he was completely unable to hit the opponent. Yue Zhong thought of something while looking upon the S2, which was fast like lightning, and he started a defensive technique. White Bones, who was always protecting at Yue Zhong's side, changed into a flowing light falling onto Yue Zhong's body. It condensed into a bone armor covering his whole body. The middle of the chest armor had a skull, and his elbows and knees extended out with 10-centimeter bone spikes. His most critical area, the head, was also covered by bone. There were only 2 openings for his eyes and a space for breathing. In the blink of an eye, the S2 already appeared behind Yue Zhong. A claw stuck onto Yue Zhong's head. The astonishing transformation of White Bones counteracted a large majority of the S2's attack. Yue Zhong resisted with great difficulty the pain booming from his head, and he fiercely thrusted the thorn from his elbow towards the S2. Yue Zhong was only barely a thread slower than the S2 while in the shadow step state, and after learning the agility solidification skill. His elbow spike struck like a clap of thunder into the S2's abdomen. The sharp bone spike penetrated through the S2's body. The S2 felt no pain, and continued to claw at Yue Zhong's skull. It slashed 5 or 6 times, creating a scratch on Yue Zhong's bone armor. Yue Zhong used the spike that was pierced through the S2 and flung it into the ground. Using his foot, he pressed onto the S2's body. No matter how much it struggled, he forcefully held it under his foot. Pulling at the imitation Tang sword at his waist, Yue Zhong decapitated the S2. The S2's skull tumbled from its body. A large experience orb flooded into Yue Zhong's body. At the same time, the S2's body also released a skill book, a blue treasure box, 2 white treasure boxes, and 400 life coins. You leveled up to 19. Please distribute 2 stat points. You leveled up to 20. Please distribute 2 stat points and 1 skill point. The sweet level-up noise sounded in Yue Zhong's mind. Chapter 86. Arsenal. TL, Delivery Man. Editor, Gustav. Add 4 points to stamina. Yue Zhong quickly issued his choice. Yue Zhong grasped 5 active skills. To initiate each skill required a large amount of stamina and spirit. Without enough stamina, then there is no way to use several skills at the same time. Use the skill point to power up the skill summon special skeleton. His goal was to max out one skill before moving on to another. He felt like this was a better use of the precious skill points. After Yue Zhong selected, an aura within his body submerged into his sea of consciousness, falling on the summoned special skeleton rune. The special skeleton rune flashed with light, firing out black rays that fell on his core. Information bubbled up from Yue Zhong's sea of knowledge. Your special skeleton has already started to evolve, and it has obtained a new skill, Bone Control. This augmentation will allow Special Skeleton to freely manipulate its bones, making its attacks become even more bizarre. A maximum rage of 200 m. Skill 1. Bone Exploitation Skill's cooldown is reduced to 1 day. Mastered new skill. Feign. Feign allows Special Skeleton to feign a change in its body type into a large creature. Special Skeleton, White Bones, level 15. Power, 34, 10. Agility, 34, 10. Vitality, 34, 10. Stamina, 32 out of 34, 10. Spirit, 34 of 34, 10. Strength, 56, 10. Skill list. Skill 1, Bone Exploitation. Skill 2, Bone Strengthening. Skill 3, Bone Control. Skill 4, Feign. In the combined body state, Yue Zhong can also use White Bone's abilities. He initiated a thought, and from his right hand extended a sharp bone spike. Yue Zhong initiated another thought, and between his eyebrows a bone spike also extended from his skeletal armor. Yue Zhong extended his palm out, and the spike between his eyebrows retreated back into his body. From his palm, a slender spike continuously extended outward to 200 meters. Editor's note: a 200-meter long bone would weigh more than he could hold, and would probably snap under its own weight. TL. It says what it says. After evolving, this skill, which was originally used for defense, has become absolutely awesome. Yue Zhong marveled and continued to manipulate the bones emitting from his core. If two people battled, and a bone emitted from the pit of the stomach, it would be absolutely undefendable. After experimenting with the newly acquired skill for a little bit, Yue Zhong gathered his state of mind and collected the treasures on the ground into his storage ring. He then walked into the military camp. The combined body defensive skill time period was only 15 minutes. He must quickly search through the military camp. If there was another S2 hiding, he could only choose to immediately run. Realistically, the S2 speed was too fast. Yue Zhong was still a thread slower after entering into Shadow Step. If Yue Zhong didn't have the combined body defensive skill, he basically didn't dare partake in direct combat. Yue Zhong searched through the entire camp and didn't find another S2 hiding or any other dangers. He then returned to Wang Shuang and the rest and had them drive their vehicles into the camp. They started to search for supplies. Level 4 skill. Rank 2 Agility Solidification. In order to learn this skill, one must first learn Agility Solidification 3 times. After learning this skill, one can permanently increase 40 agility skill points. Level 3 Treasure. High-speed leather boots. 8 Agility. The skill is a good skill. It's a pity I can't learn it right now. After Yue Zhong equipped the pair of black high-speed leather boots, he put the rank 2 Agility Solidification skill book into his storage ring. The remaining 2 white treasure boxes were empty. As Yue Zhong was looking through the items he collected, Lu Yan's ran out from the storage room with his face lit up. He yelled to Yue Zhong, Brother Yue, I discovered several weapons. There are so many weapons inside. This time we scored big." Seeing the expression of Lu Yan with his face all lit up, Yue Zhong quickly entered the storage room. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Type 53 heavy machine gun, Type 67 heavy machine gun, Type 81 assault rifle, Type 79 assault rifle, Type 81 rifle. Each type of vintage model gun filled the entire warehouse. Even if there was only one of the types found in the storehouse, it would be enough to equip a group of people. Yue Zhong's eyes exposed a look of ecstasy as he looked upon the weapons storehouse. "We hit it big! This is a huge score." When Tiger was in Always Bright Village, he merely had a couple dozen men. Tiger didn't want to recruit more people because there simply wasn't enough guns and ammunition. Having this weapons storehouse, Yue Zhong's subordinates didn't need to worry about a problem with weapons. It didn't matter how old the weapons are, as long as they are usable it's fine. Bullets! Bullets! Yue Zhong knew if there weren't any bullets, these weapons were a pile of iron. They would pose no threat to zombies. "Over here!" Lu Yan excitedly pulled Yue Zhong to another side of the storehouse. The other side of the storehouse was filled with neatly arranged ammunition boxes. One of the boxes was already lifted open, Inside was a pile of neatly arranged yellow/orange bullets. Awesome! Yue Zhong was excited without end as he looked at all the boxes in the weapons storehouse. A police headquarters couldn't compare to this storehouse. The bullets of this storehouse were enough to make him extremely rich. Yue Zhong asked Lu Yan at his side, "Are there cannons?" "Cannons. Artillery is a crux of the battlefield. If a heavy artillery group was organized, zombie groups in the cities would be turned into residue." Lu Yan bitterly smiled. "Brother Yu, there is no artillery. There are some shells and spare cannon parts. I reckon they are spare parts taken from 2 cannons." Yue Zhong couldn't help but feel a little bit of despair when he heard. There is a huge gap between a modern unit with artillery support and one without. This arsenal was really a storage for old weapons that had been phased out. It was responsible for protecting the bullets and weapons that had died out from the People's Liberation Army. It lacked any of China's advanced weapons. But these weapons that were phased out by the People's Liberation Army made Yue Zhong's men extremely excited. Their combat ability could go up another rank thanks to these weapons. The ammunition problem, which was their greatest fear, had been resolved. The presence of the Type 53 and 67 heavy machine guns especially made Yue Zhong's small firepower become much fiercer. The arsenal also had some dismantled cannons. Yue Zhong loaded up the dismantled cannons and took them back to Always Bright Village. Chapter 87, Recruiting Survivors. TL What Translate. Editor Niku. A cart of ammunition entered Always Bright Village, a few sharp-eyed villages, upon seeing various firearms within the cart, began to secretly discuss it. A survivor quietly said, "You know what? Brother, you got some ammunition. There are quite a few carts." The other survivor did not believe him, saying, "Really? Ammunition? For real?" The first survivor solemnly swore, "How can it not be true? I saw it with my own eyes." A survivor responded, "They did not want to recruit people." After those survivors commented, they quickly moved towards the town square. A bunch of hiring jobs were available there. In that time, De Gozi, along with 2 guards, went to the town square to set up a stall. De Gozi looked around. Enjoying the scene of survivors that are begging for attention, he heard, "Hiring! Hire me! Hire me! I can do anything! Hire me! Give me a gun! I am willing to go find supplies with you." De Gozi's bellows, and the survivors in town square immediately swarmed near, calling out to him. They want to live on, they want to have food to eat. These survivors have been hungry for so long, and to eat, they are willing to anything. De Gozi reminisces to a time when there were the white-collars workers, the elites, and he couldn't be compared to those people. He knitted his brow and loudly bellowed, "Get in line! Line up and come one at a time. Write your name, land of origin, and any abilities. If you don't line up or cut into the line, we don't want you." After being shouted at by De Gozi, those survivors began to earnestly line up into a queue and wrote their name, land of origin, and skills on the report for De Gozi. Very easily, Yue Zhong was able to recruit 60 men and assign them to various positions. If Yue Zhong wanted to, they would be able to recruit 100 men with no problems. As long as there is grain, he could casually pick any of the hundreds of villagers of Always Bright Village. Of the 60 people recruited, 50 were men. They were assigned to different fighting squads. The other 10 women were assigned to be Guiyu and Li Mani's subordinates. Li Mani was chosen by Guiyu to be her assistant. She once worked with a student association, so she has experience in organizing staff for work. After going through so much, Lil Mani also began to mature. She wants to become a useful person through hard work. She doesn't want to be abandoned by anyone anymore. "What is your name?" Within a villa in the Always Bright Village, Yue Zhong looks at a medium-built body, with a yellow complexion, approximately 27 to 28 years old youth. "Brother Yu, my name is Chandale. I used to be a car mechanic." The youth's complexion turned yellow as he looked at Yue Zhong. The ruler of Always Bright Village used to be Tiger. However, he would kill people if they just said something that opposed him. But after facing the wrath of Yue Zhong, he did not dare be reckless. This Chandale that Guiyu recruited is what Yue Zhong needed, a mechanic. Like a blacksmith, A man with complex talents are hard to find in Always Bright Village. Yue Zhong asks, what kind of vehicles can you fix? Can you fix large trucks? Chun Delay quotes a string of car names. I can fix Hummers, Jeeps, BMWs, Volkswagen. I should be able to do trucks as well. After he finished, Chun Delay carefully adds, but if you want me to fix a car now, I can't solve big problems, because I don't have any mechanics equipment. After a silence, Yue Zhong asks, if I give you the blueprints and parts, can you construct a turret? Chun Delay was shocked by Yue Zhong's request. He shook his head again and again. No, I have never touched that before. I do not know how to make that. Yue Zhong eyed Chun Delay then said, Heh, you are qualified, you are now temporarily part of the non-essential personnel. After I find the tools for you to fix cars and you have proven your ability, I will promote to be part of the preparation team. If you do well, I will promote you to the official team. Now you go ahead. In the fastest time, get a copy of the plan for the modified Dongfeng truck and give it to me. After Chun Delay left, Yue Zhong laid on the sofa and closed his eyes. During this time, Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang led expeditions for supplies. As long as they don't run into S2-type mutated undeads, they should have enough strength to deal with a small group of undead. Wang Shuang, Xiao Ming and Lu Yang was responsible for security, guarding, and shooting. These three groups didn't have the strength to keep holding the line. Dealing with the zombie swarms is too exhausting. Their shooting technique is not good, so they still need more practice. Grain. There is still not enough grain. Yue Zhong closed his eyes. Grain is always in his head. Now what Always Bright Village lacks the most is grain. If the seeds that are sowed do not germinate, there is little grain to eat. Even after eating less, Yue Zhong has barely enough to feed his subordinates. Moreover, some porridge is sent to the survivors of the village so they would not starve to death. It was at this time, along with the fragrant breeze, a pair of small, soft hands were resting on Yue Zhong's shoulders, giving him a massage. Guoyu, with a gentle voice, by Yue Zhong's ear, asks, Master, what troubles you? Can you confide in me? Telling someone your troubles will reduce your stress. If you can, let me share in your troubles with you. Yue Zhong opened his eyes to see the childlike manner of the beautiful face of Guoyu sitting by his side massaging his shoulders. Yue Zhong extended his arms, and Guoyu went into his bosom. The girl's fragrance entered his nose. In addition to the girl in his bosom, he was filled with the fiery passion, dispelling the worries of his heart. This cute loli that Tiger gave him is smart and obedient. In addition to a demanding manner, it caused Yue Zhong to really like her. Yue Zhong hugs Guoyu, closing his eyes, slowly saying, Grain! Grain shortage. The seeds that are sown don't germinate. If we don't find a large grain supply with the supply in this village, even if hundreds of people skimp, we can barely make it through a year. Being a leader is not easy. Being a competent leader is even harder. Once he thought about the future of the hundreds of people in the village, Yue Zhong's head ached. Guoyu suggested to Yue Zhong, Master, if the seeds that were sown do not germinate, can we not try fishing? I remember near Always Bright Village, there is a river that connects to the Leijiang Lake. If we can fish, won't this relieve the pressure on the lack of grain? Chapter 88. Mutated River Snake. TL, Delivery Man. Yue Zhong casually said, There's formidable mutated beasts there that can eat people. We don't have any way to fish there. Yue Zhong looked distracted as soon as the words left his mouth. Then he hugged Guoyu and gave her 2 kisses on her cute little face. Thank you. Little Yue, you've inspired me. There's mutated beasts guarding the area. I only need to clear them out. Yue Zhong didn't plan to stay long in Always Bright Village. He didn't think twice about it when De Guzi said the brook had mutated beasts. Yue Zhong constantly thought of a way to obtain more food after becoming the boss. But he had unconsciously formed the small brook into a forbidden area in his mind. Yue Zhong released Guoyu from his arms and strode outside. After Yue Zhong left, Guoyu rubbed the places Yue Zhong kissed and revealed a thin smile. She wanted to cram her image into Yue Zhong's mind step by step. It's there. De Guzi pointed far away at the small brook and said to Yue Zhong. He had led Yue Zhong and several others to the small brook. Yue Zhong stood on high ground, looked over at the area, and studied its terrain. The small brook was about 20 meters wide, and groups of small fish were swimming about on the surface of the water. Every so often a large fish rolled out onto the surface and created large round ripples. There didn't seem to be anything abnormal from far away. A person wouldn't think this small brook was hiding pythons capable of eating people. "Bring it here." Yue Zhong held out his hand towards Deguzi. Deguzi passed Yue Zhong a lively chicken attached to a cord. Yue Zhong carefully snuck forward until he was about 20 meters away from the brook. He severed the chicken's neck using an imitation tang sword. A stream of blood flowed out from its neck while the chicken continued struggling in Yue Zhong's hands. Yue Zhong looked over and tossed the lively chicken into the brook. The chicken continued to wiggle, causing the surrounding water to turn red. The chicken struggled for a moment, and then Yue Zhong started to pull on the cord. Slow and steady, he pulled the chicken to the side of the brook. As soon as the chicken was pulled to the side, the extremely tranquil water started to roll about. Suddenly a wave rushed forward toward the chicken like an arrow shot from a bow. Yue Zhong focused and quickly gave the chicken a pull. The chicken flew up onto the shore. A huge yellow-scaled snake head splashed out from the water. Its mouth was stretched open wide, large enough to swallow a person whole. The python had exploded forth, stretching its mouth towards the chicken. Yue Zhong pulled the chicken bait and sent it flying towards his direction. The huge yellow-scaled python also swam forth from the water. The huge writhing snake started to swim towards Yue Zhong. Level 33 Mutated River Snake. A mutated snake with ultra-powerful defense. Its strength can crush an elephant. It can easily turn a vehicle into a scrap of iron. Yue Zhong looked at the information of the mutated river snake and gasped a breath of cold air. This was a level 33 mutated animal after all. He didn't know if he could handle it. This wasn't an easy decision. The body was over 20 meters, and it was still extremely fast one land. It was barely 3 notches slower than AS2. In the blink of an eye, an attack appeared in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong tossed the cord and grabbed the Type 79 assault rifle with his right hand. He pointed it at the mutated river snake and spread a burst of fire. Concentrated bullet fire hit the body of the enormous mutated river snake. The bullets rumbled into the scales, making little indents, and then powerlessly fell onto the ground. The bullets can't break through. This mutated river snake is too ferocious. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with fright. This is the first time he'd seen a beast who couldn't be wounded by bullets. The mini-boss hunter and the S2, which was mobile like the wind, both couldn't block gunfire. But this mutated river snake's scale armor could block bullets, and it made his heart set off bursts of terror. Although the bullets couldn't penetrate the snake's armor, they could still inflict endless pain. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it stretched open its mouth. The mouth carried a stinky fish smell, and it went to bite towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with rays of light as he initiated the skill shadow step. He quickly took a step to the left, and just dodged the snake bite in the nick of time. While dodging, Yue Zhong extracted the imitation tang sword from his waist and ruthlessly chopped at the river snake's head. There were strange thin scales on the mutated river snake's scale armor that secreted a type of bizarre liquid. When Yue Zhong slashed at the snake, his sword slightly slid along the scales and only left a white scratch. The scale armor didn't even break. Yue Zhong's sword wasn't able to inflict heavy damage. Instead, it only infuriated the mutated river snake. The snake fiercely flung its head towards Yue Zhong like a small car. The speed of the snake wasn't slow, and its bulk was enormous. Yue Zhong had no way to avoid it even in shadow step. Yue Zhong's mind was quick to action, and he started the combined body defensive skill. White bones turned into a stream of flowing light that covered Yue Zhong's exterior, and then condensed into the astonishingly powerful defensive armor. Then he placed his hands out front to block. The mutated river snake ruthlessly struck onto Yue Zhong's hands. Yue Zhong was suddenly hit like a bus. His chest tightened up, and his mouth filled with blood. Yue Zhong's whole body was sent flying. The mutated river snake quickly writhed towards Yue Zhong, chasing after him. It opened up its jaws and bit towards Yue Zhong while he was in mid-air. Expecting the attack, Yue Zhong acted. He extended out 2 bone spikes into the ground behind him shifted his body in the air, and avoided certain death from the river snake's bite. But the two spikes were still struck and cracked by the river snake, and Yue Zhong flopped out of the air. As Yue Zhong was falling, he immediately turned toward the river snake and pointed his finger. A magical fireball appeared from his ring. The small fireball spell flew out, quickly booming onto the mutated river snake's skull. The explosion was deafening. The fireball struck the snake's head and scorched one of its eyes. It writhed in pain, but one small fireball wasn't able to snatch away its life. Yue Zhong's image flashed like a ghost in front of the snake. A bone spike shot out from behind and propelled Yue Zhong in the air towards the river snake's head. He pulled out the stinger and fired a series of 6 bullets at its brain. The 6 bullets pierced through the river snake's scale armor, cracking it apart one by one, and then they sank into its brain. Bloody fist-sized holes appeared on its skull. Chapter 89 Red Bead. TL, Delivery Man. That mutated snake's head exploded with 6 large holes, and its massive body writhed madly, finally powerlessly flopping to the ground. Yue Zhong retreated several steps backwards. He extended out a hand and a sharp bone spike shot out. The spike entered into one of the 6 bullet holes and scrambled up the mutated river snake's brain. A large experience orb finally flew out of the mutated river snake's body and sank into Yue Zhong. In his sea of knowledge, he once again heard the sweet level-up noise. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 21. You've received 2 stat points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 22. You've received 2 stat points. Distribute everything to stamina. After making his choice, he felt the splitting pain in his 2 arms. Looking at the mutated river snake, he bitterly smiled and thought to himself, what an extreme mutant. It's a good thing I increased my strength, otherwise my bones would have been fractured just now. When he was hit by the river snake, it carried an extremely unruly power that invokes fear. Even though Yue Zhong's bone armor and defensive clothing absorbed most of the power, the remaining force still rammed into Yue Zhong's 2 arms, nearly fracturing them both. If it weren't for these 2 things along with leveling up, his whole body would have been crushed to death by the mutated river snake. A skill book and 200 life coins came out of the mutated river snake's body. Yue Zhong walked over and picked up the items. A strand of information appeared in his mind. Level 3 skill book. Perceive danger. Passive skill. Learning this skill will greatly increase your ability to preemptively sense danger. Your ability to perceive danger is dependent on your level of spirit. Yue Zhong's mind activated. The perceive danger skill sunk into his sea of consciousness, and a circular mist condensed into a rune. Yue Zhong yelled over to De Guzi, "Come over! Grab the snake and bring it back." "Yes, brother Yue. Everyone follow me. Let's grab it and bring it back to the vehicle." De Guzi excitedly yelled towards his team members. Together with De Guzi, 7 other people and White Bones, they carried the 20-meter-long mutated river snake back to the vehicle. "What is that? What is that thing?" The vehicle carrying the river snake arrived at the town square, immediately causing a sensation. The always bright villagers stared at the mutated river snake, their eyes filling with amazement. This is the first time several of them had seen a mutated beast. Yue Zhong got out of the vehicle and saw Guiyu walking towards him. Yue Zhong directly said to Guiyu, "Go find several tailors. I want to use the snake skin to make clothing." Guiyu stared at the 20-meter-long snake. Her eyes flashed with amazement. She nodded her head and said, "Master, I know. Right, this monster is a mutated beast. What do you plan on doing with the meat?" Yue Zhong's eyes focused. Staring at Guiyu, he lowly said, "What is your idea?" Guiyu used her 2 big beautiful eyes and looked at Yue Zhong saying, "I think you should find some people to taste the meat. First see if there are any harmful reactions. If there isn't any danger, then from today on we have another food source. These mutated beasts aren't like the wild animals without human intelligence. Their bodies could also take several shots and still be lively." Yue Zhong was always looking for food during the age, but he had subconsciously rejected the mutated beast meat. This was because he didn't know what the after effects of eating it would be. Yue Zhong looked at the beautiful and cute Guiyu. He patted her head saying, "I know. I'll have you arrange it. Find 10 volunteers to come eat. Every volunteer will be rewarded 5 kilograms of rice. Furthermore, if the meat doesn't have any poison, reward them with 5 kilograms of snake meat. If this experiment is successful, then tonight you can come to the table. Receiving Yue Zhong's praise, Guo Yu suddenly felt a burst of elation. A surge of pure joy burst out from her heart, revealing a sweet smile. Thank you, master. These past few days, Guo Yu always served on Yue Zhong as he ate, and then she would finally eat her food after. Eating together with Guo Yu represented Yue Zhong's recognition of her status and position. She was no longer a present that Tiger gifted Yue Zhong. Furthermore, she was able to have a little bit of self-dignity. This is a result of her hard work and intelligence, and this aspect made her especially happy. Before the age, Guo Yu's father gifted her Louis Vuitton bags worth 100,000 to make her happy. TL 100,000 renminbi is about 15/16 K US dollars. That blossoming smile of Guo Yu was extremely beautiful, pure, and sexy. Looking at her, Yue Zhong felt a little moved in his heart. This little girl is truly lovely. Yue Zhong entered into Zhang Xiang's villa. Dozens of people had taken the mutated river snake's corpse and transported it inside. Yue Zhong waved his hands and ordered the dozens of subordinates to leave. He sized up the enormous 20-meter-long snake. Yue Zhong grabbed his imitation tang sword and chopped at the mutated river snake's body. Even though the imitation tang sword was wielded by Yue Zhong, who had leveled with enormous strength, just as before, there was no way to break through the snake's skin. How formidable! Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with an intense heat. If the snake's skin was made into armor, his defensive power would increase to a new level. Yue Zhong started to chant, launching his skill Devil Flame. A brilliant heat energy bubbled forth from the inside of his body. He focused, and the brilliant heat energy condensed on his finger and burst out. 5 burning flames jumped from his finger. TL. Yue Zhong got the skill book Devil Flame in Chapter 49. Yue Zhong extended his finger towards the crown of the snake's head. The cauterizing heat immediately started to combust the snake scale armor. Yue Zhong pierced his finger into the mutated river snake scale armor. He pulled with his finger inside the snake's body, using the flame to rip a long opening. Yue Zhong used his Devil Flame skill to smoothly cut open the river snake's skin into 2 halves, revealing the meat inside. First, remove gallbladder. Yue Zhong looked at the 20-meter-long snake. Using his imitation tang sword, he cut open the gallbladder. Inside, there was a small red glass bead had crystallized. Yue Zhong grabbed up the small red bead into his hand. He looked at the small red bead, and he suddenly had a desire to eat it. He involuntarily took the small red bead and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it down. As soon as the bead entered into Yue Zhong's stomach, heat immediately started to spread in his body. The bead started to continuously change and strengthen him. Chapter 90, Lin Jun. TL, Delivery Man. The intense heat surged in Yue Zhong's body, continuously rolling and twisting, making his body boil for a long time. After a large sweat, it finally rested. You have received 8 vitality and 2 strength. A sweet notification sounded in Yue Zhong's mind. This type of thing can be eaten to get stronger? Did the mutated beasts I killed before have this type of thing inside? Hearing the sweet notification noise, Yue Zhong burst with happiness. With even more energy, he cut up the mutant snakes into piece after piece, seeking little red beads. But he couldn't find anything no matter where he searched in the mutant snake's body. Cleaning his hands, Yue Zhong called over to Guzi and said to him, "Go find some people, grab the several mutated beast corpses from the weapons arsenal and bring them to me." Guzi asked, a little curious, "Why transport them?" Yue Zhong said, "If the mutated snake's meat is edible, then they are also edible." Guzi clapped his hands and flattered, "Brother Yue, you sure are far-sighted. Your knowledge and experience is outstanding. I want this done immediately." Guzi looked at Yue Zhong and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Guzi immediately gave a command and led several people out. After sending out Guzi, Yue Zhong went out to the Always Bright Village shooting range. A simple shooting range was established in Always Bright Village. Every day Yue Zhong and Qidian went out to the range to do target practice. Those few team members who had never been on official missions before also went out to the shooting range. Pong! 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 Yue Zhong held an 81 type rifle and fired 6 bullets at a target 100 m away. The 6 bullets hit the target, and a few hit the bullseye. This firearms control skill is really practical. The hit rate is amazing. Before I was just a beginner with guns, and overnight my skill is able to become this powerful. Yue Zhong looked at the faraway target, his mind quietly thinking. Yue Zhong set down the Type 81 rifle. At his side Guoyu had been standing there for an unknown amount of time and handed him a bottle of water. Yue Zhong had a drink and said to Guoyu, "How did the thing go?" Guoyu tilted her head and said, "The test eaters and tailors have already been found. But the snake skin is very difficult to handle. A kitchen knife basically can't cut through the skin." "I know. Let's go." Yue Zhong set the gun down. Then he and Guoyu went together to Zhang Xiang's villa. 4 women and 8 men were standing in Zhang Xiang's villa at that time. Seeing Yue Zhong enter, they all respectfully saluted and yelled, "Brother Yue, this person is Zhu Di, the Lei-Jiang City chief clothing designer for the store SIFM." Guoyu pointed at a beautiful woman with snow-white skin that was wearing a white blouse and jeans, introducing her to Yue Zhong. "I'm guessing SIFM is another high-fashion name. The author used LV last time for Louis Vuitton." Yue Zhong took a look at Zhu Di, discovering this was one of the beautiful women seized by Zhang Xiang. Zhu Di looked at Yue Zhong and carefully said, "Hello, Brother Yue. I am Zhu Di. May I ask what kind of clothes you want? Do you want a sleeveless shirt? Or something like a t-shirt?" Before Ziyage, Zhu Di was also a proud and arrogant successful woman. But after Ziyage, she landed in Zhang Xiang's hands. After experiencing Ziyage's cruelty, she also started to become cautious, not daring to offend people of higher status. Yue Zhong said to Zhu Di, "A set of clothes that can cover the whole body and long pants. Will something like this do?" Zhu Di grabbed a pen and paper, drew up a sketch, and held it up to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong said to Zhu Di while pointing at Guoyu, "We'll do it like that. First make 1 set for me and 1 for Guoyu. First draw a line, and then I'll deal with the cutting." Zhu Di glanced at Guoyu a little enviously, then respectfully said, "Yes, Brother Yue." Zhu Di already experienced the cruel Ziyage baptism. She clearly understood this material's rarity and value. Yue Zhong wished to this kind of clothing for Guoyu. It was equivalent to another layer of protection. In times of need, it could save a person's life. Guoyu understood Yue Zhong's words, and her heart became happy. Looking at Yue Zhong, her eyes flashed a touch of softness. Zhu Di grabbed measuring tape to measure Yue Zhong and Guoyu. Then she started to draw on the enormous snake skin. In addition, those 8 men over on the side were scared out of their minds as they ate the mutated river snake meat. These men had been ordered locked up by Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong held an imitation tang sword and stood in front of the 8 men. As soon as these men started to mutate, he would strike out and behead them. Those 8 men looked at the imitation tang sword in the hands of Yue Zhong standing before them. Their hearts were full of pressure. They were extremely afraid they would mutate, and then be beheaded by Yue Zhong. The longest time period that the God and Devil World virus could lay dormant was less than an hour. After Yue Zhong, Qidian, and Ji Qinggu took shifts watching over the 8 men for 24 hours, they didn't discover any abnormalities. Yue Zhong finally decided the mutated beast meat was edible. "You all may leave." After the observation period had reached 24 hours, Yue Zhong made people give the 8 men the promised rewards. Waving his hand, he made them leave. "Thank you, Brother Yue." Among the 8 men, 7 grabbed their 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of snake meat, and they cheerfully left. That much food was enough to eat for a dozen days. Furthermore, as long as they were willing to accept food, playing with several women wouldn't be a problem. Yue Zhong stared at the somewhat thin 24-year-old man and said with wrinkled brows, "Why haven't you left? I've given you the promised rewards. You won't receive more." The thin young man kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and shouted, "Brother Yue, I'm named Lin Jun. Let me follow you. I don't need to take these rewards." Please make me your subordinate. Let me follow you into battle under your command. Yue Zhong stared at Lin Jun and plainly said, if you want to follow me into battle, go apply with each squad captain. Given that you are begging me to accept you, after today, you will start as an outside member. Lin Jun smiled, saying, I'll applied, but they didn't accept me. They said I didn't meet the requirements. I'm too short and small, and I don't have any strength. Yue Zhong's food supply was limited, and the recruiting of subordinates was limited. Naturally, the combat units wanted to find strong team members. Small people without any strength naturally wouldn't be considered. Furthermore, it was extremely easy to recruit among the survivors. The majority all rushed to apply, wishing to be under Yue Zhong's influence. After all, using guns to kill zombies wasn't too scary. If they had to use steel weapons to fight, the morale would greatly decline. Chapter 91 Choice. TL, Delivery Man. TL. There is a summary for the chapter right here that I found useless to translate. Yue Zhong stared at Lin Jun. Getting right to the point, he asked, tell me what abilities you have? Lin Jun didn't hesitate. I was a locksmith before ZH. I can open up any lock-in under a mayut. I thought my abilities would be useful to you. Yue Zhong plainly said, whatever is locked can be opened. What big words. Can you open up an iris scan lock? Lin Jun became a little embarrassed and said, no, I can only open up a few ordinary locks. For example, security doors, hotel doors, and ordinary civilian-used locks. Yue Zhong's sight focused on Lin Jun. All right, I'll accept you. You'll first start as an outside personnel. But are you clear on our rules? Lin Jun excitedly said, clear. I know all the rules very clearly. Right now the world already started to change. If one can follow a formidable power, then it is very unlikely to starve to death. Being an outside personnel for Yue Zhong's formidable party, it is already the desire of everyone in Always Bright Village. Yue Zhong searched over the mutated dog and cat corpses, but he couldn't find a glass bead. It made him a little disappointed. After deciding mutated beasts can be eaten, Yue Zhong distributed the snake and dog meat. Even the other Always Bright Villager survivors would receive a bowl of meat soup. Everyone was in high spirits like it was a festival. After Yue Zhong recovered, he again used a chicken as bait, trying to catch another mutated snake. After several days, every inch of the brook had been tested. But there wasn't the slightest sign of another one. Yue Zhong organized a group of people to start fishing in the brook after he confirmed there weren't any mutated river snakes. Fish were extremely abundant in the small brook. A net was set up catching a dozen kg of fish. Tomorrow I want to go to the gathering at Long Hai City. Who among you wants to come with me? After dinner, Yue Zhong gathered all of the Leijiang City survivors. Most of the survivors rescued from Leijiang City weren't his subordinates, and they hadn't entered his system. Those people rescued by Yue Zhong from Leijiang City put more hope in the survivor camp organization at Long Hai City Hall instead of Yue Zhong. They weren't in his system, so he couldn't force them to do anything. I want to go. I'll go. As soon as Yue Zhong's words came out, immediately there was a burst of replies. Nearly everyone shouted replies. Yue Zhong looked in those people's eyes. Turning to Qiyang, he said, Qiyang, you stay here and take charge. I don't trust other people. Qiyang's temper is steady, and his strength is also powerful. He is one of Yue Zhong's best friends. If Qiyang takes over Always Bright Village, then Yue Zhong can be at ease leaving Always Bright Village. Otherwise, as soon as Yue Zhong leaves, Always Bright Village could once again return to chaos. Although Yue Zhong's vision wasn't to occupy Always Bright Village, it was still hundreds of people. Once chaos resumes, it is unknown how many talented people can be recovered. Yes, Qiyang looked at Yue Zhong, nodding his head. You all want to come with me to Long Hai City base? Then no problem. In the past I promised to bring you there. But there is one matter I must declare beforehand. Once we get to Long Hai City, your safety and food responsibilities will all be shifted over to the Long Hai City government. Is there a problem with that? Yue Zhong's eyes swept across the room. The majority of survivors didn't have any abilities equivalent to burdens. They wanted to go, and Yue Zhong was happy to lighten the load. If Yue Zhong could deliver them into the hands of Longhai city government, then his burden would become much lighter. Those women hesitated after hearing Yue Zhong's words. They had already seen an aspect of Ziyech's cruelty in Always Bright Village. They didn't know what the survivor camp in Longhai City would be like. If Yue Zhong didn't look over them, they didn't know what the future would change into. As those women were thinking, Zhang Xian suddenly said, "I want to stay. Yue Zhong, I want to stay here and help you clean. Can I?" Yue Zhong looked at baby-faced cute Zhang Xian. Slightly smiling, he said, "Of course you can. I will make you a preliminary team member if you wish to stay." Zhang Xian looked at Qi Yang. In a firm tone she said, "I also want to stay." Wang Qian glared at Zhang Xian and snapped, "I also want to stay." Yue Zhong looked at the speechless Qi Yang. With a soft smile he said, "You two will also be preliminary team members." Yuaning looked at Zhang Xian, looked at Yue Zhong, and then earnestly said, "I also want to stay. I also want to stay," said Zhang Xian. Contrary to Yue Zhong's expectations, she also decided to stay. Apart from these 5 women, everyone else remained silent. Yue Zhong looked at everyone and plainly said, "Since this is the case, everyone pack tonight. We are leaving tomorrow." Not long after everyone scattered, Yue Zhong and Lu Wen got comfortable and bathed each other like a happy little couple. After the passion, Yue Zhong hugged Lu Wen and Guiyu and leaned against the bathhouse wall. Lu Wen lay in Yue Zhong's chest. She tightly held onto Yue Zhong's arm and threw a tantrum. "Brother Yue Zhong, how about I go with you to Longhai City? To be apart from you for so long is unbearable." Yue Zhong affectionately looked at the cute Lu Wen in his arms. He gave her a kiss and said, "Then what will happen here? This is our base. You are the boss's woman. Could it be you don't want to take over this place and hold on to our base?" Lu Wen hugged on to Yue Zhong's arm. Using her plump little chest, she pushed up against him. "Qi Yang is here, not you. Bring me with you. Yes or no?" Yue Zhong felt Lu Wen's soft and smooth skin, and his heart was moved. Stroking her cute little head, he lovingly said, "Okay, okay, okay." "Brother is the best." Lu Wen burst with praise, and she kissed Yue Zhong's face 2 times. Guiyu also grabbed onto Yue Zhong's arm. Using her 2 big beautiful eyes, she stared into Yue Zhong. "Master, can I go with you? I can help you with all of the miscellaneous errands." "Yes." Yue Zhong looked at that beautiful temptress that was like a china doll. He bent down and softly kissed her forehead. These days Guiyu continually handled various work. She squared away whatever Yue Zhong commanded. Yue Zhong's everyday life affairs were taken care of by Guiyu. He was a little linked to this cute Lolita. Hearing Yue Zhong's approval, Guiyu revealed a sweet smile. Chapter 92, Wang Hai. On the highway to Longhai City, 2 Dongfeng trucks, 2 jeeps, and a Hummer formed a small motorcade and sped along the road. "Save me! Save me!" Suddenly, 8 men, dressed up in wide variety of clothes, rushed out from a side road. They were carrying various old model rifles and handguns. Behind them, 2 S1s closely pursued them like the wind without abandon. In the midst of the intense cry for help, a man lagging behind was clawed by an S1. A huge claw slash immediately appeared on his shoulder. His face turned pale. Using his full strength to break free from the S1, he madly rushed forward again. Yue Zhong gave a command to Wang Shuang, who was driving the car. "Stop the vehicle! Kill them!" Wang Shuang immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped the Hummer. The following vehicles stopped quickly behind them. 12 men carrying Type 79 assault rifles jumped down from the vehicles. Glaring like tigers, they pointed their guns at the 8 men carrying the various types of old weapons. De Guzi commanded to the 8 fugitive men, "Drop the weapons, then crouch down. Otherwise we will open fire." Yue Zhong's protocol when encountering armed personnel was to first make them give up their weapons. Then he will assist. Otherwise, letting other parties join his ranks was too dangerous. Seeing Yue Zhong's side carrying Type 79 assault rifles, the 8 men's eyes flashed with fear. They immediately threw their guns to the side, and they rushed into Yue Zhong's ranks, loudly yelling, Don't shoot! Please save us. Compared to the monster S1, being in the ranks of men felt much more safe. Yue Zhong got out of the vehicle. Holding an imitation Tang sword, his image flashed, appearing up and down in front of the two S1. The sword flashed across, and their heads were easily sent flying. The two headless S1 corpses fell to the ground. They burst forth with 20 life coins and a white box. How severe! The 8 survivors saw Yue Zhong easily behead them. The S1 who existed in the heavens was brought down to earth so easily, and their eyes flashed with fear. Yue Zhong tossed the white box and life coins into a backpack. He asked to the 8 men before him, "Who are you all?" Although Yue Zhong had the storage ring, he still carried the backpack before others to deceive the public. The storage ring is a level 6 treasure. If other people knew, inevitably they would be jealous and cause unneeded trouble. Like a thug, Deguzi fiercely said to the survivors, "This is our captain. You asked you something, why haven't you quickly answered? If you aren't honest, I'll execute you." A young man with the stature of a leader quickly said, "We are a Longhai City's survivor camp group searching for supplies. I am named Wang Hai. I am this small group's team lead. Thank you for rescuing us." Yue Zhong stared and said in a low voice at Wang Hai, "Wang Hai, I want to know the present situation of the Longhai City survivor camp. Tell me everything you know. I only want to know information on Longhai City. I'll give you your guns and people. But if I discover you cheated me, it will be your doom." "Yes." Wang Hai's heart shivered in fear. Then he told Yue Zhong everything he knew about the Longhai City survivor camp. The day Age started, Longhai also heard the sound claiming to be the hand of God. The majority of people became zombies. The Longhai City survivor group also had 7 people become infected and turn into zombies. But fortunately, Longhai City had troops stationed nearby. Their unit also had a large majority become infected and turn into zombies, and the unit's established organizational structure disappeared. But there was a portion of troops under the command of a battalion commander named Lei Chang that used modern firepower to clear out all of the zombies, recovering the military camp. The remaining Longhai City's leadership was brought under the command of the Longhai City's mayor, Chen Jianfeng. The remaining armed police were converged into Lei Cheng's army unit. After converging, Chen Jianfeng immediately organized manpower to attack the less populated district of Qingyuan County in Longhai City. Those mutants had just started. They were zombies that had yet to evolve. They didn't stand a chance facing a modern organized army. After 2 days of fighting, the zombies of Qingyuan County were purged. Chen Jianfeng used Qingyuan County to establish the Longhai City survivor camp, gathering together various survivors. "This is everything I know. Right now, Qingyuan County has nearly 4,000 survivors. Every day, scattered runaway groups and survivors enter the Longhai City survivor base." Wang Hai looked at Yue Zhong, carefully asking, "May I ask, are you an evolver, Captain Yu?" TL, the term, has been used several times by the author. It basically means someone who grows stronger, and I will be translating it as evolver now. Yue Zhong curiously asked, "How many evolvers does the Longhai City camp have?" Wang Hai responded, "Dozens of people. In this world, there are people who weren't short of luck and power." Yue Zhong also didn't believe he was the only evolver. But upon hearing dozens of evolvers exist, it made him feel a little pressure. Wang Hai asked, "Captain Yu, do you want to enter Longhai City survivor camp?" Yue Zhong said, "Correct." Wang Hai explained to Yue Zhong, "At present, the base established a new policy. People who enter the base must hand over all the goods they've gotten from the God and Devil world system. The base will also confiscate your weapons and ammunition. You should be a little careful. They also have these things?" Yue Zhong's brows wrinkled. He commanded to Deguzi, "Grab 5 kilograms of rice and give it to Wang Hai." Deguzi nodded. He quickly gave Wang Hai 5 kilograms of rice from the Dongfeng truck. "Captain Yu gives you this." "Thank you, Captain Yu." "Thank you, Captain Yu." Wang Hai carried a box of instant noodles. Immediately he smiled. This time when he brought out the group, there were a lot of losses, but he now had 5 kilograms of rice. That much could be considered a harvest. Food wasn't abundant in Longhai City survivor base. Why do you want to tie me up? Why? Just then, a man's panicked cry sounded. Yue Zhong's voice smoothly looked over. He saw that one of Wang Hai's men had been tightly bound up. Wang Shuang stood over him holding an imitation tang sword. This was the man who had the claw mark on his shoulder. Wait a moment, Wang Hai shouted out. Then he walked over in front of the man who had been clawed by the S1. He sighed and said, "Oldly, as someone who has been infected, there is no hope. Do you have any last words?" Chapter 93 Longhai City Survivor Base. Looking at Wang Hai, Lao Li was extremely moved, and his eyes became red. He said a little sadly, "Captain Wang, my death doesn't matter, but what about my wife and son?" Wang Hai slowly said, "These two, we will help you take care of them. You can rest easy." Wang Hai's remaining men saw this scene. Their hearts became burdened. Old Li is an honest man, and he is very popular in the group. No one wanted to see him die, but those infected will certainly die. This is law. Even those evolvers who are strengthened by the God and Devil world system will turn into zombies when infected. This virus is truly terrifying. Old Li closed his eyes. "Come, give me happiness." Wang Hai looked at Yue Zhong and said, "Captain Yu, can you let us resolve this ourselves?" Yue Zhong nodded, and Wang Shuang put away the imitation tang sword. Wang Hai pointed his gun at Old Li's brain and said, "Old Li, go well." Pong! A gunshot, Old Li's head received a bloody hole, and then he collapsed to the ground. De Guzi came over to Yue Zhong's side and asked, "Captain Yu, what do we do now? Are we still going to the Longhai City survivor camp? If Yue Zhong's group gets their items confiscated by Longhai City base, then they will get trampled on like tigers who have their teeth pulled out." De Guzi somewhat gave up, wanting to return to Always Bright Village. Yue Zhong simply said, "We continue." Yue Zhong came before Wang Hai and plainly said, "Wang Hai, you and your men may leave. Thank you, Captain Yu. Thank you, Captain Yu. When you arrive at Longhai City base, find me. I will certainly treat you." Wang Hai repeatedly yelled, overjoyed. Finished speaking, Wang Hai was afraid Yue Zhong would go back on his word. He took his 6 men and quickly left the area. Compared to ever-evolving zombies, ordinary people are easier to deal with. Because of this, several people started hunting fellow human beings, and they started snatching supplies. There are very few people like Yue Zhong who would rescue them, and then not take the firearms they rely on to survive. "Lin Jun, come over here." Yue Zhong pondered a moment, and called over to the team member at his side. Lin Jun arrived at Yue Zhong's and asked a little bit excitedly, "Captain Yu, what are your orders?" Lin Jun didn't have many experiences at the side of Yue Zhong. He really wanted to display his worth. Yue Zhong stared at Lin Jun and asked, "You are familiar with the area around Longhai City. Do you know of a place we can hide our supplies?" Lin Jun's hometown is indeed a small county near Longhai City. He was relatively familiar with the area. This is one of the reasons Yue Zhong brought him along. He needed someone familiar with the area as a guide. Lin Jun knitted his brows in deep thought for a moment and finally said to Yue Zhong, "There is. I remember near Qingyuan there is a small village named Shi Village with a cave. Shi Village had very few people, only a couple dozen. The land is barren without any supplies. There shouldn't be anyone going there." "De Guzi," Yue Zhong said in a deep voice. "What is it, Captain Yu?" De Guzi came to Yue Zhong's side and asked, "Select several people to follow me. You stay and defend here. This time we are going. Don't tell anyone about the existence of these women." "Understood," Yue Zhong said to De Guzi. The women who wanted to go to Longhai City survivor camp have already been excluded by Yue Zhong as trusted partners. After all, they want to leave after arriving at Longhai City. Anything could happen to them in the future. De Guzi nodded his head. He selected several people to follow Yue Zhong. They drove out a Dongfeng truck loaded with survival goods and weapons. "Where is Yue Zhong going?" Seeing Yue Zhong go out, Chen Yao couldn't help but ask. De Guzi looked at Chen Yao and coldly said, "Chen Yao, should you be asking about Captain Yu's whereabouts?" De Guzi looked down upon those saved by Yue Zhong that had chosen to leave. Chen Yao stared blankly. She never thought Deguzi would speak like this to her. Deguzi had always been courteous to the people following Yue Zhong in Always Bright Village. He had never been this cold. Chen Yao's eyebrows wrinkled, and she couldn't help but say, "What's with the attitude? I'm concerned about Yue Zhong, so I asked." Deguzi dully said, "After we get to Long Hai City Survivor Base, you aren't one of our people. It's best you don't ask about Captain Yu's business." Chen Yao still wanted to say something, but Ji Qinggu pulled her clothes, shaking her head saying, "Yao Yao, we already became outsiders. We decided to leave Always Bright Village and go to the Long Hai City Survivor Base. It is logical for them to act like this towards us. After all, this matter is about their safety." After hearing Ji Qingwu's words, all sorts of feelings welled up in Chen Yao's heart. It was somewhat bitter. Part of her wanted to stay at Yue Zhong's side, but she also wanted to return to the government's protection and an orderly society. Under rule of government and in societal order, she is a princess, but with Yue Zhong she is just another ordinary pretty girl. She also didn't have feelings for Yue Zhong, so naturally she chose the Long Hai City Survivor Base. Ji Qinggu looked at the conflicted Chen Yao without speaking. She would rather stay at Yue Zhong's side, but Chen Yao is her best friend. Ji Qingwu's family has also served Chen Yao's family for generations. Ji Qingwu's grandfather is the personal bodyguard of Chen Yao's grandfather. Since their generation, the Ji family has been a subordinate power to the Chen family. Officially and personally, Ji Qinggu must be with Chen Yao. Under the guidance of Lin Jun, Yue Zhong easily found the cave. He took all of the goods on the Dongfeng truck and stored them there. Then he returned to the motorcade. Continually moving along the highway, Yue Zhong's group quickly arrived at the entrance to the survivor base in Qingyuan County. Qingyuan County is a small town located not far to the west of Long Hai City. Before Ziyage, it had well-preserved ancient walls and buildings which was a selling point for the tourist industry. Yue Zhong saw the walls of the Qingyuan township from far away. Those walls had great use for defending against zombies and mutated beasts when combined with modern weaponry. "Stop!" Yue Zhong's group just arrived before the gates. Four heavily armed soldiers immediately rushed over and yelled. Yue Zhong's got out of their vehicles one by one. As soon as Yue Zhong's group got out of their vehicles, they were confiscated by the soldiers. Several government personnel walked over. Among them one person came to Yue Zhong's side and said, "I am responsible for receiving survivors. I'm named Chun Zhiguang. You all may carry your personal items and enter the Long Hai City Survivor Camp. Cash, gold, and diamonds can be exchanged here for food stamps." Chapter 94, Art of Fear's Mighty Ability. Zhao Li's eyes lit up. She hastily asked, "What is the exchange rate for cash and gold to food stamps?" TL. Don't remember Zhao Li? She and her son joined the group in Chapter 54. Zhao Li always carried around a suitcase of cash and gold to be able to trade in the Long Hai City Survivor Camp. Chan Zhiguan plainly said, 10,000 renminbi 4.5 kg of food stamps, 1 kilogram gold for 10 kilograms of food stamps, and 1 kilogram diamonds for 10 kilograms of food stamps. Zhao Li's brows wrinkled. Her strong female character burst out yelling at Chen Zhiguang, "What? 10,000 renminbi 4.5 kg worth of food stamps? This exchange rate is too unreasonable. Bring your leadership to me. I am the chairman of the board for the fast food chain Duo Lifun. The value of the Duo Lifun fast food chain exceeds 100 million. It was a very popular Chinese-style fast food chain before ZH. Zhao Li was a societal celebrity as the chairman of the board. She was very careful in Yue Zhong's group. As soon as she arrived at the government system, she immediately began to put on airs. Chun Zhiguang looked at Zhao Li slightly sardonic. "No need. I am the leader. You can exchange or not, but I won't do it after you enter the camp." Chun Zhiguang didn't give another look to the former chairman of the board Zhao Li. Looking at Yue Zhong, he plainly said, "You aren't permitted to carry weapons in Long Hai City base. You must hand over all of your weapons. Any god and devil world equipment and items must be handed over to the base. Otherwise you will be violating the crime of concealing goods and weapons. Right now men go over here and women go over there. We will conduct a search for items." Finished speaking, Chen Zhiguang began to bring Yue Zhong and his men to a small room. A female government employee began to bring Zhao Li to another small room. Wait a moment. I'll exchange. I want to exchange for food stamps. Seeing that Chen Zhiguang was leaving, Zhao Li immediately panicked. She grabbed her suitcase of RMB and ran in front of Chen Zhiguang yelling. Zhao Li didn't know what it was like inside the base, but if she didn't have food, she couldn't survive, no matter for how much she must exchange for some food stamps. Otherwise, it would be hard for her and her son to survive in the base. Chen Zhiguang looked at that well-developed woman. His eyes flashed a lewd look. With a cold smile, he handed Zhao Li a piece of paper. Right now, I'm not in the mood to help you exchange. If you want to exchange food stamps, come alone to this place tonight. Zhao Li took the small piece of paper and looked. Her face turned white. On that piece of paper was written an address for a unit number. She was a person who had experienced life, and she clearly understood Chen Zhiguang's meaning. Without paying attention to Zhao Li, Chen Zhiguang brought Yue Zhong's group forward to the small room. Is it really like this? Zhao Li grabbed the piece of paper. Her facial expression was unsettling. She originally believed she would have a life on top of the social order after arriving at Longhai City survivor camp. But just now, an ordinary government official started to make eyes at her body. It made her heart fill with fear and uncertainty for the future. Chen Zhiguang and 3 personnel started to search group's private items in the small room. The 4 men had dirty hands, and they took the cigarettes and candy and put them in their own pockets. The job of receiving survivors is a lucrative position. These workers can fish up a lot of treasure from the survivors every day. De Guzi watched Chen Zhiguang steal his cigarettes. Immediately panicking, he shouted, "Wait a moment. These are mine." Chen Zhiguang face sunk. He stared at De Guzi and said, "What are your things? These are mine. Don't say things you'll regret. Be careful or I'll charge you with slander. I'll make you squat behind bars." De Guzi shouted with unlimited fury, "So you are like this? No different than bandits." Chen Zhiguang looked at De Guzi and coldly smiled. "What? You disapprove? If you disapprove of the boss, then he'll make you disappear. This boss works so hard to receive all of you. If the boss isn't rewarded, then who would do it? If you have the ability, then go file a complaint." The other 3 workers all laughed. Before ZH, public complaints were basically useless. Don't even mention the chaotic order after ZH. So long as one doesn't create any huge disturbances, then the upper authorities basically won't look into these small matters. De Guzi still wanted to say something, but Yue Zhong gave him a look. He immediately shut up. Chen Zhiguang saw De Guzi shut his mouth, and he became pleased. He saw the ring on Yue Zhong's hand, and his eyes shined. Without any scruples, he said, "You, take off your 2 rings. I carelessly dropped those in the past, and you still haven't given them back to me?" A cold light passed Yue Zhong's eyes. He coldly said, "Are you certain you dropped them?" Chen Zhiguang appeared generous and said, "That is without a doubt. Take them and give them back to me. I won't make a fuss about you stealing my rings. Theft is a serious offense in Longhai City. People caught by police can be shot at the scene. I have a good heart. I don't want to shed blood. I'll release you." Yue Zhong coldly smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he launched the art of fierce skill towards Chen Zhiguang. In an instant, an astonishingly baleful energy proliferated out of Yue Zhong's body, and it enshrouded Chen Zhiguang's body. Chen Zhiguang's face turned white, and his eyes suddenly lost the expression of this world. He saw himself being grabbed by a 2-meter-tall monster. It used an electric saw and cut open his body, and blood and guts flowed out of his body. The pain was so severe he couldn't help but let out a cold, miserable lament. His entire person was powerlessly kneeling on the ground, loudly screaming a sad cry. "Save my life! Save me! Save me!" Chen Zhiguang's eyes became blood red, and he collapsed paralyzed on the ground. His body was coldly sweating, and the pain was like a fish being deep-fried. Those 3 workers saw Chen Zhiguang in such a miserable state, and their faces changed. They fished out the stolen items from their pockets while apologizing repeatedly. "Sorry, sorry. We didn't know you were an evolver. We didn't mean to offend. Please forgive us. An evolver with these types of skills is something these small fry aren't able to deal with. Especially a type of skill Yue Zhong used that could make Chen Zhiguang feel unbearable pain without any warning. This is the first time they had seen an evolver with this type of skill in Longhai City. Yue Zhong didn't want to kill anyone, and he released the Art of Fear skill from Chen Zhiguang. Chen Zhiguang recovered after being released from the skill. He difficultly stood up and looked at Yue Zhong in fear. Not daring to try any more tricks, he trembled and said, "Big brother, you all need to first fill out a form. After being separated here for 2 hours, there will be a person who will arrange work and habitation according to your skills." Chapter 95 Joining the Base. TL, Crimson Iris, Delivery Man. Yue Zhong received the form and looked at it, only to see that there were all sorts of questions on it. Chen Zhiguang, on one side, cautiously said, "In this form, the most crucial point is regarding your occupation and ability before the Z-age. According to your occupation and ability, you will be provided with work and goods. Among these, evolvers can get very good treatment. They can join army troops or possibly be an employee of the government branch." Experiencing Yue Zhong's fearful ability, Chen Zhiguang didn't dare to provoke his anger again, although inside Longhai City even evolvers couldn't kill as they wished. But Yue Zhong's strange ability could absolutely kill him easily without being discovered. Chen Zhiguang reminded, "Occupation and ability is very important. This directly relates to your future treatment. The rule of the Z-age is the law of the jungle." Chen Zhiguang was very clear on this one point. He won't dare to go against Yue Zhong, who was an evolver. He could only try as much as possible to win his favor. Yue Zhong tossed out a pack of cigarettes to Chen Zhiguang and indifferently said, "We want to be together? What methods do you have?" "Thank you, brother Yue." Chen Zhiguang received the cigarettes. His eyes showed a hint of happy expression. Cigarettes were very high in demand inside the base, but yet they were very hard to come by. For ordinary people like themselves, it was very difficult to obtain a pack. Chen Zhiguang pondered a moment. "If you want to be together, then you all need to fill the form as jobless. Only if that happens, then your future treatment won't be good." Longhai City Base was a place where people who were dragons as well as those who were snakes mingled. There were also quite a bit of small powerful gangs. Chen Zhiguang has also seen many groups not willing to separate. After all, everyone together meant big power and so wouldn't be easy to be bullied by other people. After listening to Chen Zhiguang, Yue Zhong's party all filled both the occupation and ability as unemployed. 2 hours later, Yue Zhong's party walked out of the room. On the other side, Lu Wen, Chun Yao also walked out of their room. "Brother!" Seeing Yue Zhong leaving the room, Lu Wen ran to his side and held his hand. Guo Yu also came to Yu's side. The rest of the girls stood across Yu, looking at you with eyes full of complex feelings. Starting today, they would be separated and would have to face the unknown world by themselves. Chun Yao came next to you and with a complex look, slowly said, "You, I am going to go. Henceforth, if you face any problems in Longhai City, you can come to me. I will come help you to the very best of my ability." The Chen family had quite an influence in Longhai City. Chun Yao made clear her identity, after which her identity was authenticated and she could meet with her relatives in Longhai City Base. Yue Zhong glanced at Chun Yao and in a heavy sound, said, "Take care." Yue Zhong also absolutely regarded Chun Yao as one possessing remarkable capability and outstanding looks. Only that every person has their own ambitions. He was also already mentally prepared for her departure and so, he didn't feel any big disappointment or loss. "Goodbye." Chun Yao looked attentively at Yue Zhong. Sight diverted towards his side, where on each side stood Guo Yu and Lu Wen. A complex light flashed past her eyes. Leaving behind the sentence, she left with Ji Qingwu. Zhao Li walked next to Yue Zhong and implored to Chen Zhiguang, who was next to his side, "Brother Chen, I beg you to help me exchange the food stamps. I beg you." Zhao Li already realized Longhai City Survivor Base isn't the perfect haven she had imagined. Her status as a fast food chain chairman had no use here. Basically, there was no one to purchase her stock. She had no choice but to lay aside her status before ZH. At that time, she basically looked down upon little office workers. Chen Zhiguang looked at Zhao Li. Waving his hand, he said, "No time. Scram." As the Longhai City survivor base admittance personnel, Chen Zhiguang had encountered several big bosses. Before Zhao Li had money and status, but now she had neither. Zhao Li's face turned white, and her eyes flashed with hopelessness. If she couldn't turn that suitcase of RMB into food stamps, then it was just a box of useless paper. She was very clear about this point. Without food stamps in her hand, she didn't know how long she could survive in Longhai City. "Help her exchange," Yue Zhong plainly said while looking at Chen Zhiguang. "Yes, brother Yue," Chen Zhiguang immediately replied with respect. Then he called over a worker and commanded him, "Little Lin, take this woman and go exchange for food stamps." Little Lin arrogantly looked at Zhao Li. He coldly said, "Follow me." "Thank you." Zhao Li stooped and expressed thanks to Yue Zhong. She finally grabbed her suitcase and followed Little Lin, leaving the area. "Brother Yue, follow me. I'll bring you all to your residences," Chen Zhiguang said with a pleasing look towards Yue Zhong. "Zh follows the laws of the jungle." Chen Zhiguang relied on his status as a civil servant to strut around in front of ordinary survivors. But before the powerful people of Longhai City, he had no such swagger. Chen Zhiguang didn't have much clout in Longhai City survivor base. Therefore, he was always looking for someone to be his supporter. Chen Zhiguang wanted to cling onto Yue Zhong to climb in power. Yue had strange abilities and also other strong people who followed him. If he could become Yue Zhong's trusted aide, then his power in Longhai City survivor base could become consolidated. He was willing to receive humiliation in order to receive help. Walking on the street, Chen Zhiguang apologized to Yue Zhong. "Brother Yue, today's matter? It is my fault. I have eyes, yet I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have greatly offended you, please forgive me." Yue Zhong plainly said, "The matter is in the past." Chen Zhiguang's gave Yue Zhong face. "Brother Yue, can I mix in with you? I don't have any big sway, but I can navigate the back alleys. If there is anything you are unclear about, just ask me." De Guzi saw Chen Zhiguang's sudden turn, and he coldly mocked, "Your face is really thick. TL. Having a thick face means someone is shameless." As if Chen Zhiguang didn't hear, he continued to wait upon Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong considered a moment, then immediately said, "Okay." Although he got the rough introduction from Wang Hai about Longhai City, he could still use a detailed explanation. One that couldn't be said in a short period of time. Chen Zhiguang was joyful. "Thank you, brother Yue. Thank you, brother Yue." Under the guidance of Chen Zhiguang, Yue Zhong's group arrived at their residence. The building was a 5-story piece of junk in a shanty town. Every floor had 3 rooms. Inside there was nothing but a bed and a toilet. Outside of that building was an ordinary house. There were several trees planted around it, some abandoned farmland, and a small pool. Chen Zhiguang apologetically said, "I'm sorry, brother Yue. Jobless survivors can only live in remote places like this." Chen Zhiguang was certainly not a high-up official. Naturally, he couldn't arrange a nice place for Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 96. Shopping. Everyone had been busy the whole day. Their stomachs were hungry, so they left the building and went out. Not long after leaving the building, they saw an open place with some stands arranged. Several workers were there distributing relief food. Dozens of people were in a long line waiting for food. One fatty was holding a ladle. Every person who passed by the pot received a scoop of gruel plopped in their bowl. De Guzi walked by and took a look. He saw that in the bowls there wasn't any rice, it was basically all water. He couldn't help but complain, "Damn, is this what people eat? It's all water." De Guzi could eat a bowl of food every day in Always Bright Village. The gruel in Always Bright Village also had more rice in it than this. The fatty distributing the gruel looked at De Guzi and mocked, "If you don't want to eat, then scram. Wait until you've been hungry several days. Then you'll reconsider." The other survivors received bowls of gruel that were practically water, and they all licked their bowls clean. Then they looked at the big pot of gruel with greedy eyes. This bowl of relief food is practically rice soup and not gruel. But to these survivors, it is their hope for life. Chen Zhiguang apologized to Yue Zhong. Brother Yue, I'm sorry. You all can only receive the relief food here. Yue Zhong looked at the large relief food pot without much rice inside. He had not the slightest bit of interest in it. He asked to Chen Zhiguang, "Is there a market here? I want to go buy a few things." Chen Zhiguang immediately said, "Yes, please follow me." Walking along the road in the survivor camp, Yue Zhong's group saw everyone looked famished. Clearly they were all starving. There were several places with refugees lined up to get gruel. Under Chen Zhiguang's guidance, Yue Zhong arrived at a street. There were all types of things displayed on the street. The complexions of the vendors were only slightly better than the other survivors of the city. There is the rice store. You need government-issued food stamps to exchange for rice. The government worker salaries are all issued with food stamps. The army is the same. Chen Zhiguang pointed over at a store where 4 soldiers guarded with live ammo and explained to Yue Zhong. This is Phoenix Street where they sell all kinds of goods. If you have foodstuffs or food stamps, you can buy many things. Chen Zhiguang pointed at a street and explained to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong heard Chen Zhiguang's introductions, and then he led everyone into the street in a grandiose manner. "Boss, can I buy this pot and these bowls?" After arriving at a general store, Yue Zhong looked at the floor full of pots and pans and asked the owner. The owner looked at Yue Zhong, and immediately his eyes became bright. He hastily said, 1 or 2 food stamps for a pot, 1 or 2 food stamps for 20 bowls, 1 or 2 food stamps for a kitchen knife, 1 or 2 food stamps for 3 iron pots. Or you can use food to exchange. Chen Zhiguang pulled on Yue Zhong. He coldly said, "Boss, you're being swindled. The price is extremely high. Leave. Brother Yue, we will go to the next place." Yue Zhong immediately turned to leave. The shop owner hurriedly stood up. He shouted out, "Don't go! Don't go. A little cheaper is okay. A little cheaper is okay." Yue Zhong pointed all around at the ground, indicating a full set of pots and pans. "We will buy all these for 5 packs of instant noodles. Otherwise, you can just keep them." The shop owner gritted his teeth. "Deal!" Right now, the foodstuffs in Longhai City were extremely strained. The value of these pots and pans were extremely low. 5 packs of instant noodles would be enough for the owner to eat a good meal. Yue Zhong waved his hand. Deguzi fished out 2 bags of instant noodles and gave them to the store owner. Lin Jun and the others gathered up the pots and pans. "Boss, I have good things here. Come over here to shop. Boss, come over and take a look." Seeing Yue Zhong shopping so generously, the surrounding store owners all invited him to their shops. "Captain Yue, there are tools to repair vehicles." Chen Dalai, the vehicle repairman, walked over to a vendor. Seeing the tools at the vendor, his eyes became bright. Chen Dalai is a proficient vehicle mechanic, but when he was fleeing, he had to lighten the burden by throwing away his food. Seeing the vendor's tools, he couldn't bear it. He was extremely clear on his position in Yue Zhong's group. He must bring into play his abilities so as not to be discarded. Receiving Yue Zhong's approval, Chen Dalai went to the vendor and used 4 packs of instant noodles to buy the tools. "Boss, come over here and buy something. I'll give it to you cheaper." The vendors became even more cordial after seeing Yue Zhong be so generous. Food was currently in the highest demand at Longhai City. There weren't many customers on this street. After all, the most important thing right now is to eat. Very few people could use food to buy things. Longhai City was different than Always Bright Village. There were all kinds of tools here. Several of them Always Bright Village didn't even have. Yue Zhong's group walked along the road and bought several tools to bring back to Always Bright Village. As Yue Zhong was walking on the road, a young woman wearing extremely short jean shorts and a yellowed white t-shirt rushed over to Yue Zhong. She was full of a youthful energy, and she implored to Yue Zhong, "Brother, do you want to play with me? I was a high school student in the past. A bag of instant noodles is good for 1 night. I haven't eaten a full meal for a week. I'm begging you, play with me. I'm hungry." He saw the good-looking girl who wasn't even 20 years old. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a complicated light. He never thought that the Long High City survivor base, which was under control of the government, would have this type of site. Guiyu and Lu Wen looked at that young woman. Their eyes filled compassion and celebration. They were compassionate about the young woman's fate, and they celebrated their good fortune in finding Yue Zhong. They didn't know if they would have sold themselves due to hunger. Chen Zhiguang looked at the young woman with no place to go. He turned and said to Yue Zhong, "Brother Yu, don't pay attention to her. To play with these kind of goods, you don't need one bag of instant noodles. A bag of instant noodles can buy 3 prostitutes. Furthermore, they will all still be high school students before the age. If you want to play, I'll take you to them. Big brother, I'll do anything. However you want to play is okay. I'm begging you, play with me." The high school student was knelt before Yue Zhong begging. Yue Zhong didn't give her another look. He just kept walking with his people. When the high school student was begging before Yue Zhong, she felt something in her pocket. She felt and discovered it was a compressed biscuit. She grabbed it while looking at Yue Zhong walk away. Seeing Guiyu and Lu Wen at Yue Zhong's side, her eyes flashed with envy. Then she went into a side alley and ate her compressed biscuit while crying. Chapter 97, Ice King Association. "Brother, why didn't you directly give the compressed biscuit to her?" Lu Wen asked Yue Zhong curiously. She saw that although Yue Zhong didn't take notice of the high school girl, he still secretly gave her a compressed biscuit. Yue Zhong said in a low voice, "If I directly gave it to her, I'm afraid it won't remain in her hands more than a few minutes before being stolen by others." Chen Zhiguang said, "Lu Wen, it's just like Brother Yu says. The law and order in this place really isn't good. Although robbery, rape, and violent crime are all sentenced to death when discovered, these kinds of things still occur. Anything can happen when people are extremely hungry. Even though the crimes of rape and robbery were sentenced to death in Long High City, but the unsuppressible darkness in several people's hearts break the precious idea of safety. And people still do these things secretly. Big brother, come play. 1 night for 2 food stamps. Big brother, come play a moment? 1 bag of instant noodles for a night." Not long after Yue Zhong's group departed the high school student, several women lined themselves up neat and orderly. The famished-looking women surrounded Yue Zhong's group, selling themselves. Seems like Long High City is also not a good place. This was the first time Yue Zhong had seen the sight of women selling themselves without fear. Seeing those famished women, without a shred of dignity, made him waver about his previous decision. In the past, Yue Zhong wanted to come to Long High City Survivor Base because he hoped to see the order reinstated. A place where people aren't lacking food and clothing. With a place like that, he could rest easy passing on the survivors over to the base, and then he could take several trusted friends to Nanning to search for friends and family. Chen Zhiguang, extremely capable of being flexible and taking advantage of the situation. He saw Yue Zhong's brows wrinkle, and immediately his face dropped. He roared at the surrounding women, "Start rolling! Don't circle up! Be careful! If you come over again, I'll make each one of you squat in jail." The surrounding women saw Chen Zhiguang's government clothing, and their eyes flashed with dread. One by one they withdrew and gave up. The position of government workers wasn't something these prostitutes could compare with. Offending a government worker was unwise in ZH. Yue Zhong looked at both his sides, and his brows slightly wrinkled. He saw the famished women neatly arrange themselves on both sides of the road. Some women were even putting on a little bit of makeup. The whole group of women selling themselves looked rough. There were actually over 100 of them. What is that place? After moving far away from Phoenix Road, Yue Zhong saw several soldiers guarding on the street, blocking off the road. Everyone's clothes on the road looked fresh. Their faces had a red glow, and they clearly weren't starving. Yue Zhong even saw a pretty woman wearing the latest fashion, leisurely pulling along a Pekingese dog. The street was orderly and tidy like the world before ZH. Outside the street was extremely cruel. Everyone was famished, selling themselves for a piece of bread. In and out of the street, one is heaven, other is earth, like 2 worlds together. Chen Zhiguang looked at the special region a little enviously. He slowly said, "That is the special region. Only high-level government personnel and high-level army officials can enter that region. The supplies there are the best. People like us ordinary government workers barely have enough to eat in one day. Don't even think about meat and vegetables. The life of the people in the special region is worryless. They don't have a lack of meat, vegetables, or various type of goods. Even the dog in there eats better than outsiders. Although Chen Zhiguang was a government official, he hadn't eaten meat for 2 weeks. The large majority of meat had been handed over to the special region supplies. The government officials could only go around half hungry. Eating things like meat was just a dream. While the rich wine and dine, the poor freeze to death on the street. These words are truly appropriate. Yue Zhong looked at the special region. Then he turned his head and prepared to leave. Just when they were about to leave Phoenix Street, a very arrogant, domineering young man wearing a military overcoat and black leather boots brought 7 men carrying machetes in front of Yue Zhong's group, blocking their path. The bossy young man wearing military clothes had a strange look. He chided to Yue Zhong in a loud voice, "Boy, you have just arrived. This is young master's territory. To do trade here, you must give young master a protection fee. It's to protect your trade. Take out half of the food on your person and give it over to boss." The 7 people behind the man dressed in military clothes all waved their machetes at Yue Zhong's group. Seeing the man show off his military strength, Yue Zhong's brows wrinkled. He asked Chen Zhiguang, "Doesn't the base not allow people to carry weapons? How can these people have blades?" Chen Zhiguang laughed and said, "Brother Yue, the rules are dead. People are alive. As long as you have a connection, getting a gun in the base is no problem. In the black market, so long as you have food, you can get anything." This young man is named Hou Jinbiao. He is the subordinate of one of the 4 big evolvers, Ice King Zhang Yun. There aren't many men who dare provoke him. Chen Zhiguang said to Hou Jinbiao, "Jinbiao, give me face. How about not taking the protection fee?" Hou Jinbiao's face turned ugly, and he fiercely said, "Chen Zhiguang, what are you calculating? You want young master to give you face? You are a government employee telling boss to fuck off. If you don't pay the protection fee, boss is gonna fucking square you away." Chen Zhiguang was scolded by Hou Jinbiao, and immediately his face burst white. His government status could only bully ordinary survivors. He could do nothing in front of those persons under the cover of the powerful evolvers. Because of this, Chen Zhiguang wanted to become Yue Zhong's member after seeing his tyrannical power roll into town. After Hou Jinbiao scolded Chen Zhiguang, he turned his head and saw Lu Wan and Guiyu standing at Yue Zhong's side. His eyes flashed with lewdness. He reached out a hand, grabbing towards Guiyu's chest. He sloppily said, "What a pretty girl. Let young master feel well. I can be your first groom." Ha ha! Lu Wen's and Guiyu's complexions changed, and they immediately retreated behind Yue Zhong. Seeing Hou Jinbiao's lewd appearance, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. He walked a step forward. Then he sent a ruthless kick flying at Hou Jinbiao. The power of an evolver burst out, and the kick exploded his family jewels. "Ah!" Hou Jinbiao cried out in misery. He grabbed his genitals and struggled in pain on the ground. Fuck him. He dares oppose the Ice King Association. Chop them to death. Fuck. Chop up that little cunt. Chapter 98. Ice King Zhang Yun. Seeing the balls of Hou Jinbiao exploded by Yue Zhong, the faces of the 7 men holding machetes changed. They violently chopped, rushing towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong calmly stood there, looking at the 7 men bum rushing towards him. White Bones was standing beside Yue Zhong disguised as a person. Right as Yue Zhong was about to be chopped, White Bones rushed into the machete men. Using strength that was 3 times a normal person, it exploded punches onto their bodies. In only a few rounds, the 7 men holding machetes all had their ribs broken by the bullet and knife-proof White Bones. They vomited blood onto the ground and let go of their machetes. Chen Zhiguang's heart filled with excitement as he looked at Yue Zhong, downplaying the defeat of Hou Jinbiao's group. Master! Too strong. The laws of the age are the laws of the jungle. Only the strong can continue surviving in this world. The weak can only choose to follow the strong in order to live on. Captain Yu, do you want to kill them? Lu Yan's eyes flashed a fierce light as he asked Yue Zhong. Lu Yan originally followed Tiger and now followed Yue Zhong. Both his hands were covered in blood, and he already had no regard for other people's lives. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the eyes of the 7 men flashed with fear. They had also taken several people's lives, but they didn't dare kill people in the middle of the street. Chen Zhiguang was also frightened by Lu Yan's words. He quickly said, "Brother Yu, you can't kill. Killing people on the street is the death penalty. The base will certainly send people to put you down." Yue Zhong looked around. He saw the people on the street were all afraid to look at their group. There were also 3 people wearing police uniforms observing from far away. After Ziyage order became chaos, the exceptional existence of evolvers also appeared. So long as no one was killed, the policemen didn't wish to casually interfere in a power conflict. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light at the 7 men lying on the ground. He commanded to White Bones, "Break their right hand, then make them scram." After losing their right hands, they would have no way to bring Yue Zhong trouble again. White Bones received the order and directly moved forward. It grabbed a man's hand and twisted with its strength, fracturing the bones. "Ah!" The man immediately cried out a cold, miserable lament. Grabbing his right hand, he painfully struggled up. The remaining men thought to flee, but they weren't the slightest bit faster than White Bones. One by one their right hands were snapped, crying out painful screams. Looking at White Bones snapping the right hands, Chen Zhiguang's heart couldn't help but shiver. If he didn't immediately join up with Yue Zhong, he seriously didn't know what would happen to him. Leaving behind a ground full of screaming pain, Yue Zhong's group left the area, returning to the city. Not long after, a group of men went over and carried Hou Jinbiao and the others away. In the beautiful villa at the Jingshan Garden in Qingyuan County, a handsome 27 or 28-year-old man, wearing a white shirt that was open revealing his chest, was eating abalone bird's nest soup. 2 extremely beautiful women wearing Chinese-style dresses were attending to him. This 27 or 28-year-old man was the Qingyuan County Ice King Association boss, Ice King Zhang Yun. TL, Google search to see some Chinese-style dresses. And Qingyuan County is the county the Longhai City Survivor Base is located in. A medium-build man wearing Western-style clothes had a poker face as he told Zhang Yun in a low voice, "Boss, I have something to report to you." Zhang Yun waved his hand at the 2 beautiful women, and they retreated away. Zhang Yun's brows slightly wrinkled. Then he asked the middle-aged man, "Zhao Xiong, what is making you so intense? Why have you unexpectedly sought me at this time?" Zhang Yun absolutely hated it when other people disturbed him while eating. Zhao Xiong is his close friend, so naturally he is clear on this point. But he still came at this time. Clearly something urgent occurred. Zhao Xiong said in a low voice, "Today a new person came to the base. A man named Yue Zhong exploded Hou Jinbiao's balls with a kick at Phoenix Street. He also ordered the right hands of Hou Jinbiao's subordinates be broken." Zhang Yun's face changed, and his palm heavily slapped on the table. He yelled out, "Fuck! Someone dared touch my people. That person called Yue Zhong is really acting recklessly. Zhao Xiong, have you found where they live?" Although he is called one of the 4 big evolvers in Qingyuan, in reality Zhang Yun was just a small fry before Ziyage. Only after Ziyage, the first zombie he killed, dropped a skill book that allowed him to control ice. And after all kinds of lucky coincidences, he became the Qingyuan Ice King. It is said he doesn't have the grace of a strong person. Zhao Xiong reported, "They all live in the Xuanhuan region of the city." Zhang Yun listened and simply said, "Make Ma Jin go kill Yue Zhong tonight." Hesitating a moment, Zhao Xiong asked Zhang Yun, "What about Hou Jinbiao and his men?" Zhang Yun insidiously laughed. "Kill them. If Ma Tai can't kill Yue Zhong, then tomorrow go report to the authorities. Say Yue Zhong and his men publicly killed people." Zhao Xiong couldn't help but suggest, "Boss, wouldn't a bad idea?" Zhang Yun could easily be deserted by the masses by being this mean. Zhang Yun waved a hand, impatiently saying, "If I don't kill them, I will have to give them medical treatment. Don't you know the situation right now? Where will we get the food and medicine plus a doctor to treat them? As long as we have food, we can recruit as many people as we want. There is no need to waste food on crippled people. Do as I say, now leave. In Longhai City, as long as one has food, they can buy manpower. People are the thing of lowest value. Apart from few close friends, Zhang Yun didn't view those like Ho Jinbiao as people. If they die, they die. Zhao Xiong saw Zhang Yun's appearance and knew Zhang Yun wanted to go enjoy the women. He silently withdrew. Zhao was afraid he would make Zhang Yun angry if he kept speaking. On the other side, Yue Zhong's group returned to their residence. They immediately started cooking food. After busily working, their dinner was quickly prepared. Yue Zhong's group ate hot steamed rice, marinated steak, canned lunch meat, and canned vegetables for dinner. Chen Zhiguang looked at the dinner of Yue Zhong's group, and he started salivating. How abundant! Although Chen Zhiguang was a government worker, he hadn't eaten meat in 2 weeks. The majority of the canned meat had been confiscated and given over to the specialty region supplies. He could only eat enough to not starve. Eating something like meat was just a dream. Chapter 99. Plan. Yue Zhong saw Chen Zhiguang drooling at the mouth, and he plainly said, "Come over and eat." "Thank you, brother Yue. Thank you, brother Yue." Chen Zhiguang immediately shouted, expressing thanks and grabbing food at the same time, gobbling up huge chunks. Seeing Chen Zhiguang wolf down food, De Guzi muttered, "He's like a hungry ghost." TL. Hungry ghost https://en wikipedia.org/wiki/hungry_ghost. Facing De Guzi's ridicule, Chen Zhiguang continued on like he didn't hear, eating like a hungry ghost. After 4 bowls of food he could no longer endure, finally setting down his chopsticks. After eating and drinking his full, Chen Zhiguang finally turned to Yue Zhong and worriedly said, "Brother Yue, Ice King Zhang Yun is strong and very vindictive. You offended him today, and he will certainly not let you go. You need to be more careful." Yue Zhong simply said, "I know. Then I'll go. You had better rest well today." Finished speaking, Chen Zhiguang left the place. Night fell. Apart from the special region, a few villas, and some lamps, the remaining regions were enshrouded by darkness, a deathly loneliness. A dark figure moved through the darkness like a fish. It was as if the figure and the darkness blended into one. The dark figure quickly moved in front of the area where Yue Zhong's group was staying. He moved on the ground on all fours like a lizard. He moved like something inhuman, climbing up the wall without a sound, all the way to Yue Zhong's window. The black figure carefully extended his head and looked into the window of Yue Zhong's residence. His eyes carefully searched, and he was able to see a trace of green light. It was a moonless night, and in addition the surrounding area didn't have a trace of light. The people in the room could look out the window and not be able to discover the black image on the window. "Did you look enough?" Just when the black figure was looking into the window, Yue Zhong immediately appeared in front of the window and stared at the black figure, coldly speaking. The black figure's eyes flashed with fright. He immediately pulled out a gun and aimed at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. His fist waved out. Like rapid thunder, a high-speed explosion burst on the black figure's oval face. The black figure was sent flying in an explosion from the wall like an artillery shell. Pounding onto the ground, he spit out a large mouthful of blood, dying after struggling a moment. Ma Tai relied on night vision ability and climbing ability. When assassinating others in the darkness of night, he extremely rarely failed. This time running into Yue Zhong, he was struck down without Yue Zhong even bringing abilities into play. Although Ma Tai had the ability to climb up a wall, he didn't have the ability to survive a 5-story fall. Yue Zhong walked out the building and looked at Ma Tai's corpse. His brows slightly wrinkled. "Assassination? Don't tell me it is the Ice King Association? That was really fast." "Brother, what matter is this?" Lu Wen also came out of the building over to Yue Zhong's side. She asked, a little scared seeing Ma Tai's corpse. Guo Yu also walked over to Yue Zhong's side using her two eyes that could speak words to stare at Yue Zhong. Just now in the house, Yue Zhong had made Lu Wen and Guo Yu leave the room for their own safety. This made them feel uneasy. Yue Zhong simply said, It's nothing. I estimate it is an assassination from the Ice King Association. Lu Wen also brought some people wearing gloves, and they searched Ma Tai's body. They grabbed 2 pieces of equipment and handed them over to Yue Zhong. Captain Yu, this is the assassin's equipment. Level 2 item, Speed Dagger. Increases agility by 5 when held in hand. In addition to the Speed Dagger, Ma Tai also had God and Devil World shoes. Yue Zhong only wanted the Speed Dagger. He said, Lu Yen, I'm giving you these boots. Lu Yen excitedly said, Thank you, Captain Yu. The God and Devil World system dropped various types of equipment that could increase the ability of people. Yue Zhong's subordinates all knew this, but only by using God and Devil World skills and equipment against mutated beasts and zombies could these items drop. Because of this, there aren't many God and Devil World items. Each one is extremely precious. Lu Yen was able to receive a pair of God and Devil World shoes, and he became much stronger. Lu Yen put Ma Tai's corpse into a bag and tossed it into a faraway pond. After everything was settled, Yue Zhong ordered White Bones to stand guard, and then he called Lu Wan and Guiyu back into the building to rest. Early in the morning at 4 a.m., inside his house, Zhao Xiong looked at his watch and frowned. He slowly thought, Failed? It seems that person named Yue Zhong is much more tough than we imagined. When Ma Tai assassinated others, he could quickly achieve success. Not returning at this time obviously means his assassination failed. The majority of people who offended the Ice King Association were all killed at Ma Tai's hands. Very few could escape the assassination of Ma Tai in the darkness of night. Looks like I need to implement the second plan. The next day in the early morning, Yue Zhong's group had just finished eating breakfast. 3 people wearing police uniforms came over. A middle-aged policeman came over to Yue Zhong's group and coldly stated, Who is Yue Zhong? Yue Zhong looked at the policeman and simply said, I am. The middle-aged policeman said with a look of righteousness, Come with me right now. You are suspected of publicly killing people in the base. If you resist, we have the authority to shoot you to death right here. Yue Zhong's brow wrinkled. I didn't kill anyone. Yesterday I only taught those people a lesson. Go to Phoenix Street and investigate, and then you'll know. Another policeman's brows wrinkled. He pulled out the gun at his waist. Then he pointed it and scolded at Yue Zhong. The level of bullshit is too high. Sincerely come along with us. Be careful. If you speak fucking bullshit again, the boss will execute you. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light, and he immediately started the art of fear skill. In a brief moment, the policeman's thoughts entered into a world full of fear and terror. In that world, 10 corpses were taking bites out of his flesh. Ah! Save me! Don't bite! Save me! The policeman emitted a painful lament. Eyes written with fear, he kneeled on the ground. What did you do? The middle-aged policeman and the other shouted. They all wanted to pull out their guns. Standing at Yue Zhong's side, White Bones moved forward like an arrow. A fist exploded on the middle-aged policeman's face, sending him flying. Then White Bones sent a kick to another policeman's stomach, sending him flying several meters, holding his stomach struggling endlessly. Chapter 100 Series of Traps. The middle-aged policeman stood up with a face full of blood. He said to Yue Zhong in a stern voice, Yue Zhong, you are assaulting the police. You are making an enemy of the Communist Party and the government. If you don't stop your savage act, you will be shot to death. Yue Zhong didn't take another look at the middle-aged policeman. He shouted to the policeman who first intensified the conflict by drawing his gun. Who made you come here? Speak honestly, and you may come back from the underworld. Ice King Association's Zhao Xiong. He came and reported a case. He said 8 men of the Ice King Association died and you killed them. He made us come to grab you. After grabbing you, we were to confiscate your weapons and kill you in jail. We were going to get 50 kilograms of food stamps and a beautiful woman after finishing the job. The man's eyes were written with terror shrouded in the art of fear. Kneeling on the ground, he yelled everything that occurred behind the scenes. Under the shroud of art of fear, the policeman's thoughts were brought to another world. 10 zombies, rotten zombies. Eyes bulged, Covered everywhere in boils, they continued eating his body. The art of fierce skill wasn't something ordinary people could endure. Pan Zhang, what are you saying? The middle-aged policeman roared like a furious lion upon seeing his colleague spill the beans. Yue Zhong coldly looked down upon the three policemen, and he ordered a command to Lu Yen. Truly ugly. You are considered policemen? You really give this job a bad name. Lu Yen. Remove their guns and give them a slap. After Zage, the majority of original policemen were infected, becoming zombies. Very few of the policemen in Longhai City Survivor Base were policemen before Zage. The rest of the policemen are temporary recruits. This made the police force become a mix of dragons and snakes, utterly corrupt. Lu Yen sneered. He brought 2 men and removed the 3 police officers' guns. Then he grabbed them up by the hair, and he ruthlessly slapped their faces until they swelled up. The other survivors in the slum took joy in the misfortune of the 3 policemen. They didn't have a favorable impression of these guys who liked to show off their little bit of strength in front of ordinary people. Yue Zhong looked at the 3 policemen who had been slapped swollen and coldly said, "Scram! Don't let me see you again. Everyone, take cover!" Suddenly, Yue Zhong felt an absolutely horrifying premonition. He immediately shouted. His image flashed, quickly hiding behind a house. Almost as soon as Yue Zhong left his original position, a gun made a sound like thunder crashing, and bullet landed where he was standing. Lu Wen, Guoyu, and Lu Yen already sought cover at Yue Zhong's command. Hearing the gunfire, the surrounding onlookers became a chaotic circle. They fearfully fled in all directions. In the chaos, an ordinary-appearing person wearing tattered and soiled clothes approached the 3 policemen. He moved 3 times faster than an ordinary person, and he shot the heads of the 3 policemen at point-blank range. Without any chance to defend, the 3 policemen lost their lives in a bloodbath. Their eyes were full of disbelief as they fell to the ground. They never thought they would suddenly be shot. What a fierce method! Yue Zhong watched the 3 policemen collapse to the ground, and his eyes flashed a cold light. In order to frame him, the Ice King Association suddenly murdered 3 policemen in public. It was an extreme level of lawlessness. Yue Zhong initiated his combined body defense skill, and white bones condensed into a bone armor. Yue Zhong rushed like electricity out from his cover towards the Ice King Association Evolver. The agility-type Evolver of the Ice King Association saw Yue Zhong rushing towards him in bone armor. He immediately turned and ran from Yue Zhong. He already used a skill in order to assassinate those 3 policemen. He didn't have enough stamina to use a second skill. While rushing, Yue Zhong suddenly felt danger. He immediately started to move in a zigzag pattern towards where the agility evolver was moving. So fast! Far away on the roof of a building, a sniper was holding a sniper rifle. The sniper had no way to lock onto the high-speed image of Yue Zhong. After a few seconds, Yue Zhong already cut down the distance between him and the Ice King Association Evolver. Arriving behind the body of the agility-type Evolver, you extended a hand to grab onto the Evolver's body. The Evolver immediately rolled, fished out a Type 54 pistol, and fired successive shots at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's body slightly leaned. Yue Zhong maneuvered behind the agility Evolver. In the split second, he aimed his gun. Using a knife hand, he chopped into the Evolver's neck, causing him to faint. A bullet sound thundered just as Yue Zhong moved to grab the Evolver. A sniper bullet passed through the Evolver's head, splashing blood everywhere. Yue Zhong looked at a distant location. Relying on his perceived danger skill, he could sense the sniper had already withdrew from his location after assassinating the Ice King Association Evolver. So skillful! Yue Zhong quickly rushed back to the residential area after grabbing the Evolver's equipment. As soon as he returned to their place, Yue Zhong distributed to everyone the prepared ammunition and guns from his storage ring. He commanded in a deep voice, "Immediately prepare to withdraw. If our path is blocked, use force. Completely destroy everything." The 3 policemen already passed death's door. Dead men cannot tell tales. Due to the influence of the Ice King Association at Longhai City, they would quickly be surrounded by the military and police. Staying here is a road to death. With Yue Zhong's power and equipment, there was hope he could escape a military encirclement. but he was afraid the other people would all be left behind in Longhai City. If Yue Zhong surrendered, the lives of his group wouldn't be in their own control. Their lives would be completely in the hands of others. Receiving Yue Zhong's orders, everyone quickly grabbed Type 79 machine guns and rushed after Yue Zhong. Seeing Yue Zhong's group carrying Type 79 assault rifles traveling along the road, everyone withdrew one by one and hid in their houses. They only peeped from the crack in the door at Yue Zhong's group.